bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, gonna push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane, 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 ride on the wings of the hurricane. Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, push right through the driving rain, gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane, 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 ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Because I'm in control.
club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, 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 your mata.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. ¡Vamos!
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데이자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇 시작가. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? I'll never wait, I'll never fight. Wait, I'll sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave that just a wall 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 절대 can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never win I'll never fly Win I'll sacrifice Fight until the final hour Pain is my superpower Keep my head up high Ride through rain or shine Can't help it without the sour Pain is my superpower
This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me. Only gods can judge me.
If I never win, I'll never fly. Win, I'll sacrifice. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high. Ride through rain or shine. Can't help it without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. I don't lose control. I just up the score. All I know is go.
Welcome back, you wonderful people. Did you miss us? Well, we're back and we missed you. And we have some incredible matches just for your Valorant curated selection. And I think today is going to be lights out. Today is a day of stakes. Today, we see our first grand finalist crowned, and we will see our first elimination of this stage, at least, of the playoffs. How are you feeling, Echo?
I'm kind of nervous, to be honest. This is going to be the highest of highs and the lowest of lows for some of these teams today. And we get to start it off with, I think, a matchup that all of us have been looking forward to since we saw it in the group stage happen again. I cannot wait, but I'm nervous to see the results because both of these matches could go either way.
Yeah, and I think yesterday was it was so exciting. We've seen teams really bringing out extraneous curveballs, some amazing plays coming on through. Actually, we've got some of the highlights here. And I think that Gentlemates looked amazing, G2 looked amazing. And if both of them bring that sort of form in today, well, I don't even know who's going to come out on top. I think 3 maps overtime, bare minimum. Maybe a mystical 4th map just for the fun of it.
Somehow we'll work out a way to get that 4th map going because I don't want to say goodbye to either Giant X or SK, but we're gonna have to, and you know both teams are going to be putting their everything into that match. But that's the second one. We don't have to worry about that yet.
That's it. Later us problem. But the match coming up first, if you haven't already guessed, if you haven't seen in the top left corner there, Mate versus G2. Gentlemates GC being the champions from stage 1. Flawless as of right now in the tournament and on a pretty generational win streak. But here's the bracket so far. Anything that's maybe surprised you, or is this kind of run-of-the-mill at the moment?
This is what I would kind of determine in terms of predictions, the boring bracket. This is the expected outcome for most of these matches, realistically. My exciting predictions had SK or Giant X making it into this upper final for the chance of that grand finals a little bit earlier. But this is probably the most expected. This is realistic. No big surprises here.
Now, let's actually take a look at this matchup of G2 versus Gentlemates. The final before the final, many are dubbing it. And actually, the rematch of all rematches. There's a lot of history between these two teams in their current form as well. A lot of the time we talk about teams and rosters that have been previously and how the orgs line up. No, these rosters, these players, it is getting personal now. So looking at the history, what are we feeling coming into this match? Because it does at the moment have a lot of tallies on Gentlemate's side.
Yeah, Gentlemates have only lost 2 matches the entirety of their time in Game Changers, full stop, right? They lost against ATN and they lost against G2 most recently. And when I say most recently, this was 19 games ago. This was a long time ago for them, maybe 18. But now we're going into this. G2 is looking vastly improved. Maybe they can try and get that win back again, but they've never managed to do it in playoffs before. Gentlemates have always bested them in these tournament-style situations as opposed to the groups. Oh, I don't know which way it's going to go. I cannot wait to see.
And very much the storyline here is that G2 had and still have technically, the win streak trophy. They have the largest win streak in the region in Game Changers, and that is something that is the final gatekeeper of this legacy that Gentlemates is trying to build up. Now, they can't achieve it in this stage, but if they finish this flawlessly, I think it's only 1 or 2 more victories going into stage 3 later in the year, and they take that final throne from G2. So this is G2 defending this legacy.
It is, and defending that legacy, obviously it's not the most important thing. Winning the stage is the most important. You want to get those points to try and secure yourself that position in GCC, but that's looking a bit too far ahead. At the end of the day, G2 goes in, they want all the stats in their favor. They've got Vanya, the greatest EMEA player of all time. They also want to keep this win streak going, but it's going to be a tough one.
It will. Now, let's actually take a look at some of the rosters here. We've talked a lot about them. Gentlemates, GC, and I think that there is a lot of players that we really want to highlight here. Marty being the name that's really on the tip of our tongues at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Marty has genuinely not necessarily improved, but she's been able to show off more, I think, in this meta than she was in the previous. We saw her yesterday. Her Phoenix was incredible. People have been dubbing her as Martine, right? Based off of the Gentlemates player Martine, because she is at that level. She maybe hasn't got the kill records that Martine did in the playoffs run in kickoff, but she is right up there, popping off, and a big name for Gentlemates and a big part of how they continue this win streak today.
Exactly. Now, I was very lucky that I got to speak to Toka earlier, and we got a little bit of an interview prepared just for you wonderful people. I am here with the terrific Toka. Now, I'm going to ask a little bit. Berry X said that the meta has changed, but we haven't. And with the meta changing a lot, I know a lot of teams have been struggling to keep up with it. How do you as a team adapt so quickly to the meta?
First of all, hello, everyone.
Hello.
So about the meta change, I think we tried a lot of stuff first month after the first stage, and at the end it was really a lot of stuff. Something didn't work properly, and at the end we just decided to stick kinda more around double duelist comps. For example, Phoenix is really powerful on some maps where Yoru was playing before, and I think it's really fitting us really well. So I don't think we have we have some problems on some maps when we don't play double duelist, but I think it's still fine because Marty is super flexible person and she can play everything good, and no problems with it.
Well, it doesn't look like there's been any problems. You've been flying high as a team. And actually, in the last stage, you beat G2. You sent them to the lower bracket. You faced them in the grand final. You beat them there. And we had the match earlier on in this stage, in the group stage too. Given how G2 are playing, do you think that history could repeat itself? Are you going to add another win to the tally? Or are G2 looking stronger than they were in stage 1?
I think history could repeat, but G2 is playing better now. I think individually they started to play more better than previous stage and kind of found out their way how to play right now. And it's not gonna be an easy game. And we'll give our best to beat them and send to lower bracket.
Now, looking ahead to if you win the series, you're all together on LAN, you're all playing from the same room, and it looks like you're having a lot of fun with it. Is there anything you do after the games to celebrate a victory?
Yeah, we just eat together, and after we watch enemies videos and someone going to gym, swimming pool, whatever we have in the hotel to spend time like for chilling. And yeah, but nothing like surprising, just default stuff. We're here to work, not to have a vacation. So yeah, it's kind of default.
All down to business. I love to hear it. Anyway, I'm going to let you go get ready. You've got a big match ahead of you, and we're all really excited to see you play. So I'll let you go, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you very much. See ya. Bye-bye.
All work, no play. They can have fun after they've won. And I love to see the mentality coming out here from a team that is always so smiley, always so bubbly when we see them on camera. The moment they're in the server, it's a lock-in time.
That lock-in is so important for these teams as well. You can have that fun and maybe even sometimes between the rounds, get excited, get energetic between you. But when you lock in, you need to lock in. And I think this is one of the best things that Gentlemates is good at, is locking in and playing with each other. But fundamentals is something G2 Gozen has always been good at as well. So it's going to be a big matchup of that trading capability to see who can come out on top here.
Yeah, exactly. Now, looking ahead, map predictions, and you and I, favorite words from us, win conditions. What are we looking at here before we look at the veto?
For me, the biggest win condition for Gentlemates is the fact that they can and probably should be banning out Lotus. Because Bind is now gone. They don't need to ban out Bind against G2 Gozen anymore. That's free. You can now ban Lotus because this is previously where Gozen 13-3'd mates in their most recent matchup. Getting that kind of scoreline against Gentlemates is almost unheard of. And that shows the difference that that map specifically has for these two teams. Getting rid of that is going to be incredibly important for mates. And for them, their win condition is trying to come up against, whether it's Split or Breeze, whichever one G2 goes and picks, coming up against that and showing that they can also fight there. Because both those maps are still pretty good for them, even if they're slightly better for G2.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really interested to see it. And I think you're right there about the Lotus ban out is quite important. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it is the best result anybody's got against this lineup of Gentlemates as far as I'm aware. I think 13-3 is the most rounds that we've seen this team concede. Now, Gentlemates, we have seen them losing a couple of maps here and there, but it's the series overall that they've just been able to bounce back. And when they have been losing maps, the majority of the time, it's not like it's been one-sided. They've been keeping everything super tight, super competitive.
Yeah, they only had one 2-0, or so 2 2-0s, I think it was, this stage, maybe 3, but it was a lot less than it was in the previous stage. They've not been dominant across the series in the same way they were previously, which has shown a little bit of weakness. Maybe not enough to expect anybody else to win when it comes to the grand finals on Sunday, but it's enough for you to have this little bit of doubt that maybe somebody can find the correct vulnerabilities, exploit them, and then win out themselves.
Oh, sorry about that. Not sure what happened. I was going to say, let's have a look at the veto itself. We've done hypotheticals. We've dreamt up what we can imagine is the best case scenario for both of these teams. Let's take a look, see what we're actually going to be watching.
We've got to see this Lotus ban out, right? We just straight up have to see Gentlemates ban this Lotus. If they don't, this veto could go anywhere.
Oh,
they didn't, but G2 didn't even pick it.
I'm a little bit surprised by that, I'm not gonna lie. I would have thought that, mates, you got a real chance here, but Fracture must be something that they're feeling particularly potent on at the moment. It's a map that we haven't seen come out. Actually, no, we did see the map come out in stage 2 in the group stage. I think it was 13-8, so it wasn't even particularly a dominant affair. So I'm interested to see. And then Ascent is that decider map, the new map into the pool. Fresh slate for both of these teams.
Ascent makes a lot of sense for me here to be the decider. Both teams showed it yesterday, and they both pretty hardly stomped on it. It was very easy wins for both of these teams against Giant and SK respectively, so there's no surprise whatsoever. The big difference here is that G2 gets a start on the defense of Ascent because they're Team A in this situation. They've got that slight advantage going into that final map that they get to choose the side they're strongest on. Breeze for the opening. This G2, they've been historically great at this map. They love it, they're really good at it, but Gentlemates also look incredibly strong. So this could very easily go back and forth on, I think, all 3 of these maps.
I think another important thing to note is the defense side yesterday for G2 was monumental. SK only got 2 attack rounds in total against them across both maps. And it was 2 rounds on 1 map that actually was. So their defense was looking locked down. So I'm very interested to see if we can see that continue. They looked really good yesterday, and I'd argue yesterday's match versus SK might have been the best they've looked all stage so far. We talk about this crescendo, this build on up, and now we're starting to really see them hit these beats.
And I think that's the most important thing here, is that for Gentlemates, continuing on with the pressure they usually do. They're our strongest attack-sided team in GC EMEA right now. They have a 63.4% win rate on the attack side across all of their maps. That is still currently in the pool. That's ignoring Bind, but they've not played Bind, so that's fine. Whereas G2, they're much more balanced. They're about 56, 57% on both attack and defense. Still incredible kind of win rates, but it shows that they're more balanced in their approach, whereas Gentlemates, they want to have the tempo in their hands. They want to be going aggressive, causing mayhem, and fighting on their own terms.
I'm really excited for this Breeze coming up first, though. It's a map that's notorious for its angels, notorious for seeing those sniper rifles dominate and dice up this map. And I think that both of these teams have individuals, and we talked a lot about them across the map. All of these players, all 10 of them, can fire with the best of them, even on the worst days, right? So the first map is going to be pacey, and I think it's a really good tempo set for the rest of the map. We look and see we've got a chance warm up just straight into the Angels, straight into these individual fights, and we'll see sort of how that's going to lean into the rest of the series as we maybe deviate a little bit away from that set sort of structure as we go further into the map.
And I do think as we're looking ahead into Agent Select relatively soon, I want to touch on that as well, because G2 have the Harbor composition.
They do.
And they run the Jet regardless of if Neon is in the map, kind of in to be picked or not. They could be changing it here, but going with that Jet really means that we're looking at Akita to be making the most of that op and diving in past the chokes pretty much alone, using Mimi's flashes to work. Berry X on the Neon does pretty much the same thing, but I really think that as we're looking at this matchup, it's coming down to the duelists and the controllers. The difference is here in how they're playing. The fact that G2, you have the Cove, incredibly short cooldown, but you've only got 1 Cove at a time. Whereas Nami, with those stars, has a lot more potential to use more utility in the execs and to defend. And if she uses both smokes, she'll get some back before the end of the round. Whereas Vanya, that high tide, once it's used, that's it. It's gone for the game. G2 need to be pinpoint with their executes, knowing when they get execute, this is probably their only chance in the round to do a hard exec. And if they don't win it out, Gentlemates will just probably win out that round themselves.
I will say, when we saw G2 play in the knockout round, the way they were cycling between Amy's Viper Wall and the High Tide was masterful. And I think that that's something that, they might only get 1 chance at an execute, but do they need anything more than that? Well, against any team other than Gentlemates, that's definitely much more of a question. But I think G2, they're so punchy with it. Well, we'll have to see when we get on it in. I'm really looking forward to this. I don't think the veto is going to let this series down. I think we go all three, and that's sort of been the theme, hasn't it? Is, yeah, stage 1 finals was a 3-0 to Gentlemates, but we've seen the strides that G2 have made. They've said themselves they're feeling at their best. And we've also seen that they took a map off of Gentlemates in the group stage. They're pushing that boundary out further and further each time now.
But it does come down to the fact that actually G2's best map, Bind, is gone. Lotus has been banned out. As much as I do imagine this is going to go to 3 maps, we're going to have to see some heroic rounds here for G2 Gozen to be able to come back in. They're going to have to really come out fighting. Breeze is a must-win for them, in my view. And as we've seen, as we heard yesterday as well from, I think it was from Akita, their pistols are something they practice a lot. So as we come into round 1, I want to see what new pistol they've bought for us. And it looks like it's going to be sending Akita on a solo mission towards B.
The pistol rounds are a star standout glimmer amidst what is just an absolute treasure pile of gold here from G2. The pistols are something we sing about, and yesterday, was it all of them, or was it 75%? It was most of the pistols, and we're looking to see them continue on. And now, straight away, orb going to be taken. Bolt comes on through. Well, recon bolt and the relay bolt, and they're just pushing them back here. G2, they got the orb, but at what cost? They've lost all of that space, and they're still being pushed. Now, a lot of presence in towards mid. The push through elbow's good, and anything they can find here, just to whittle the numbers, pushing them from behind. But they've kind of trapped themselves between this B-side player and the offense from the side. Now, it's going to be on Marty to see what she can do to hold them off. Taken down immediately by Akita here. Are they aware that the rotate's already under their nose, though?
They must be. They've not heard anything over towards mid. You can see exactly where Ever's positioned. And yeah, they're planting for backside. They know the flank's been taken. So now, mates, they're just hard executing themselves.
There we go, the spray down. Nami finds one. Starting really to drive the point home here. There's the first rung in the ladder taken. Mimi, lovely shot, holding off. Good for the second. Vanya's got the choke point under lock and key. Tokamita, lovely first shot, but 1 versus 3. And there's so many angles with so many players tucked in. G2, yet another pistol round for their ledger.
Incredible to continue this consistency. It's something that's so important. The economy really starts to build up, especially on the attack side, where you get the plant spike for the extra 300 credits as well. G2 are using this to their maximum capability. Mates had a nice idea pushing out of A as a group, sticking together, but then they split off into this 2 versus 2, or these 2 groups. And Mimi, when she's hitting shots like that, will just shut you out of the round. G2 with the old FPX by Outlaw on attack side, looking to see if she can find Venz, and yeah, Venz is down immediately. Viper out, that's all of your stalled potential gone. And now G2. I think they're expecting Gentlemates will rush towards A, but they're not. They're sticking on B.
And I like this. Patience is a virtue. And Nikita just waiting for that smoke to fade. Dissipates now. Waiting for somebody else to push. Now, noise been made on the other side of the map. Drone's gone out and been spotted there by Marty. Not calling anyone over. Great from Gentlemates to hold their nerves. The reads have been immaculate. Pushing on forward. Looking for a little bit more stall. Knife comes out. Another smoke goes up. High tide. This is the execute. Flash goes over. They struggle to do a Tokamita initially, and Berry X finds one in the midst of all of this, but there's the flood come on out. Akita with the sidearm gets one more. And now Marty, that solitary A player, left with nothing but a classic to try find even a pick, or maybe just go down to the spike.
Down to the spike's probably the best option here. Mimi is only 2 away from that null command going into round 3. If she can die to Marty or get a pick, or, you know, either is happy, she's going to get that ult orb at the start of the next round, and G2 will look to convert their bonus. They're at a really good spot with the money here as well, keeping 4 players alive. Sheriff, Vandals, and the Outlaw bought through. This is looking like G2 This is where the snowball can start. And Mimi, she's not going to be able to find the kill onto Marty. She's going to hear the jump and... Oh, wait. Nah. Oh, a little bit close. But regardless, Mimi now still 2 away from that null command. Big win con there for G2.
And something I think that's really important to highlight is the one map that G2 have taken off of Gentlemates here was that Lotus, and it was an amazing start. They won the first half 9-3. When they've had slow starts, not even when they've had slow starts, when they've had just sort of lukewarm 6-6 halves, if they've not had strong starts, they have not beaten this team. So I'm already starting to see the foundations of what could be the chance to right the previous wrongs.
But they're going to have to right them. And for now, G2, they're pushing up towards A. Not going for that ult orb. Hard exec. VALORANT, what can you do here?
Dash on through. The pace is insane. But look at this. They've managed to stop them getting properly onto site. Tokamita in a position. Recon bot lights up so many of them. Not able to confirm any of the kills, though. There's a little bit of a gap in the wall. And they're going to try spring. But no, Vanya's pushed round. Raps upon raps. Ever's got hers as well. Marty does find a pick to try keep this somewhat manageable. But with Wen so far away, do they even want to risk it?
I feel like you've got to say Vanya should really be doing this planting to get the Harbor ult online, but min-maxing maybe not at the top of the mind for G2 Gozen. His mates are looking to come back in, but this will require heroics from Marty and Wenz.
Marty clearing out through doors. Nobody been spotted yet. Wall goes up. A little bit of a jump scare. You can see the spin around, but that's it. The call to back away.
Yeah.
They've not been given a single inch. They cannot steal away that mile.
And now, G2, that strong start that has been so important for their victories in previous maps is really coming to fruition. Marty's going to be looking to try and find as much as she can, but she'll be helping Vanya get towards the next Harbor ult. Or is she just going to hold it here? Patience. Or is she going to swing? Oh, just hiding behind the arch. G2 are going to all survive, save all of those guns. And Gentlemates, you could see here the separation. As VALORANT wanted to get back towards site, it isolated her and Nami from the rest of the team. And G2 pounced quickly to take them out. A great start, and now, mates, down to an eco round. They've got Marty and Wenz with the guns. Can they pull something off here?
Well, I mean, if I was putting guns in hands, I know exactly where I'd be wanting them. And this is also a team with such incredible clutch potential. So if they can find something to work with early rounds, while seeing it through to the end, well, it's not exactly unrealistic. But G2, they've been playing this slowly, not giving them the chance to find any picks, to isolate any jewels. This pack mentality has been unshakable. Until now.
Allow yourself to feed into the trading, work off of each other. But VALORANT all alone. Can she try and find something? G2 are wanting to go here, but Mimi's flashes have been unstoppable.
Oh, they have. And the back away, VALORANT's going to allow an isolated jewel. Dancing with the corner. Mimi's just holding her nerve. But actually, good call from VALORANT. Peel away. You've heard nothing, but that could be just as dangerous as there being somebody face first. Flash in hand, flash around the corner, knife goes out. It's not going to scan anyone. That gives him the assurance. The right hand of sight, it's empty. VALORANT watching the Molly flash before her eyes. Akita pushing on forward, looking to try and take a little bit more space for the post plant. Plant actually still has to go down, mind you. Nami toys with the idea of jumping through the wall, but there's so much util going in. Shock darts to deny them even thinking about it. And they're back into main, and with no flank, this is what we saw last round, making it so difficult to weasel them out. But with Nami still available, smoke goes out, forces them back into sight. There will be no hiding. Face us. Face first.
One enemy
Vanya finds two. Mimi's got hers as well. VALORANT puts up a little bit of a final stand. But there's no stopping G2. A fourth, and they're building a map already.
Building the map by cutting the site into pieces. The Viper wall first to allow that first scale up. Harbor wall goes up as the Viper wall drops, and they can extend their map control across the second pyramid. And then Harbor wall drops. and the mates are revealed and immediately shot down. But now they've got the guns. They've got the operator on Berryx, a key piece, and it's in the right location to start with.
It's going to take the line on in. There's the first. No command popped. They've got to execute now, but Marty's here as well. Missed shot from Berryx might allow them passage onto site. Nami being spotted backside. All of this information. They start to take down these players. Evers worked all the way around, found one. Just dancing around the edge of the wall. This has been a bit of a problem for them. Drone goes over the top, spots nobody in the cove, spots nobody in tunnels. And they've got the assurance that not only do they have sight, the shock dart! I don't even remember it being sent over. Wentz has found hers and suddenly Spike's still not down. Mimi's glowing like a lighthouse in the dark. And Toka just waiting for the peek on out. Mimi swings wide. Wentz is in position. Knows where the last is. Trying to bait for the jump on up. Mimi not gonna bite. Wentz round the corner. Second best clutcher this stage. Can she add one more? Tap again. Swing on out to Mimi. She gets the job done. All the time in the world for a defuse, and that's the way to kick off your first round win.
They managed to get it. The op picked up as well. Wentz, an incredible clutcher when it matters, and she is there time and time again to get Gentlemates over the line. G2 are going to be kicking themselves after losing this. This was a 2 versus 4. The shock dart opening it up onto Vanya. And then one by one, mates crush onto the site and G2 crumble. The coach is happy about that. That's a nice stat to add to your line. But now G2, they've still got to buy. They've got the hard roll online. The null command was used in the previous. And they want to win this. Otherwise, Gentlemates, they'll start to build up the money, build up ults. So they have to win this A exec.
Orb secured one away from the Hunter's Fury now forever, but that's all they wanted.
They can get the other ult orb over towards B, get the Hunter's Fury online here, use that over towards an A or B exec later in the round.
Drone goes out clearing mid. So much noise that they're hearing all over the map. Gentlemate's not going to move a muscle. Actually, they're not looking to go for that other orb right now. Push out through elbow, looking to head in towards mid, regroup with the team.
There.
Ping comes out, they know something's amiss. Toka's going to be sent on out to deal with it. Dodging the scan there. Thinks they're on the left-hand side, though. Is about to get a nasty surprise from the right. Should she choose to peek? But she doesn't. Oh, she might get swung, though. Akita, perfect timing. And Wen's desperately trying to stall. Wall in her face. She's completely blind. Still managing to hold on for just a couple of seconds longer, but not enough time to give her chance, the team the chance to rotate. Berryx up on top, but the issue is 5 players still remain. That smoke has brought them so much cover to reposition. They've got no current information, and they just want to keep hold of what little weaponry they have remaining. 2 Guardians alongside this op. It's far from pretty.
It's barely worth saving those Guardians into the next as well. Really, the op makes a lot of sense. You've got the overdrive for Berryx as well if she wants to hand the op over to somebody else. We've seen Marty use that before quite a lot. But G2 are incredibly disciplined. That slow take towards middle. You could see mates were confused, uncertain of what was happening. That Viper Orb up towards B halls was blocking off so much of mates' info. They couldn't go for the quick rotate. And that left Toka all by herself, taken out. And surely we've got to see the Gentlemates timeout coming through. It's about time they talk to the team, because you've got to fix this. No?
No, there we go. Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Had us for a second, absolutely. But I think you're right. This is the right time, because anything else, and you let G2 already 6 at the half. That's already even, and that's if you can then turn it around and win the rest of the rounds, which the precedent that's been set right now, it's not leaning that way. And the buy right here is an expiring confidence right now as well.
The buy's not great. The one thing that mates have going for them is they've got a lot of ults online this round, the next, and they should cycle up to Marty's in a couple as well. But G2's kind of matching them there. Ever's got Hunter's Fury next round, maybe this if she can get another ult orb. And Mimi, who already used the null command so early in the half, has another one very soon. These ults for Gentlemates, You need to win the next round so you can stop G2 continuing this snowball with their own. But with the weaker weaponry, it's going to be incredibly difficult. And if G2 continue to cut up the map, stop mates from having info rotating middle, oh, the map gets so much more difficult to play, even with the Neon for the quick rotate, if you can't go through mid.
G2 has played Breeze 12 times and only lost it thrice. That's a scary scoreline up against, especially when you can see the beginnings of another round. At that point, it's just statistics. Here we go, Berry X looking to peek on in towards elbow. So many players, and that saved up. Finds nothing. Maybe you can argue the information, but the players on site, walls closing in. It's just Wens here trying to find somewhere safe to play, but they're already backside. They know exactly where you are. And now the players rotating on in. They've been saving on 3 weapons previously. Are we going to see it again, or are they going to try go for this? Well, Nami's found the first, but still at a player disadvantage. Flash round the corner. Mimi spots one. She doesn't even need to go for it. That's recon dart's going to be good for allowing Toka to find one, but Akita gets one. Backs away. They know that she's here, but they still got to deal with Vanya and Eva. All holding this line. All players accounted for. Locations known. Slow peek around the corner. Nami still finds it. 2 versus 2. Shock dart on over. Trying to chip away at them. Nami spots both. Back to back. Headshots. It's cold. The timer allows for them to defuse. And Gentlemates, a stunning round to come on through.
How on earth do they continue to do these B retakes in disadvantaged situations? Berry X, the first of all, she picks an angle that's at her disadvantage there, to be blunt. But regardless of Akita getting a nice pick there, G2's grouping, the fundamentals usually so good. It was their downfall there. It allowed Nami to jump up and get the perfect angle, as we're seeing. Go on, you can do it, Wens. There we go, there's the lineup. Getting the one-way up. This should stop any B split coming out, or A split, sorry, from G2, as they do like their A splits.
They like their A splits, and they're really damn good at them as well. That's the null command online. Keeping hold of it. And G2 been so good with getting these early ult orbs and just getting out, not giving them anything. Berry X overextends, looking for information, knowing that G2's been playing slow, but gets punished. You'll see us when we're ready for you, and if you even take a look too early, that is curtains closed.
And with Berry gone, it's Marty over towards B, left alone, and she's peeking into 5 members, immediately taken down. The null command's going to find no one, but at this point, Gentlemates, oh wow, you're quite happy. The G2's investing the Hunter's Fury, the null command, into an empty site. But do you go for another disadvantaged retake in a 3 versus 5? Or I think they've already said, you know what, we're saving.
To be honest with you, I think this isn't necessarily bad. With the situation that it's in, the save is good. You've drawn out 2 ultimates without losing any additional players, mind you. So, yeah, it sucks to see them saving again. We talked about that 6th round being really important, a really key sort of pivot point here for G2. But Gentlemates, they've done enough to draw out the ultimates. The next ults are still fairly far removed. So you bought yourself a little bit of a buffer as you head into the next couple of rounds.
But the most important thing now for Gentlemates is to stop fighting 1-by-1s. They don't win this game on mechanics alone, as Amy shows she can take out Wens. Nami stab in the back. Both of these mates players should now be able to save, continue, take their guns into the next round, because G2 don't want to go hunting massively. Don't want to overdo it, feed any ult. Well, I guess Gentlemates have all their ults. But Berry X, an incredible player when working with the team, is so consistently put out as what feels like bait. She's alone out there. She's not even got Marty flashing her onto these lines. She's taking these disadvantaged angles from these close, tight corners so many times, and it just feels unnecessary.
I think against any team that is less mechanically drilled as G2, maybe that works, having a player as individually brilliant as Berry X. You don't like to see it, but some of the weaker teams it'll work against, not against G2. Wens immediately, Viper's Pit popped, has the Judge in hand, and is getting proactive with it out in the open. Here's the tap. One pumper, the Judge goes through, scares them away.
I'm not surprised. I'd be scared as well of that. So they go back towards mid where Berryx is with the Bucky. Not sure if the drone will spot her out. No, she actually backs off. Doesn't want to give that away.
I like it. Not giving them the player advantage that they have been so diligently collecting each round.
Right here.
Still gonna go hunting though. Ooh. To go into doors or not. They press pause on it for a second. Berryx on the other side, not gonna get scanned. Oh, knows that there's one in the smoke. Oh, just missed it. Oh, Hunter's Fury comes on out. Akita's gonna go down. And look, they're ferrying into Nami here. But Nami doesn't want to peek. Hears too many footsteps. Knows that this is not a fight she wins. At least she gets traded out instantly. Oh, she doesn't! Nami finds the double kill.
30 seconds left.
All goes out. Oh, peeked with Util in hand. Berryx finds a lovely timing. Amy, however, still one available. The slide on out there from Berryx. Taken down. There's no backup. They peek one by one, but Toka is going to find the kill. And Gentlemates, a third round on the board, punishing these little mistakes from G2 that are starting to creep on in.
Utilizing their ultimates for that as well. I think Toka did get that final blow with the Hunter's Fury, but you can see Akita was so low already. Hunter's Fury in mid-air to take the jet out. Anti-air work there from the Sova. And then this mid-crunch. If G2 haven't explored mid in the early round, like we've seen from a couple of rounds so far, it does allow Gentlemates to crunch back in. Meta is different, but we aren't. Gentlemates standing strong. A nice flash there to try and get onto the line, but the one way. Berryx does peek into it. And G2, this orb, they've been going for almost every round. Do they risk it again?
Well, on the plus side, it's not Berryx that's on the end of the stick that they're dangling now. It's the orb instead. And G2, I think they know this. They've not gone for it. They've been so much slower. Marty on the angle finds one. Berryx is still tucked on in here, trying to bait and switch. Flash goes over immediately. The knife comes on out. Stun to try and peek, but Mimi and Vanya both find their marks. Toka's still here, though. It's not an empty site that they've been gifted. Recon Dart's going to give the information that there's at least some more players pushing on through here. They've managed to just sidestep each other, circling round the pyramid. And Toka's got a lovely timing, lines up both, and the 4K for the fourth round.
How on earth is Gentlemates winning these rounds where they should not? They have no right to do it. And it all comes down to their mechanics. We'll see it here in the replay. When it goes over to Toka, ignore this first fight. This didn't go their way. Toka's movement here is impeccable. Shoot, step, shoot, step. G2 cannot find her head. And now, in order to find their 7th round, they're calling a tactical pause of their own. G2 want to try and end this half with an advantage. They're close to a fair few ults. But mates also have theirs online. G2 need to find these little advantages to be able to push this through.
We talked about Gentlemates as well, is that if you don't have a dominant half against them, you don't win the map against them.
Yeah.
And if they can close this out 6-6, even 5-7 here, I think that's a good enough half, because this is a team with clutch potential to the maximum. They're a team that stabilizes better than any other team in the league. And so you can't be affording them the opportunity to do that. You can't be giving them the opportunity to allow any one of these players to clutch.
And clutches they do. As we know from Gentlemates, they have the top 3 clutches in the league on their team. That is almost unheard of. If they win the early round because of people like Barry, people like Marty, going aggressive, finding those kills, sure. But if you let them clutch, their individual mechanics, as well as their team play, will carry them over that line. And now G2. Pushing A once again. Toka, well, we saw a clutch the last.
Marty has found the first here. Around the corner, no command pop. Drone's going to spot one, and Toka's desperately trying to get into a safe distance. Vanya finds hers. Amy with another. Mimi steps on in. Every piece of the puzzle coalescing. And there's going to be nobody able to revive Marty here. It's just Berryx.
Last player standing.
Marty does fall. Berryx with the op in hand.
Spike planted.
And Viper's pick goes on out. Just desperate to get this round over the edge. Switch over to the Phantom here. Weaving, they both peek on out, but they're not allowing the isolated fights. G2's pack mentality as they go hunting for a half.
Herding themselves up towards an advantage. And now Gentlemates, the money, despite winning a couple of rounds in a row, is not great. They use the null command there as well, so that's gone. These big tools, the operator, who won't be able to afford it. It's out. And it's all going to come down to how do they fight again. Toka's been on fire this game. I think that interview really fired her up. And she's almost got another Hunter's Fury online. She survived. She should have it in this round. As Gentlemates go exploring back towards halls, but this has never gone well for them. Oh, hello, it's us.
Hello, welcome back.
We don't know what's happening.
Are you as in suspense as I am here? What do we think? What do we predict? We need one of those like cahoots where it's like the ABC. What do we think's happened? Does Toka get an amazing 4K? Does G2 just fundamentally sweep the round? What are we predictions?
Realistically, what we should be seeing here is Gentlemates not winning this round. They had worse money. G2 should be getting up to 8.
Well, we'll see. We are going to go to a halftime break. We'll see you afterwards and we'll find out what happened in that last round. Don't go anywhere if you want to find out. Welcome back, and it turns out Gentlemates won the round, and that's what we talked about. This is a somewhat even half, and we know that Gentlemates like to pounce on moments of weakness. G2's pistol rounds, though, well, they cannot be understated.
They are so good in these pistols, and I mean, when you've got Breeze and Ascent as Akita's favorite maps, both of them in this series, G2's going to be feeling pretty confident, but now they switch over onto the defense and they're going exploring mid themselves. They love this on the attack side, doing the same on the defense, and they're going to be here to try and crunch in if mates choose to go to A, but instead mates are backing off, and BerryX all spotted some people there from mid from G2.
All goes up, immediately peeling away, rotating, heading on over towards B, but Gentlemates, they've actually just not made up their mind yet. They've got ships laid across the map here. Now the commit over towards B. And G2 with all this mid control, they control the flow of information.
The key thing here for me is Wens. What is she going to make any noise over towards A? Because G2's going to see this lineup, and everybody knows this lineup heads towards B. So G2 will know what's happening. But look at Nami. She's uncertain. She's not decided. She's leading A. The call's been made and it was right.
It was, and now the flood comes on through. Well, I say the flood. Only one player's actually managed to get onto site, and they're going to leave BerryX tucked on in.
Left.
And actually, they're not even going to try deal with her. They're like, yeah, okay, somebody's there. Not our problem, because over towards A is where we've got a real issue. But two players holding mid. Vanya, 1 for 1 in the kills there. Wens pushing on forward. Wall comes on down. She's going to have a lovely angle. The second wall goes down. Jumps behind them. Stabs them in the back. Nami with 2 of her own, and the round's over.
6 and 7 as Gentlemates. They win the pistol. The G2 usually are so good on. They made such a beautiful call there to throw that fake. You could see Nami was waiting in spawn to make the right decision, and they made the right one perfectly. Wens as well, that little jump behind, absolute perfection. The timing there, she could hear the footsteps in the water, and we love to see that coming through. And now Gentlemates, they're not going for any kind of FPX buy, they're full buying into this. Only Nami on the lurk has a ghost. And what we're seeing is G2 with a little bit of a stack towards speed. Gentlemates did this the same on their round 2. Are they going to expect it to be played against them?
Big question there. Nami around the corner, takes the fight.
Ooh.
Mimi goes down. And there's the first domino to topple. A site. Wow, Nami's got the whole place to herself. Has to deal with Ever though indoors.
She's got a shorty as well. Did you see a hold in there? Nami, if you go here, you're low enough to get one tap by that shorty. And she's going to hit the footsteps. The G2's made the right call. They're in the right place. But they've only got those classics.
That's going to be the worry, and Wens posted on up here. They know they haven't cleared outdoors. They know that danger might be a little bit closer than initially anticipated. There's the first 2 picks go down, and Ever, poor Ever with the shorty, is not going to get pushed. They're just going to keep their arm out. Absolutely no getting near. And they're just trying to retreat, get to safety, and they'll be able to do so. It's the question, do mates follow them?
I think they should, especially Nami. She's got that ghost building up towards an astral divide, ready for round 15. Could be extremely good. But instead, Ever's still got that shorty.
Oh, the
Marty,
corner.
not
Oh,
ready.
it's perfect. It's so perfect. And Wens doesn't want to let this weapon slip away. Round the corner. Very, very hesitant of the shorty. There's the first. Round the side. Oh, Vanya finds 2. Heroics here. Just to find something. Picks up the weapon. And is actually just picking up the weapon for cosmetics. Goes down to the spike. And we tie up the scoreboard 7 and 7. And the prophecy about stabilization for Gentlemates might be falling into place here.
Definitely, but they lost a lot of guns there. They brought 4 weapons in, and they only took 2 out alive. Thanks to Ever's shorty heroics, and Vanya working there as well to try and take down Wens. Oh, I love to see the shorty in those kind of rounds. It's so silly. But 2 guns now saved through. They managed to buy up a couple more. They should have the next round on lock as well. But Akita's gone for the glass cannon up. This is a risky move for G2 on round 15. And she's not in the right place for it.
Both of these teams, Akita, Berry X, both fans of the glass cannon op. Varying degrees of success we've seen over the past couple of days from it, though. Now, having a look, Toka still just holding on, hoping for a peek. Not going to be gifted any such luck. Gentlemate taking a leaf out of G2's book, poking a prod, take the orb and leave.
Akita, she's going to get locked. This is perfect. She's ready for this, holding the same line the entirety of this round so far. And Toka's drone is not going to drag them away. Gentlemates do this all the time.
Akita, there's the first. Immediately peel back. Another bullet in the chamber, lining up for more, but there's been a play across. Has to adjust the crosshair, but doesn't want to leave herself out in the open there. Stuns go on through. Wall comes on up. She can get ahead of it, though. Missed shot. She has to peel away. That's not to be overrun.
30 seconds
Berry
left.
X already pushing, already in the back lines. Isolates the first fight. Spots 2 more players. Akita's still going, though. Still has that up online, and now Wens has been left alone and being peeked. Crunched from both sides. Caught in the middle of a wedge of death. And G2, they retain the lead.
Mimi, the IGL, the captain, and her utility was impeccable. That knife popped all of them. No utility for Gentlemates as they exec in, and her flashes full blind multiple times. And this is what we can expect from Mimi. Not necessarily top boarding when she's on the KO, but her assists, her impact. It's incredible. And now as we head into the next, Berryx, an operator on the attack. As the solo duelist, it's a risky move.
Incredibly so. Akita has been so diligent. This one angle, dedicated her map to it. Waiting, there's the first Berryx taken down. Post back up on the angle. This ward has caused a lot of problems. She's been denied the multi-kills here. Hasn't been denied the opening picks, though.
But Ever in the right position. Nami, this is the movement, the mechanics from Gentlemates that is so good. And now the call's been made to head over towards B. And G2, wait, no, mates.
They're going to have a clash in mid. Both teams cooking. One of them, though, it's starting to burn a little bit. Vanya spots the first two. Nami finds the pick, though. Mimi caught out in the open. Just too many heads, too many bodies to contend with. There's the peek on out from Amy. Nami has found it. Now just Akita left. You know she was on A site. You know that she was holding with the op because she took down Berryx in the first 20 seconds. Now she's going to have to try deal with this entire fence in the last 20 seconds, but actually might just look to pack it up. She's so far removed from the situation and knows that Gentlemates like to leave somebody waiting for you to stop you rotating over, and she's got no idea where the secret agent's lurking.
And you kind of want to save this up. She's trying to save it in what she thinks is the best possible place, but she's got her back to Toka. And that's where Toka could potentially stab you. Obviously, the door will make noise if it opens, so this is probably the best place to save the op as Toka goes exploring. And now G2. Harbor ult online. Brilliant for the retakes. As Akita's up, can she take down Toka? Yeah. Toka was not aware. And Gentlemates economy, they can't send anyone else to hunt down this op. They need to be saving these weapons because they've got one ult online, but that's the Astral Divide is not really enough just to convert the next round alone.
I hate to say it,
no, far from it. And that's something that actually Gentlemates were really good with G2, is that we saw G2's economy was kept relatively humble. They weren't able to go hunting as much as maybe they would have liked to over in the first half. So always this 10 steps ahead, thinking ahead going on here. And Nami, I mean, just absolutely stand. And this is what we said about this team. We highlighted Marty coming in. Berryx being one of the best players of the year. Wen's one of the best clutch players. Nami now having her time in the sun, as well as being at the helm.
And Nami is an incredible player for us to call out here. Her versus Vanya is such an intense matchup in the controller department. Obviously, different agents here. Difficult to compare them in this moment right now, but they both have so many star moments, highlights this stage. As Gentlemates, they've got the buy up against G2. Akita's holding the line. She re-peeks back into it. Just going to stop mates from pushing up here, so they have to go out B alone. But I think they're happy with that.
And actually, it's only Ever here, and with a shotgun, especially with that smoke coming on through. But given the chance here to try reposition, fast lane's on in, no chance. Ever with a Bucky gets one. Nami's not going to allow that to be anything further. Missed shot from Akita, uncharacteristic and unfortunate, as Marty will find the pick. Spike goes down, nothing they can do about it, and now just the pistols left. All of those guns taken out of hands. And they've got a really awkward fight back into this. Wall's going to go up there from Vanya. Wen's... Are they expecting somebody still in window? Mimi's found a lovely shot there. Wen's holding the exact angle Amy's pushing, and that unfortunately feels like the death bell tolling. Mimi gets one or more, but Marty puts an end to that. Gentlemates in the lead now. And this is where we worried about it, right? If you don't get a strong hub, if you give Gentlemates the room to work, they will work.
And they are continuing to work. Okay, a couple of over peaks, a little bit of unnecessary lack of discipline, and I think we could say quite safely here for Gentlemates. But regardless, G2 know how important the next couple of rounds are. Look at the ult economy for both of these teams. Everyone has their ults online or coming up. And the money for G2, if they lose this round, is going to be in the bin. Gentlemates will be up to 11 potentially after that. We're really looking at Gentlemates. Yeah. If they can win this next round, winning this map and go into Fracture feeling incredibly happy, incredibly ready to win this series and secure that grand finals for themselves already.
I think something that's been quite good is we're starting to see them shutting down Akita a little bit more, is that she was really running rampant over towards A. She repositions and immediately can't quite find the opening pick. Berriex hasn't been maybe having the same level of luck. But also, gentlemates, think about how many rounds they've won even with a player disadvantage. And that's a real problem because G2, they spiral. And when they can't get that spiral spinning, that's when it starts to come apart.
It's all about momentum for both of these teams. And now, Akita's up on that high line over towards B, but gentlemates, they like these slower paced rounds. How long will she wait there? Or are they just going to hard exit? Mimi's knife spotted absolutely everyone there, I think. The utility going to take a while to come back up. But G2 don't rotate over. Mates are just going to hard exec this.
You are divided.
They are. Cosmic Divide goes over. Stall util. The Molly is going to buy them a bit of time. Drone going over. Berriex already over the top. On site. Back site. Pushing the issue. Wall goes up, and this wall has been so good at dicing up the map. And Viper's Pit on top. It's a quick execute. It's punchy. And it's a punch to the gut. Nothing that G2 can do. Now all grouped together to play retake, but they're so paranoid that somebody's pushed through mid because they've got no information elsewhere on the map. Hunter's Fury goes on out. Tapping away. Ooh, one to the right, one to the left, one hopefully in the middle. It's going to light up just one player. Mimi, however, that's all that was needed.
Into the deeps.
Reckoning comes on out as well. Mimi, as being revived here. Wen's tucked on in, weathering the util storm. Only good for one. Toka gets one with the shock dart. Berriex spraying away, but two with the shock darts. And now just Toka. Time's so low. And then just about, no, they don't.
They didn't get it.
Devastation, and that's a Red Bull clutch with the whole G2 team going down, but it doesn't matter. Gentlemates, 2-round lead in the nick of time, and that's gotta hurt. That ruins the money, the mental, the economy, everything is coming in ruin.
There was something like 6 or 7 ultimates invested between these two teams. But G2, they invested so many of the important ones here, crucially. The no command, the reckoning, the key pieces, and despite Toka missing a couple of shots here, the time wasn't enough. And now, despite winning the round, gentlemates, they probably called this timeout before the round was won. The coaches were like, oh, we've got to keep this momentum as much as possible. But look at the money. G2 in tatters, and they lose this. Gentlemates get up to 11. Berriex will have overdrive by then as well. And what did G2 have? The Viper's Pit, the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, they could use these to try and get themselves back in, but it's not a guarantee, not like the Reckoning and the Null Command. They are guaranteed value. The others, less so.
Yeah, it's very situational right now, and the question is, do you pop them, try get yourself back in line, or do you try weather the storm, keep the ultimates, and then push beyond if you can even the numbers? They're running out of opportunity here. Any more rounds that gentlemates get, well, this is G2's map pick, and this was their series to lose. Here we go. Pushing on forward. So much mid-control taken here by gentlemates. Already pushing up, but they're going to jump into window. I mean, why don't you? Taking the space here. Eva knows that this is a possibility. Flash goes on over, swing with it. Eva dodges it, and it's a lovely flash, and would I love to see it get some value, but it's got Eva on high alert. There it is. There's the peek on out, the information, but not willing to risk giving G2 the chance to make those sheriffs sing like we know they can. Drone comes back over just to re-establish some level of information and control.
And this control is what really matters. Gentlemates have stayed silent after that little peek towards top mid. Now G2 have to be scared, have to be worried about where they could be peeking from. We know gentlemates are heading over towards B, but G2 don't. And you can see Akita, she's worrying about A main a bit, but eventually G2 has to move towards B.
It's a slow process, and they're taking their time. I can't help but feel maybe not enough time to right the wrongs, especially with Wen's finding the first. Vanya, it's a lovely shot. The second, you can see it in your mind, but the shots don't connect. Berriex, Toka both find theirs. The knives have been popped. Oh, finally! gets one, but it's with the side arm. Marty's been pressured, but she's not falling back. No, she wants to take this fight right here, right now. Akita, I think Marty catching a little bit of a stray there. But 2 versus 2. The round feels a little bit of a foregone conclusion. Those shock darts are scary with everyone such low health, and we know what they can do. The double kills that have already been found with them. But G2, they pick up a Guardian, they pick up a Vandal, and they've got, you know, a couple... the ults were expended. The money's not going to be great as well. It just feels like this was a chance. And Gentlemates baited on out. Both kills come through, but this is the issue. G2 can stabilize, but not with enough time.
Again, losing to that bomb exploding as mates get their 11th online. G2, they invested in ultimate. The Hunter's Fury found basically no value from it. Like I said, it can go really well, but if you use it at the wrong time, you get nothing.
One enemy remaining.
And, you know, the extra utility in the post plant, it's good, it's solid. Akita's shooting just as good. What is going on there?
I think we need coach cams more often.
Yeah.
I want to hear coach comms.
I want to hear Coach Comms as well. Incredible work. But now, anyway.
Overdrive.
Viper's Pit over towards B. The Overdrive and this Judge over on A. Dangerous work potentially from Berry X if they choose to exec, but they heard the op from Akita. And they still want to go?
I think they do. Ever just jiggle picking the angle, couple of bullet tracers spotted. Overdrive now, pop, tapping away. Akita's here though, and this is a risky move to make. Missed shot, slides on in. That's the entry that they needed here. Ever tapping away, it's a little bit of damage on to Mimi here.
Planted.
Spike goes down. That's gonna be it. There's the first pick coming on through. Toka waiting. They don't really want to overplay their hand. They're happy to sit and fight on site. Trying to get Toka tucked back in towards main here. And there's no smokes or anything they can use, so this B main position is going to be... A main position is going to be horrid to play from. Berry X gets one. Amy, Mimi both find theirs. Nami holding on. We talked about the clutches. More needed here. Ever goes down. Toka tapping away. This time, G2 finds it. The snake bite as well, not positioned well enough to deny them. And there we have it. G2 deny map point.
I've been praising Gentlemates for their movement, for their mechanics, but Ever showed off a little bit there as well. Fully utilizing the movement and the Phantom's accuracy when moving. Berry X, I love the idea to pick up the op and try and find something with it. It's a lot of fun when it does work like that, but like I said, the snakebite missed. And now with no more timeouts left for either team in regulation, Gentlemates is down to an eco. They're going to be using this to build up for their next ultimate cycle. Hunter's Fury coming online relatively soon. They can get that ready for the next round. Or this round, they're taking the orb. Did they use that on the eco? Surely not.
Well, we've seen what they're able to conspire on the thrifty buys.
It's true.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility, but waiting for a little bit more. And still, Berry X, a lot of noise being made, but G2 have not wavered in their dedication to B.
Just prodding and poking, trying to find the space, and I mean, they found a lot. There's still a minute left in the round as they're putting this util down. Getting ready to exit, trying to draw out the snake bite, but Amy, she's patient with it.
Incredibly so. Berry X, though, we got to talk about the space she's taking already back site here. Ever peeks on out, and Nami's found one as well. Guns picked on up, Spike goes down, and in a matter of seconds, devastation. Waiting, hopping on up. And this wall has been devastating and holding off G2. Akita missed shot, and Berry X just jumping on the corner. Hunter's Fury does get invested, and why not? If you can get this round across the line. This has yielded you everything you need in this map, and then some. Nami carving herself an exit path here, and G2 have no option but to save, and saving, even that seems like a foregone thought. Vanya falls. And the rest of the team, Gentlemates, able to back away, and it's a flawless thrifty.
absolutely flawless. They've managed to get the Astral Divide online as well, and the Emoda Thrifty comes on through for Gentlemates to get them up to map point on their opponent's map pick. And the synchronized kills there with the Sheriff, no idea how that was perfectly in time. But Berryx is getting through to the back of sight unnoticed. So crucial. And now mates don't have the most perfect buy, but they've got the Astral Divide. They've got full shields across the board. Comes down to Akita with this up. Can she find the picks on B?
Akita, has to be perfect. Marty, Berryx both find theirs, and Ever's still here, but absolutely nothing you can do. Berryx has your name, has your number, and has come knocking for her series. Ever with the Bucky gets one, however, and that's been the time to call over Vanya. What can the two of them accomplish here? Trying to hold them off. Spike hasn't gone down. Ever's creeping on forward, but you're just begging her not to peek it. Nami in tunnels here. Perfect line of sight onto Vanya. And now Mimi slowly crawling on forward, has to deal with Nami before she can even help out. And Ever's gone down in the meantime. This is it. 1 versus 4, and Mimi's great, but Nami is better. And that's the 13th round. G2's map pick falls at the feet of Gentlemates. And this is the setup. This is the Gentlemates dynasty being built.
They want to get that grand finals. They want to win it out. And they're going to take Breeze, the first step towards that mountain. Not in dominant fashion, it was definitely in G2's favor for a fair amount of that map, but they came back in the second half. And at the end of the day, if Gentlemates can stabilize, they almost always win. And that was, I mean, that was a very exciting game, to be honest.
Yeah.
I love how back and forth that was for a while, but Gentlemates' awareness of the map and the time left on the clock, they use the time as a pure resource to gain as many advantages as possible before getting into the post plan. It's beautiful Valorant.
I think it is, and I mean, there's so many moments in that were just immaculate there. And there's, I think, a couple of things to highlight here is when you're playing like this, Marty was a player that we sung so much praise of coming into this, right? And it wasn't her best performance, but it didn't have to be. Is that you can have somebody who is maybe lagging behind a little bit here, but Gentlemates is a team, they're so good at coming together to lift up as a unit, and that is what makes them so unstoppable. Is somebody can have a bad day, and it doesn't matter, it doesn't change the outcome.
Having bad days as a team is something that will happen. Individual players will have bad days. And when you have mechanical players like Gentlemates do, that can just push through. Regardless of that, someone like Nami, who got so many highlight clips, Toka as well. Incredible work. When you've got people with this mechanics, with this movement, it doesn't matter if someone's having a bad day, because the team is there to back them up. Nami got, what, 2 4Ks that map?
At least. I lost count after the first 2, you know? But it was just stunning stuff. But it's one of those things that we talk a lot about teams where sometimes they need an individual to step up to be the catalyst for change, that you can't rely on this so consistently. But it never felt like it was an over-dependence on Nami. Nami getting the kills was a nice benefit, but it didn't feel like that was the win condition of the rounds.
Yeah, they don't rely on individuals, but they have them there to follow up, to back up, and to get the clutches, those last-minute moments, if they need it. Because this is the thing with Gentlemates. In the early round, they have people like Berryx and Marty to create the space for the team to then play off of. And in the late round, they have the 3 best clutches in the league on their team to close it out. So if they can't win in the early, they can win in the late. This is why this Gentlemates roster is so incredible, why they won Stage 1 and why they are looking like they are on track to win Stage 2.
Exactly, but we don't even have a break for you. We've got an interview lined up for you. I got the chance to speak to a couple of players today. And you know what? Give it a little bit of insight. Maybe we can find some glimmers of information that might help G2 dig deep to come back into the series. I'm here with the incredible Amy now. It feels like the team is been building up and building up throughout the stage. You're finally reaching that crescendo. What do you think has maybe been the biggest change or improvement or lesson learnt since the first series of Stage 2?
I think we have just been having a lot of talks, like after we win, after we lose, after practice, like we always have a debrief with each other and we talk about like what went wrong and what can we do better. And I think the biggest part is like we were not playing like ourselves in like officials, and we were just putting so much pressure on ourselves and like not enjoying the moment while playing and like having fun and like actually like just feeling and enjoying playing the game instead of like feeling this pressure of like we need to win, we need to do this, we need to do that. And like I think we right now we're like way more chill and like trying to just have fun while playing. And I think that's the biggest difference for us. Like we know how good we can be and we know how like we're way better than other players. No hates, but like I think I'm just really confident in our team. And I think when we like just are having fun and are playing loose and playing our game, it's just like we're on another level, and I'm just happy to play like this.
Well, talking of having fun, I've heard that the sort of canonical event for G2 is that you and Akita flame each other every 2 minutes. How did all of this start? And also, did the team pick sides? Did they try break it up, or did they just sort of let it happen?
I think me and Akita, me and Eslin, are just very close. Like she's Chinese as well, and I think I related to her in a lot of ways because in the beginning when she joined G2, she was still in school, and I was doing the same as well, like before my past team on Ascent and the other teams before. So I felt like I could really relate to her, and me and her are just really close. We're going to China together, for example, in the summer break. So yeah, like our love language is just like bantering with each other and making jokes and just having fun, to be honest. And like I don't think anyone is choosing a side, but I'm gonna be honest, like Akita is a bit of an NPC sometimes, so like Vanya and Eva and Mimi, like sometimes they're like saying like Aston bot.
I absolutely love it. Now, my final question for you. Revenge on the line today, not just for the group stage match, but for the Split 1 finals. Do you have any fighting words, any words of confidence before you head into the server?
Well, I'm just gonna wish them good luck because it's not gonna be the same G2 as you've played against before.
Well, I look forward to seeing the new G2 look, and I'm gonna let you go get ready for the match. We're really looking forward to watching it. I'll see you in the server.
Thank you so much.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
history repeating itself, with Gentlemates taking their opponent's map pick, G2 goes and map falls at their feet. And now we head on to Fracture. And this is quite an exciting one for us. Let's take a look at the overall veto, because I'll be honest, Map 3 is still a possibility. Map 3 is on the horizon, and we can never count G2 out of it. But Fracture is something that we're excited to see, because this is a rematch from the previous, match in the group stage, and something that we're starting to see patterns emerging.
Yeah, on Fracture, as we see here, our map 2, this was picked up by Gentlemates, and G2 starting on the defense. This should be really good for G2, as they are able to work on the defense. Their defense has been pretty solidly before as well. Overall, this map is good for them. However, the key thing is when we switch sides, I noticed a key part of both of these two teams' plans was their push through flanks on the defense side. Using the fact that, Fracture is a weird map and taking that to their advantage, G2 Gozen's comp, though, this is the third switch up in compositions that they've had. Akita going over to the Waylay, and Mimi's Phoenix. I think Mimi is incredible. Her Phoenix is exciting, but it's not necessarily been incredible. And I don't know if I like this comp switch.
I like it because I'm a big fan of the Anarchy, but what I will say is it's risky business switching comp so late into the tournament, and this is the chance for grand finals. Yes, there's a lower bracket if it doesn't work out, right? But this is the chance for grand finals. You're already a map down. You go onto your opponent's map pick. And maybe the plan is, because we're actually just about to bring it up, how they've started learning each other's patterns, how they've started countering each other, how they've started to be so in tune with how the other plays, that maybe this comp switch up will be the difference maker. Now they played a little bit differently. They tried pulling curveballs out and hope that they can get ahead of Gentlemates before they can sort of keep up and catch up.
Both of these teams have some of the best coaching staffs that we have in Game Changers. That is just a fact at this point. I think they're up there with teams like SK. And G2 know that. G2 know that Gentlemates' coaches will be anti-stratting, will be doing whatever they can to work out what G2's game plan is and how to play against it. This comp switch up ruins all of that prep. And we don't know how much prep went into it for Gentlemates, but they must have known they were picking this map. So now, as they start on the attack side, they are heading into the unknown. G2 are taking that B main control. But mates, they're spread across the entire map, and Berryx is holding it for Mimi.
First pick goes the way of Gentlemates. Orb secured. Amy's going to hear all of this, and you can see how quickly Vanya's trying to rotate on over. Smokes come on out, but so much util thrown into Generator to stop them peeking. Berryx, so much base taken. Akita, though, punishes Toka here, importantly. Spike goes down, and actually Vanya with another pick. Tides are starting to turn a little bit here.
Yeah, they still know Akito's underneath. They've got to be really careful for this as the smokes drop. This is G2's chance to get the retake on.
Akita slowly but surely, but you can't be playing slowly right now. You just don't have the time. Wen's holding specifically for this, but drawn away attention, and Crosshair drifting with all the noise. Marty needed to make a final stand. One more. 1 versus 2.
Flash out.
Flash goes on out, there's the first, but it's being stuck. Are they aware of this? Tap on through, Akita comes off of the defuse and finds the pick. That's exactly what they needed to keep themselves going. And G2, pistol round queens. There's one more for the stats.
Yeah, despite Mimi walking into Berryx's crosshairs right at the beginning. Oh, Marty, a little bit more patience with that ghost, and maybe that went the other way, but instead G2 on the defense. They're going to be able to buy up this Outlaw, and Akita on Waylay. This is something I've missed. I don't think we've seen her Waylay at all this stage, if I'm remembering right. And the fact we get her back onto this, it makes me incredibly excited. She's already in the right place to catch Berry. Yeah, there we go. There's 2.
One enemy remaining.
And Ever with 2 of her own. And now just Marty, always just Marty. But map 1 was maybe a little bit of a difficult situation for her individually, but now on all cylinders.
I mean, she's almost got this Rolling Thunder online as well. She dies this round, which is, let's be honest, very likely to happen. She gets that for that round 3 if Gentlemates feel like they need it into the anti-bonus. Amy, surely, you know, does fall Rolling Thunder online. I kind of want to say use it in the 1v3. Is that throwing?
I would say that it was maybe unwise, but I would say that it'd be fun. And to be honest, with the spike going down, not beyond the realms of possibility, but she's been penned in here. And before she could even consider it, she's already been taken down. But given what they came into this round with, I think pretty exciting stuff. And we're already seeing this get intense.
I mean, Akita's happy. 6-0, the
you blame
double
her?
kill with the Outlaw at the beginning. She's going to be feeling very good with that.
Wasn't worried
And
for a second.
Convergent Paths online. Obviously, Fracture, 4 ult orbs across the map. We're going to be seeing a lot of these big, powerful ults cycling up super quick. And G2, they've got their own to counter the Rolling Thunder. The Convergent Path's great when you're on those lower weapons to try and push back in, whether it's for the retake or if they're going nice and aggressive with it. Doesn't look like aggro for them to start with. As Gentlemates, they're heading over towards B. Trips on north and south just to make sure that any push through flanks from G2 are being watched. And Mimi, she's going aggressive.
Very X around the side, Mimi, the legendary flashes, but she has to just fall back. But unfortunately, the stun's thrown her way. There will be no escape. And Berry X, well, when has she ever been deterred by a smoke? Rolling Thunder comes on out, and that's going to allow them to flood onto the site. Dam breaks, and now they have the spike going down.
And G2 are going underneath. They're going to try and catch Wenz off guard.
Wenz, though, this time caught off guard once, ready for the first spots out Vanya as well. The one way, it's about to fade and all just about able to dash back on across to the right-hand side. But Wenz has done her job masterfully. And now Marty pushes on round, knows that Vanya's still here, takes her down, traps them on in. Nami's found one of her own. Now just Amy left. They know where she is. Picked up a weapon, but that's not long-lived. And there we go, Gentlemates, first round on the board, this time earlier, this time keeping G2 humble and soon.
But they invested the Rolling Thunder into that round when G2, they knew that the weapons weren't great, but they remembered what happens when G2 gets online, when they get their momentum rolling. So they felt like they had to invest it. And now Marty's a long way from the next. No ultimates really to speak of for mates, but G2, well, they are cycling all of them up now.
Big, powerful burst. Imminent for them. Now creeping up, down, B long. Trip for the flank, and always a good thing. We talked about G2 loving to get aggressive with it. Prowler coming on through, but this is the issue. Mimi being pushed so heavily, and the issue is pushed back, and she has to run through the Teo missile to even find safety. Neural Theft comes on out here. And one person, a solo ult there, Paul Wenz. The cage comes through just to try keep herself alive. Vanya finds Wenz eventually. Akita pushing on forward. Mimi's still in tower. And unfortunately, Gentlemates just systematically pulled apart here. And Berry X on the other side of the map. 3 plants at least.
Yeah, she's going to get the spike down. G2 here realized that the Neon had escaped with that spike. And she positions aggressive. She's going to try and find 1 or 2 and then back off to play the clutch.
Hear all of these footsteps just waiting, but they're not coming her way. Oh, the Prowler just at the last second runs on forwards. Usually not one to run towards danger, but had to do something. And G2, not even really much of a retake needed. The early round just so good. And there we go, seeing Ever get the defuse. Nightfall's online and available at their fingertips as they head into the 5th.
Run it back as well. A lot of tools here for G2 to keep the momentum now. They allowed mates to get their anti-bonus. That's fine, but now the mates don't have incredible money. They can just about buy up most of their members. Nami.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
No, just going to look to buy for next. Not wanting to invest too heavily. Hoping that they can pull some of G2's ultimates out. That's the key thing. If they can get them out this round, that opens up the rest of this half for mates.
Bring them down.
Prowler goes on through, clearing out A main. Nothing to be heard there. That's a huge amount of information, a huge position
right back.
to have just being held by one player. But actually, mates looking, holding on just in case they're getting pushed. They're so wary of G2's behavioral patterns. Hasn't stopped them yet. Now we head in towards, well, one of the two sides of spawn. Looked like there was going to be a bit of a battle there between Wenz and Akita, but no, both fall away. Heading on in, Wenz making a little bit of noise over towards Dish, and that's the first that they've heard. But Mimi's heard so much information that no one's being fooled. Toka's the actual first pick to be found. Flash is dodged. Amy manages to get onto site, checking the camera. Nobody's pushed through the smokes just yet. Has a trip just in case. Mimi to re-clear on through Arcade. Silent drop down. Marty. Actually, there's a little bit of a crossfire established here. Walk into it. Not going to be able to find either. Berry X gets one, gets traded on out there. Toka 2, trying desperately. Akita gets a little bit ahead of herself, gets punished here. You know that Vanya's here as well, tapping around the corner. A lot of damage done. There's the kill confirmed. And just Amy. Gentlemates. Oh, they've just about got time. That almost got scary. Spike had been any further away, they might have had an issue, but no. Gentlemates, queens of stabilising a bad situation. Queens of righting the wrongs of early round.
Really able to bring it back. G2 was split across the map because of the aggression in that early round from Gentlemates. 2 on each site. You can't support the other. And as Mimi went exploring and got taken down, the players over towards A were forced to do the same towards A main, and Gentlemates were waiting with open arms to take them out. And now, despite the ult advantages that G2 had going into the round, they didn't use either of them. And now they've given the opportunity for Gentlemates to get their own up. I want to see what G2 have planned for this run it back. Do they have some cool set strategy, right? We've seen a couple of nice walls from Mimi already. We've seen her flashes around corners. We know she's good at that. How are we really taking advantage of this Phoenix for G2? That's the biggest question mark for me.
I think you're right there. Something I also want to highlight is that we wanted to see G2 with these big flashy starts to the half. And that's the reason that the scoreline was as close as it was over there on Breeze, is because they got a really good start. Now they've not been allowed to run away with it. Now they've been kept humble from the get-go. Is that if Gentlemates can close this up already, we start to worry about the longevity of G2 on this map. Berry X round the corner has been taking so much space and taking names in the midst of it as well. Wen's waiting, always just applying pressure, not letting them have this A main control, at least not without concern.
She spotted the operator there from Akita, worried about it. The rest of Gentlemates, though, heading up towards Dish, towards A. Eva is watching, and Akita's in A main. And the rest of G2 are coming on over. They know what the call is from Gentlemates. How do they deal with this op in A main? Because G2's holding it down.
Nightfall comes on out. Overdrive popped, already ahead of it. Oh, long range going for the stuns. And if Amy doesn't tuck her out, then Mimi was round the corner waiting. Run it back, immediately invested. Finds nothing but a face full of lead. Akita smoked on off with the op. Hoping for anything. Little drone comes on through, not going to be able to catch anything, but Akita gets one. That's Nami, gets her into sand, allows them to get into a position to apply pressure on this. Armageddon, though, available, and it's going face first into G2. Immediately having to reposition, having to head over in towards A main instead. And here we go, creeping on through. Toka, very worried, knows that they could be there. Jumping on up, there's the first isolated fight. And Akita still with the op in hand. Cumbersome to wield. And there you have it, Marty, beautifully done. Gentlemates tie up the scoreboard early. And G2, it seems that they can't get these rounds over the line. The starts are good, the mid rounds are good, but the end round, it's just falling apart.
Gentlemates are so good in these low-numbered scenarios. So many times you see the perfect, exact right call be made, and the players executing it to perfection. That's the key with Gentlemates. Making the least mistakes possible. And now they've got their ultimate cycle back online. G2 down to an eco. As Gentlemates Rolling Thunder coming on next. Orbital Strike online. Probably don't want to be using it this round. Do they expect G2 pushing this aggressive, this early? Yeah, Toka's going to spot
About to
it.
find out, yeah. There's the first 2 players spotted. Third hasn't been, but they're clearing the corner potentially anyway. No, actually, Toka holds the missile fire. As her teammates creeping up down long. Now the trip's going to give away the game, but if they can punish here, if they can whittle the numbers before they even hit another site. And this util, they're just holding on to it. They haven't even needed it. G2's been so passive, been so scared to push into them. Spike's getting tapped. Now there's still a player tower unaccounted for.
With a shorty as well.
With a shorty, and we know how that's gone in this series so far. But nobody is pushing into her. Rolling Thunder comes on out. That gives them a huge buffer to work with. Berry X swings round. Akita, lovely shot there. Vanya, one of her own. They are the eco queens. Wens now, so much more emphasis put on her position. Toka's low health here. Mori comes on out, burns to a crisp in an instant, and now it's all on Wens. Swings on out. Akita finds the pick, and this time G2 do have it. And it's going to be an Emoda Thrifty coming on through as they defuse, as they get back in the lead. And this was an important round for them to find.
Gentlemates invested ultimates into that round. They invested guns. G2 had absolutely nothing. They even started this down in numbers. But G2 with Sheriffs will just reign supreme. The Molly getting involved too from Vanya. You've got to play so disciplined. And if Gentlemates make mistakes like that, they will lose rounds. They could lose this map. They need to be disciplined, working together, not allowing G2 to get in there. But they've got the convergent paths, the orbital strike. Big pieces here for G2 to continue this streak.
I think important there as well, we see the Molly go out, denies Berry X taking the space too quickly, stops them flooding too soon. Actually, it's forced them right back, re-evaluating the plan here. Vanya round the corner. Ducking and moving. There's the first contact. Stim to try and get out of dodge. Ever's hanging around long enough to throw the tether. Trying to hold them into the orbital strike. And actually catches a teammate instead. And that's a little bit of a problem. Well, not really. I mean, they've still got a 2-player advantage. But you won't ever be allowed to forget that.
No, I mean, that was ever just walking into it, but G2 have now won this round. They've got the spike under their control. They can't risk taking those ropes because they know Mimi's probably pushed out of B, as she often does. So now for mates, yeah, build up ult orbs. Marty trying to get the Rolling Thunder online as soon as possible. She's thrown it in 2 rounds where it probably wasn't necessary. And now Mimi's watching them.
Like a hawk, but they know that she's there. Berry X on the corner. Marty jump on up. We talked about the walls, just buying herself the space to reposition, denying them more ult points, denying them more credits. Flash goes over, again, just buffering and buffering and keeping them trapped and pinted here. And actually, team might coalesce to try swing them here. Mimi, another flash around the corner. Re-peek, the drop on down to be spotted. Knows that both are there. Fault line coming on out just to try to deter Mimi. Timer's over and Mimi now goes hunting. All of this stall just to push anyway, but amounts to nothing.
G2 with the ultimates, with the nice little C's combo there as well from Eva, who does fall, but that's fine. We don't mind that happening. I think there might have been the Waylay stun on her as well, the saturate. Maybe. She seemed to be moving slow, but regardless, Gentlemates, they now need a pause. As we look at these two teams, we look at how powerful their controller players are. Nami and Vanya on top so consistently. We saw it in the previous, but actually on this map, it's not happening as much. We don't see it. But if we talk about Breeze, I mean, they were both so good on that map there.
just stellar stuff there. And I think it's been quite interesting to see. Vanya has been one of those players that we've sung about being at the very top, and maybe hasn't been her, all-time career peak. There's been people coming for her throne, but by no means has she been bad. And she's also been contributing a lot in the team comms, in that secondary calling kind of role, if I'm not mistaken. And to be able to still put up numbers while being able to sort of add that input. And it's also given Mimi a lot of chance, maybe not necessarily as shown in this map right now, but Mimi with the assistant coach being brought on, with that little bit of help with some of the secondary calling, she's been allowed to be unleashed a little bit more as a player, which, I mean, has got to be freeing.
It's got to feel good, right? You're able to finally compete as a player, which is what you wanted to do from the beginning. She's got such a long and storied career, both in G2 and previous games before. And now, mates, toying with Mimi a little bit, but Akita's in the right place at the right time as, yeah, G2 back off. You can see the stim just to get out of dodge as quick as possible. And mates are going to continue their push towards A. They got spotted, but it's only the Cypher setup, and it's not kill trips.
That is very true. Toka, so much information already back site. Mimi pushing for that information is going to deal with the extremity player. That's one less bit of firepower that Gentlemates have going into the late round. And with the slower they play, the more time they allow G2 to set up and get ready for this. But no, Spike's moving away again.
They ran out of time. The smokes were there, dropped in time, but they realized G2 had made it. Oh, Barriers tried to jump over it. It's been spotted as an insert, so mates have to exit here now.
No choice, and there's no way to get Berry X out safely without the rest of the team joining the fray. And that feels bad because Nami's just cleared all of B, but if she can time this flank, if the team on site can hold out long enough, it could be incredibly potent. The issue is it's coming through very slowly. Might just get the timing on Mimi. And now trapped in the middle, trapped in limbo is this G2 defense trying to retake. But the pressure from the front and the back, the smoke for main gives them a little bit of brevity. But Nami swings out, traded out instantly. Berry X being heard, just tapped at the edge of that molly. But they're just looking to defuse, running on through. They hear that it's been half the swing, and they line up for Berry X. And this is what we talk about, closing out maps and closing out gaps in the scoreboard.
Getting so close to tying this back up again. G2 are going to be able to invest back in. The Gentlemates aren't going to be scared after that. Feeling confident in their individuals once again. Akita is frying this map, but Gentlemates are trying to bring this back in as much as possible. I love Nami going for that super late look. You can see Mimi was aware of it, but she just bought enough time for Berry X there to get in there.
The roller coaster.
Now, whoa, big fight to start with. And Mimi gets 3. That was the run it back. She's still alive.
And that's diabolical. That's got to hurt. That you get 3 kills, 3 players taken off, and you find nothing in response. Just wins here now. Has managed to get up into tower, but Spike is being guarded. Mimi's tucked so deep in there. She gets her 4th. It's stunning. And G2 starting to find a little bit of momentum, but harken back to map 1, we talked about it. A good half isn't good enough against Gentlemates here, especially when they get to go onto their favoured side next. We want to see them win out these last 2 rounds, make it a statement, like Mimi just made.
It is a statement and a half as well. The IGL heard us saying that maybe she wasn't popping off in the ways that we've seen from her before. Oh, and she's going to bring it out where possible. Now, Gentlemates, down to an eco. 2 ults online. We've seen them invest the ults into these ecos and found nothing from it. We don't want to see that happening again. Armor getting very close. A 7-5 half is potentially where we're going to see this, and we saw what happened on Breeze with that. G2 need to win at this round. Stop Gentlemates from making this an okay half for themselves.
And over towards B, a game where this map has been fluid, it's been dynamic. And now both sides of B swarming with enemies. Amy, going to be the first line of defense.
And Vanya's stuck up in heaven completely alone. She's got a shotgun.
Never truly alone, but she's been spotted out immediately. The molly just to try stay safe. But they've even invested the orbital strike. But she lives to tell. No, she doesn't live. She tried. Berry X falls. Wens finds hers now. 3 versus 5. Spike goes down. Weapons picked on up there. Mimi looking the wrong way. Caught on out by the classic. Another gun in hand. And Akita. That cage actually might be a blessing in disguise. Allows her to escape. Keep these weapons on over into the next. Deny any more ult points. Because Toka's one away. Wens is one away. And wow, Berry X not too far off herself.
This is a brilliant round from Gentlemates. I've not liked the investment of ultimates into the Thrifties so far, but that was beautiful. Okay, Vanya, bullied. Yes. That sucks for her, but Gentlemates really took advantage of that situation. They knew she was stuck there and alone. And the shotgun, you don't want to be pushing into it. So the Emoda Thrifty comes through for Gentlemates. And they are looking like they might be able to end this at an even half, which it seemed impossible earlier on.
It is even half. It's not enough for G2's my worry. But I mean, I was rooting for Vanya there so much. They stun her on up. She puts in the molly to try leave. They invest the orbital strike. She gets out of there. And then she gets taken down by Barracks. It's an unfortunate situation.
This goes here.
Guns in hands, albeit not the greatest arsenal in the world here for G2 to work with in the last round of the half. Akita hugging the door here, Rolling Thunder invested, pushes Akita off. She's not been spotted, however. Toka's got an eye on it. Armageddon's ready. Ever's been spotted again, but they're not quite sure how populated Sand actually is here. Armageddon comes through. That's going to be a huge problem. Akita, risky play gets punished. Toka gets one, Wens gets one, and it all comes collapsing down. And Toka's going to spot Amy here as well, even suppressed. Nami finds her pick, and Amy, they know exactly where she is, and there's no reason to stop it. Spike's gone down. You might as well get this over and done with. The sooner the better. And we're going to close out even Steven 6-6 half.
Switching sides.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. No one else can judge you.
G2 Queens of Pistols, and what they're going to need right now is a pistol round to set themselves apart, because lest we harken back how quickly mates got those ultimates online over in the first half.
Those ults were so powerful. Not necessarily the ults themselves winning the rounds, but the threat of them.
Yes.
And the space that it cleared allowed Gentlemates to try and get as many rounds as they could before G2 got into their streak. And then come back in the end with that kill, or a couple of kills coming off the back of Toka's Armageddon. Now, as we switch sides, Gentlemates' defense hasn't been as good as their attack, both on this map and overall, but their understanding of the macro here is perfection. G2's previously had really good reads into how mates like to play this, with the push through flanks, with the quick clears. And look at Berriex, already under. Did G2 expect this?
Surely not, but she's been taking so much space and they have spotted her on out, and that makes her position a little bit compromised. Falls back though, but G2 haven't made too much of a move on forward here.
Contacting silently. This makes Gentlemates doubt what's happening.
Peter, just about misses tower, grabs the rope, climbs herself on up. Toka's got to get those missiles off quickly, burning alive in the edge. Berry X finds her first. Vanya, however, going to take her teammate down as comeuppance. Marty swings on out, finds one. That's the spike drop, but no kills going untraded right now. Keeping the numbers even. Akita, low HP. Could have been messy, but inaccurate on the ropes, and that will allow them to get away. But Amy finds the difference maker. No, Berry X, back-to-back kills. 2 versus 1 here. Amy, camera goes out, immediately broken, flashed on through. And Marty, isolated, has allowed Berry X to wrap around, and they don't expect her. They never expect her. And mates, they take the pistol, something we've hearkened about being G2 strength, hearkened about being something they're relying on right now, and that's snatched away from under them.
And now this is the overdrive coming online very soon as well. Expect this in round 3 at the very least.
That's crazy.
The rest of the mates weren't able to build up their own ultimates. That's the one shining light here for G2. But mates now have a buy up. It's not incredible guns, no rifles online. So it's a little bit risky. If G2 can close this gap on their attack side. Making a lot of noise over towards A, but the spike's still at B.
Spike is still over at B. For now. And the rest of the team seems to be joining on over there. Turns going on out. We talked a little bit about how Berry X felt unsupported over on Breeze in her initial pushes, especially on the defense side. This time we're seeing the drones come through to assist her, and I'm liking that a little bit more. Amy almost caught on the zip line there.
It's risky taking that in the middle of the round, but hey, why not sometimes, eh? And now, Gentlemates push through flanks galore. They're going for it already. But Ever's found sight. Oh, Toka was hearing it ready. And the rest of G2 silent for so long. Heading over towards B.
Tripwire is going to be a little bit of a problem. Gets broken. There's the pound. Smokes immediately come out. Wens isn't looking to respect them, however, tucking on in. Peek on out. Actually, she's not going to peek on out. She's going to get peeked and taking names there. Can hear the reloads. And there's another one. Why are they running into a smoke? Face first, and G2 looking for safe haven in the arms of the enemy.
And that's a flawless. It did not look like it should be. G2 managed to default around the map, get the ult orb, so Mimi's got that run it back online. And mates are taking their sweet time. They're happy to. A flawless coming on in. And yeah, sure, no big ultimates on board, but they're incredibly happy keeping all of these weapons and showing G2 that they can win a 5v5 retake absolutely no problem. And now as we look into the next, Berry X, this is a risky buy, but we've seen mates do this a couple of times already. The Operator coming into the 3rd round of the half as we come into a little bit of a tech pause. And I'm looking at Mimi here. This run it back online. Are they going to use this for a fake, or are they going to use this for the real exec? Because one thing we've seen a lot from Phoenix is popping their run it back, hard execing with some kind of long range utility, which, okay, maybe we are lacking a little bit from G2, that long range util like a Breach or a Teho or a Sova, but they've got the fade. Maybe sending a fade eye, sending Mimi in all alone with the run it back, whilst trying to contact up the other side of the map. This is something G2 were doing in their previous composition a lot. Sending in Akita alone into a site to then try and contact push their way up into the opposite side, because they know that mates are pushed through flanking on north or south. It opens that space for them. But mates also might have now got the read that that's what G2 have been doing, so maybe they have to double bluff this. It becomes such a nice mind game between them.
And I like this is what happens when we get to this stage in the competition, right? Is that teams have played each other. Everything is a rematch from here on out. Everything is a game that they've at least played in the group stage. And when we head down to the lower bracket later, we'll start being able to see rematches potentially of games we've even seen in the playoffs. So we're starting to see this storyline narrative build up. And it seems like Gentlemates have just been building a system that makes them so adaptable, so versatile, and able to adapt in the moment. And look at that little backward slide across the zip line. Absolute style points there.
I think she was a bit scared about a push out of dish, but now Mimi pushing in aggression. This isn't a fake.
This is far from. Nami takes down the run it back, and Wenz finds another. Vanya there to fill the gap a little bit, makes this a 4 versus 4. They need to take this tower control. Wenz holding on to it for dear life. Mimi swings on out. Overshot gets one more though. And that does keep us even on the players left in this round. Toka holding from tower, knows they've managed to get up in there, but knows that the sites where she's holding for, they gotta peek back out into her. Amy looking to try and clear the gap a little bit, but Berry X's up rings loud through the echoing halls of Fracture. Spike goes down, but now the reposition, the escape from this little cubby is going to be dangerous. Needs Eva to buy the space, but it's not the op that's taken down. So Vanya still having to tuck on in, having to hide. Toka pushing one up. She's ready for it. Vanya finds one. Berry X. Stun goes on into the corner, but knows there's still one tower. Isolates the first fight, gets back, manages to reposition, picks up a Bulldog, only 7 bullets. Round the corner, runs out, switches to the side on. It's so much damage, but running out of time here. Ever on the reposition, it's not planted for this. She's just looking to try stick it, needs to get back on it again, and Eva's been given the time to work. Now no more time available. Berry X hops back on, it's going to be a matter of milliseconds, and she's got it!
I faced worse.
It's a Red Bull clutch there from Berry X. An absolute nightmare fuel for G2.
How on earth? She went in with the operator, waiting for a mistake from G2, and there wasn't one. G2 even invested their ult. Mates had awful weapons. And they managed to win this out. The utility was brilliant. Straight up from Gentlemates. But it came down to Berry X's brilliance on site. That first peak. Oh,
just playing the timer to its extremities. Don't punch the screen. Don't punch the screen. I got no word about the camera there.
But that was the bonus round, now 1 out for Gentlemates. This is the momentum. And when we're talking about momentum, we are looking at people like Akita and Marty right at the top of the board. Most of the time, Akita was shining in the first half. And the one thing about Marty that I think is most fascinating, that is most impressive for this player from Gentlemates, is her flexibility. We heard that in the interview earlier with Toka, that Marty can be that entry duelist, that first through the door, but she can support Berry X as well on the breach, on the KO. And that flexibility has been so useful for Gentlemates to win so many of these rounds. And now G2 down to an eco. Vanya's orbital strike and the Bucky from Akita, 2 key things to watch. Can they find anything with it? Vanya uses her lineup. You'll usually see her around there towards the start of the round, but Akita's going tower. Gentlemates aren't falling for it.
Not this time, not at all. And that's unfortunate because that's kind of the ace in their sleeve. Amy finds one, gets traded on out, but 1 for 1 right now. You'll take that. They're not going to allow the weapon to be picked on up here. Trying to deny G2 the ability to spiral these eco rounds like we're no...
Gentlemates no longer have Marty for that long-range utility. And Akita's had B-site this entire round. So the Gentlemates are down for a full 4 versus 4 retake. Picking up the trip as well, actually, from Wenz, just to make sure that Eva can't break it. But now Vanya, post-plant, orbital strike. Gentlemates have to go quick.
The longer they drag this out, the more danger they have that orbital strike single piece of util could be the be-all and end-all. And talking of fast, Berry X has taken that quite literally. Overdrive popped. There's the tap. Looking to try draw it on out. Actually just sticking for now. But with Eva finding one. Peek on out. Toka gets another. It's being halved and they're all gathered here. in the sphere.
Wait.
There's one. Toka gets one. The peak on out. They just stuck it on through, though. And Gentlemates might be the most clutch team in this entire tournament.
They have to be. They got it to half, and Vanya was a little bit late to trigger it. Wasn't certain if it had been halved or not already. And Gentlemates took that to their advantage. Despite the kills, the shots coming through for G2 Gozen. They can't win the round. They invested a big, powerful ult into it. Okay, now they can buy up. Now the guns are even. The mates have their guns, and G2's fighting. Akita is thirsting for this win.
G2 have been menaces in A main this whole map. And now the question is, what can they do with that control?
Got Spike.
I'm leaving Akita here, but Spike's being picked up, heading elsewhere. Berry X has posted up deep angle here. There's a trip available. No, Berry X has been spotted. She gets the first, she gets out. That's all she needs to do. Worried about this crunch because they've been crunching down on B a lot. She need not worry though, because G2 right now, not quite sure what they want to do.
You don't really want to push into Berry X again. Not when she's got this gun. She's rotated over towards to watch Arcade. Whilst Akita's making noise all alone. Wenz's Cam will spot that out. Yeah, it's only the Waylay. We don't have to worry.
Actually,
And mates can just stick. They're happy.
Marty moves on over for a second, but all of this has been heard, immediately peeled back, headed into Canteen, establishing. But no, G2 turn heel, pivot, and pirouette over towards A instead, using this anchor position that Akita's been holding onto all round. Head on
They're
to
going to get the
site.
site.
13 seconds, but there's nobody close enough to make that matter too much. No, the Rolling Thunder. That could be a little bit of a problem. Stone goes on in. They need to stop Berry X from denying the plant there. Plant just about goes down. Neural Theft, they know where all of them are. That's not exactly the big issue, though. Amazing Molly goes on in, forces the reposition. They now have to wait for it to burn on out, though. But with it being so quick, with it being so decisive, that's hardly even a worry in their minds. That's 11 already. And G2, and then what can they possibly do? Everything they've done has fallen flat on its face.
So many of their ideas are really nice, but they're not clearing these long-range lines. They don't have the drone of someone like the Tejo. They don't have the Haunt that can reach those long ranges at the very least. It's a difficult line to get your Haunt onto, so sometimes you have to contact in. And Ever, well, that one is a long cooldown. Big thing here for them is she's got the Nightfall online now. Operator as well for Akita on the attack side, wanting to challenge Berry X. As this drone's gonna spot Amy. And do they want to crunch into her?
I think they do. Why not? Fault line goes out. Amy tucks on in. Cam's not gonna be able to see anything. Just waiting, but they know that she's there. They've heard the off. They're looking to take the fight. With Amy finding this, however, Berry X suddenly in a very volatile position. A missed shot and a teammate going down. Dish, she falls as well, and suddenly it's all on Marty. Ever's tucked on in, and poor Wenz, unsuspecting, goes down. Now Nami dancing here on the angle. Ooh, able to cross. No, goes back for seconds and goes down. Marty unaccounted for. Flash goes out there from Mimi, but 1 versus 4. They're hardly worried about her. Spike's turn tail-headed B. Might as well. It's safe and you know where the last is. And they trying to deny this. Now, I'm not going to put it out of the realms of possibility, but I don't think Marty's going to go for this.
Vanya's going to go to her cool lineup spot. No? Oh, I guess she doesn't really need to. They're not really worried about Marty. Play for if she's coming through spawn. But we saw a very nice lineup from this in the previous time we saw them on this map. I think that was their opening game of this stage. And now G2 did win out that round, and they won that out by individuals. Taking the map, taking the space, and giving the confidence to each individual to take those fights. And now Mimi, run it back online if she can die or get the kill onto Marty. And she does. closes out the round, run it back online. Operator picked up back for Akita. G2 is a long road for the comeback. And Gentlemates are down to an eco, I think, by the looks of it. So now they've got to make sure that they can keep together. Don't give G2 these 1v1s and the timeout here. The coach is after that streak around saying, you know what, one is enough. They're worried about G2.
I mean, you've always got to, and I think anyone will tell you, even when they're winning, even when they're Gentlemates and they currently sit on the EMEA throne, is that G2's always that worry in the back of your mind, is that they always dig deep, the tenacity for them to come back, even when the odds are against them, even when the numbers seem to be against them. I don't blame them for having this worry.
The best and kind of most interesting thing here for me with Gentlemates is they've done most of their round successes via that retake. Look at that, 4 retakes in a row.
Yeah, true.
And a big thing for G2 is they relied a lot in their previous games with their old composition on this map. They had Breach, they had Taeho, they had Brimstone. They had all of these post-plant pieces of utility to win out from far away. We see it now, only Vanya really able to do that. And I think that's been a little bit of a detriment for G2. Stopping the retakes without the Breach, as much as Breach maybe isn't the most powerful agent, is very difficult to do. Very X, going aggressive, taking control of A main. We'll see this an awful lot. We have seen it an awful lot. But G2 don't really mind until the mid-round.
Now,
ooh, a little combo piece.
I'm liking the look of it. Waiting to spring the trap shot. They've not heard anything yet. That Prowler, though, that's going to be the call to action. The issue is ever going to get out of the way? Well, mates actually hold their fire. They've been very patient with their util. They've been preserving it for as long as possible.
And Ever used both Prowlers in this as well. That's no more Prowlers. The Nightfall and the Horn. That's all they've got to take this site and to stop the retake from coming in. Mimi's run it back. They're executing.
Oh, very X. Unsuspecting. And Mimi's pushed up so far as well. Gets both of them, and has to run it back as well. Amy finds her pick. Just Toka left here. Smoked on off, picks up the Vandal. Worried that someone's going to push her. I'd argue be more worried about the smoke falling. But no, another one comes down in its place. She's just tucking on in here, hoping somebody peeks her. But her prayer's not likely to be answered just yet.
She dies, she gets a kill, she gets the Armageddon. That's the key thing for her here. Saving is not really super beneficial. She's got the money next round regardless. So, yeah, you're probably going to die to this small... No, wait. How?
Oh, sucking in a breath.
Gonna kill her anyway.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Flawless round, though, from G2. And, you know, I'd love to see the stats on which team has the most flawless rounds, because I'd hazard a guess it was G2. Even on games like this, like, I think it might still be them.
We'll definitely have to take a look into this. Akita, I don't know how you got that shot onto Berry X. An incredible flick, and Mimi with the spray down right at the end of the run it back as it was falling. But we do have another tech pause coming in. Hopefully won't be a long one, same as last time. And this is the perfect chance now to look at both of these teams and look at the ultimates, the toolkits they have available, because there was a lot across the board there.
Yes.
Both of these teams armed to the teeth. And it's going to come down to a bloodbath to get these last couple of rounds for whichever team is going to end up getting it.
I think you're right there. And one round away from that series point is a dangerous position to be in. And I think that, you know, Gentlemates are a team that has so much confidence, and they really sort of build upon that. You see it from the coaches as well, is that the hype is just so internal. And when you're riding high like that, even if you get that one round, G2, yes, they've got the tenacity. They're a team that knows their back's up against the wall and can still continue fighting as if nothing's wrong. Gentlemates, though, a team that when they get on that precipice, they just come alive. They're not one of these teams that really struggles to close out the map.
No, they don't struggle at all in those moments, because when their backs are against the wall, it feels like the energy and the hype that we've seen from them so many times just keeps on coming out. I don't know how they do it. I mean, they've got two coaches. Maybe one of them is focused on that performance, that mental aspect, because it's an incredibly important part of this game. We heard Akita say yesterday, Valorant is a game of confidence.
Yep.
And for G2, now they've started to get a couple more rounds on the board this half. That confidence is going to need to come out because Gentlemates are coming out of this tech pause and they're going to come out strong. I imagine a switch up of pace, something nice and aggressive, even on the defense, to try and surprise G2 and get their own confidence back. If G2 are ready for that, that's going to be such a nice spur for their own confidence going into the rest of this half.
Couldn't agree more on that one. I think that it very much comes down to who's able to take this next round. This is the round to decide the series realistically. And I think that if it does start going the way here of Gentlemates, this is going to be the best result we've seen against them this stage so far. There's a chance that we see that rematch potentially in that grand final. I know that it's going to be in the discussion is that this feels a little bit like the grand final before the grand final in a lot of people's minds. And I'd argue maybe I feel the same. I'd love to see that best of 5 rematch, see what G2 can do now that we saw them take them to a third map previously. If now we've gone from them taking it to a third map to losing, not being able to get double digits on either map, I mean, if you're Gentlemate, surely there's just no one that can stand in your way.
You've got to feel like that at this point. The amount of times teams come back a little bit against them, and Gentlemates are like, okay, cool, sure, we'll give you some rounds for content, and then they just win out the map regardless. It's incredible. But now, this round, Gentlemates, they lose this, they're down to an eco, and G2 will be close to evening this up. So ultimates will be aplenty in this one here. Akita's got the operator online again, as we see Wen's getting the Cypher set up online. As Akita finds nothing, but yeah, Gentlemates are going aggressive. They found nothing towards Arcade, so they go explore. And they'll hear Mimi's flash, they'll know she's there.
All goes up. Giving the illusion maybe they're a little bit further than they are, but drone goes out. Not going to spot them. Those, they're still being held at bay. At least Mimi is. She's making noise over here, but all distraction for her teammates. And look how far we've already seen Ever able to push it. Unsuspecting right under Nami's nose. It is going to be Amy, however, that gets the pick, but that establishes themselves here, a thorn in their side. Mates, they have the high ground, though, and fighting on in should be a little bit advantageous for them, but
Cage triggered.
We'll have to wait and see, because Akita's already on site. Spike's already getting planted. Amy's holding for Toka here, and Toka just backing away.
Are they going to save? I think they do.
I mean, they've been quite prominently known to save early on. They, 2 kills don't go their way, 3 versus 5. We see them save a fair amount. Yes, they're a very clutch team, but I think one of those things is, know when to hold them, know when to fold them.
Sure, that's probably the key thing. I'm just thinking back to Breeze when we saw so many rounds from Gentlemates on those retakes in the disadvantage situations, and you've got ults online, but no, they want to save them in for round 21. Gonna save it up here, but they didn't force out any of G2's ults either. So they've got them to try and get themselves up to a tied position, because Gentlemates, they lose the next, they're still down to a thrifty for round 22. So round 21 now becomes the next most important round of this map.
I raise you, is it too soon to call overtime?
I mean, look at G2's money. Even if they lose the next round, they can full buy up. Akita with an op if they want, with a spare Vandal in the pocket as well. Like, G2's got everything they need.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. Gentlemates have done themselves no favors with closing this series out. They've allowed G2 to set up a long-term system to get them back into the game. They have that backing. Ooh, Berry X caught out there by the converging cards. And Toka just able to squeeze out of the range of the orbital strike. Berry X tucking back on up here, but this has given Amy the room to push. She's already up along. Finds the first, gets traded on out here. But again, it's this push and pull, this poke. And Gentlemate's attention so distracted by that one player that G2's already on the other side of the map, legging it over towards A. When, why wouldn't you? Ever has A clear. Oh no.
My camera is destroyed.
That's embarrassing. No, you've been watched the whole time and then ever getting a pick like that.
Go ahead.
On out, baiting out the Armageddon. Pulled out very early on there. Vanya swings out and finds hers and feels a little bit clunky from Gentlemates.
Their teeth will chatter in the cold.
They had an idea. They wanted to go for that retake with the Armageddon to try and secure the site, but I think that was called and there was no cancel afterwards when there definitely should have been. Ever just had A main on lockdown, and now Gentlemates an eco round. Overdrive online for Berriex. Let's see if she can pull something special out with it, but she's actually got the full shields as well up against Akita's Outlaw.
I'll find you.
I don't want to see any more Gentlemates eco round ults unless you're already in an advantage, because you need to win round 23.
Akita pushing on around slowly but surely. Not alone. Whole team behind her. Camera's going to spot her on out. Wen's, again, always in tower. Dare I say, maybe get a little bit predictable. Goes out, trying to buy the illusion that they're even remotely still nearby. Mates, though, playing in the middle here, so quick rotates either which way.
They're ready for the hard flood over towards A, and it's a difficult one to do. There's a lot of space to cross, and you'll be relying pretty much solely on Berriex and the utility from Marty and from Toka to allow her to get there. But they've called Nami over at the right time. Gentlemates have the right read. Now they just have to try and win this fight.
30 seconds left.
Flash goes on out, Mimi. Taking space, taking names. Round the corner, run it back's running low, and she's not quite going to be able to spot anything as she fades back to her original position. Missiles make it a little bit uncomfortable for Vanya and Akita here, but still holding on to this choke point. Cage goes out, second cage as well. Nightfall, and it's just stall after stall after stall to stop Gentlemates even looking at sight. Overdrive is popped, again another eco ult here. And hopefully it'll find something. No, sniped out of the round. Marty gets one. Orbital strike comes on through. Akita dashing on forward here, has been spotted. Wen's round the corner. Amy's found one. Toka here, 2 versus 2. Akita with the shorty, finding damage but nothing more, and the tap's been heard, but there's no time remaining. And Marty round the corner, nothing in hand, nothing that she could do. And that's it, 11-11, G2 tie this one on up, and I mean, Echo, your head's in your hands here. Look at the state of the ultimates.
The overdrive, I understand. You want Berriex to have a chance to go into this with that Neon ultimate. Similar to Tour de Force, you don't dislike using it on an eco, but it's when they invested the orbital strike, They now come into this round, they've got the Rolling Thunder for the retake or for some aggressive play if they want to. But that's it. That's all of their tools. At least for them, it's the same for G2. So it's going to come down to this fight. Oh, nice combo piece, but Akita can get out of there with the refract. Survive to fight over towards B, where Berriex is holding the line. Akita's had the better of her with this op duel so far. Will that continue?
It's going to need to continue. Waiting, patience, always. And the clash of the titans, not just the team, but between Akita and Berriex here. And Berriex wins it on out. Maybe that's the spark that they need to come back into this round, this map. Now attention turns over towards Arcade. Yes, there's a trip, but it's about all there is holding it.
Berriex has left the position, holding down tower instead. Okay, she turns around at the right time. She's now watching back into main. And G2, they're still going for this exec.
Undeterred by the initial loss here.
30 seconds left.
And VALORANT, they know they're going to be peeking into this op, but there it is, swing low, aiming for the skies. Wens gets one, but it is a short-lived victory because 2 more kills come flooding in for G2. And Gentlemates, they get the opening pick, but even that's not enough.
Right there.
Unless they can pull something off on this clutch, they can come back. We've seen this kind of thing before on Drees.
It's looking uncomfortable. Eva's position here is going to be everything. She's being caught on out here. Fault lines available. There's the stun on out. Rolling Thunder invested. Here's the footsteps waiting for it. There's the peek on up and the pounce. Marty swings. And finally, Gentlemates break their own curse. Finally, we see them reaching series point. But now, 1 round in what was a drought of hope for them. They need to double down lest we see overtime.
5 in a row for G2 ends here. As Gentlemates, they get the first pick and they manage to stabilize ready for that retake. The Rolling Thunder, absolute perfection from Marty, allows Nami to come up tower.
1 enemy remaining.
And for herself to swing in as Vanya stunned, flashed, aftershocked, everything. And wow, the final timeout of regulation comes into the last round of it for G2. I can't believe they've still got 1 left, to be honest. That is kind of crazy that they've still got it here. But
yeah,
it's all coming down to this. G2, they do have the money for an operator on the attack side if they want it, but VALORANT, you know she's going to want it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is going to be a matter of who wants it most here. Is the Angels are being, pretty consistent. If you look across the scoreline and the frags across the board, actually not all too different between the 2 teams. And the team play, the fundamentals, we've sung it, we've highlighted it here. Ultimates, there's 1 ultimate available across the 2 teams. So this is going to be a matter of who wants it most.
Who wins out those fights? Who's confident enough to take them? Akita spoke of confidence yesterday, and she's showing it in spades here. And Gentlemates, confidence abundance. They're pushing, taking this north side by storm, clearing it out, and then rushing back over towards A. G2, do they end up pushing here? They're doubting. They're uncertain.
Really are. Akita over the top, onto site already. There's the first pick, the first 2 dominoes fall, and she gets out of there with 0 consequences for her actions. VALORANT missed shot, trying to escape there. So much util invested, but she doesn't manage it. And now just Marty, always Marty left alone to try clutch. And the neural theft, well, you might as well use it, but it's salt on the wounds. And here it is, the swing on out, Eva finds it, and we're going to overtime.
A flawless for G2 to finish off regulation. Are we surprised? Not at all. A 12-12 is the only place we can leave it there.
Last player standing.
Even if it was a 2-0, it was never going to be a quiet 2-0, was it?
Absolutely not. Both of these teams want to put everything out. They're not going to leave anything left on the table. They're going to be fighting tooth and nail to win it. And it's been very exciting. Both of these teams have brought out so many different ideas. Aggressive strategies, defensive traps. We've seen it all. And now we get to see it again for a couple or more rounds at least. G2 starting on the defense. A main being taken. No surprise there. The Gentlemates looking towards B. Taken out already one of Amy's trips.
I can't help but feel, Gentlemates, they've been losing a lot of their steam, but now they've got to start off on the attack side. Stun goes on in, dash over. Akita's been taking some crazy fights. This time gets punished for it. Not once, but twice the double down. Went out in the open, still manages to find one, and Toka gets her pick. Leaves us 2 versus 2. And actually, Amy on the other side of the map finds hers. Just Marty, again, left alone to try and clutch. And they've given her an awful hand to work with. Evan knows exactly where she is. The plus side, she has the spike. She knows she's fighting into Eva, and the Amy was far away here. But the rotate on over, the door's being sprung, and there she is! She's managing to get the gun out in time! A Red Bull clutch in overtime to give Gentlemates the round they were so desperately vying for. So much in that last quarter of regulation.
This is why this Gentlemates team has so many clutches on it. Another Red Bull clutch for Marty. We are not surprised at all. It looked impossible. Amy, though, a missed shot. She was still moving. And the coaches, oh, we knew we had to see it. The energy, the excitement, they know now. G2 are forced to use their overtime timeout to stop this ending, to stop going down to that lower finals. Because at the end of the day, you want to make it here. You want to make it today. And for G2, that is looking like a big task ahead of them.
A monumental task. But having said that, look at the scoreline that they brought back from. You know, it isn't over till it's over. And G2, we've seen them win out rounds in sometimes the most ludicrous of ways. So it would be not beyond the realms of possibility. And we have seen their attacking side definitely favored, in my opinion, here.
That's the key thing, is the sidedness of both of these teams on this map specifically. Gentlemates attack-sided. And actually for G2, they're a 49% win route, 49% on both sides of this map. They're actually negative on both sides. So statistically, Gentlemates favored here, but they've got to try and pull something out. Akita, aggression again.
The trip so perfectly placed for her here as well. There's the first goes down. Doesn't even need to back away. Wants to keep hold of her position here. Berry X, the flank is quick, and we talked a lot about it in the pre-show, but are they going to be able to catch them out? Yes, Eva goes down. There's two more players here. Vanya waiting. 2 versus 1. They should, in fact, have this. They know as well Akita still tucked on up here. Toka finds her pick. The swing on out. Nami takes down Akita. It's all falling apart for G2. Walls go
G2
up.
had
They've got
all
it.
of A side.
And look at the spike. Amy's going to hit
underneath.
this. It is underneath, and Amy's been taken down as well. All of the information to work with. Mimi, a 1 versus 4, or the lower bracket. That's the decision right now. Toka's looking the wrong way, able to get the first here. But unfortunately, that's given away her location. Everyone dogpiling her now. Spike's been retrieved.
30 seconds left.
Tucking on in, working her way round, trying to find some way to work here.
She doesn't have time to get to A. She has to go to B, and that's where Gentlemates are waiting.
Exactly where they're waiting. Holding this smoke, and she's got a flash on through it. And she spams away. She doesn't even get to look her enemies in the eye. And Gentlemates crown themselves as our first grand finalists of Stage 2 Game Changers EMEA.
And are we really surprised?
No.
A team like this, they have so many good moments in terms of their macro, their calling, the way they're playing the map. But at the end of the day, their individual mechanics, their movement, their understanding of how and when to take fights individually or together as a team just pulls them over that line once again. And Gentlemates, well, it was a 2-0 against G2 here to get up into that upper or the grand finals. And G2, they've got to fight back through that lower tomorrow.
They do, and we talked about this. Their options in the lower bracket final are an SK Gaming, who are looking in their prime form of all time, and a team that took them to 3 maps, no less, or Giant X, who just outright bought them. And also, something else to mention here, we talked about it at pre-show, Gentlemates, their winning streak goes undefeated. They're now starting to catch on up here. They are 2 series away from taking it, so they cannot win it on out here. They can't quite win it and take that lead in Stage 2, but they win over on Sunday. Well, that might be the last crown that G2 has over them taken away.
Oh, it feels like a year ago that we saw Ever here dying to Vanya's orbital strike with Berry X's crazy clutch there to win that round. Not sure I like seeing my own face that long, but that's fine as we go back and we saw so many highlights from G2. They made use of this Phoenix and I wasn't sure if they could, but they got there. And now, as Gentlemates are trying to break all of G2 Gozen's records, they've made it to the grand finals, and the energy, the excitement of this team, you can feel it through the screen.
I mean, if the crowd doesn't go wild, the coaches certainly will. I'll say that. And I mean, what a series. And I think this is kind of really setting up this storyline for Gentlemates just to continue dominating. Is that we've heard it from them themselves, is that there's no one really that can stand in their way. It felt like G2 might be that last pillar of resistance, taken down 2-0. I mean, what a team's going to be able to do in the 2 days before the grand final to stop a team like that?
That's the biggest question to me now, and with Gentlemates' map pool looking so good, the one map that they don't really like is Lotus, and they can ban that out. They've got a second ban as well that they can target the best map of the team they're playing against. And most importantly, they should be getting their Pearl coming on through as well. They don't always want that early in the veto, but we've seen them do so much good work on Pearl, and they're guaranteed to get it unless they choose to ban it out, which I think they'd only do if they're up against Giant X. So yeah, they're now looking in such a good situation for this grand finals to take it away again. But G2 Gozen, okay, it was close. Both maps could have changed entirely based on 1-2 rounds, and maybe we could have seen a set. We could have even seen a G2 Gozen 2-0.
Yeah, we could very much have seen a world like that align. Alas, not just yet, at least. Of course, there is still time for G2 to stamp themselves as the Stage 2 champions. The road ahead has just got a little bit bumpier for them. And I think the thing here for Gentlemates as well is not only do they go straight into that grand final, they get a day of rest. They get to watch the games tomorrow. They get an extra day of anti-stratting, of planning, of watching the games live, watching the VODs. That's such a huge advantage that whoever they're up against doesn't get, because they have to play every single day.
And I think that's a really key thing here. A lot of teams might use tomorrow for rest. But actually, with the mentality we've seen from Gentlemates, I would not be surprised if they are hitting the gym in the morning and then scrimming through the day, right? Like, the mentality that they have, the dedication to winning, I feel like that's just what they're going to do.
I mean, we heard it from Toka in the interview at the start, was that they're here to work, they're not here to holiday. And they have certainly not been sleeping on the job. They have just been amazing. And I think you're right. Maybe they hit the gym in the morning, just get the mental there, get the dopamine rushing, and then straight to hitting the book, straight to watching the games. And I think, you know, the energy of them all together is, I think it just feels cinematic.
It does, and if they can continue this, we are going to see the dynasty of G2 has already fallen, and the dynasty of Gentlemates is starting. The dominance they're putting on here, we'll have to see on Sunday. The grand finals could go any way depending on how everyone is feeling on the day, who performs on that day. But this dynasty, they've almost locked themselves in for GCC already, getting second in this event. We're going to probably see them at that international, and Stage 3 is coming before that. Like, we're just going to see so much more of them time and time again, and they also seem to be getting better. This is the key thing. Everyone else is catching up, but then all of a sudden they shoot ahead to keep themselves in the lead.
I think that something is quite important. It very much feels, especially from my opinion, that for G2 Gozen, if they want to re-establish themselves at the top, I feel like the only opponent they could beat to really legitimize a Stage 2 victory would be Gentlemates. It feels like this has to be the team they beat to re-cement themselves at the top. Yes, all of the teams are amazing, but this is the team that's really sort of the gatekeepers at the moment. They're the ones, the new prodigies, the new sort of up-and-coming stars. So it feels like with them, if this is the Grand Finals remake, if G2 want to win this, them beating Gentlemates in the final, it has to be the way that it goes for them to stabilize this narrative.
The but they're going to have to win tomorrow as well, up against the winner of the game that we're seeing next up. And that is still a big ask. Giant, X, and SK, yes, okay, G2 might be able to beat them, but you can't guarantee it.
No, you can't. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to bid farewell to you, Echo, because I have got an interview with... I'm sorry. Well, I mean, when you find out who it's with, you're not even going to be even remotely insulted. The one and only Berry X, here to shed some light on what was an amazing victory.
Hello.
Hello. Firstly, smiles all round. I can already feel it. How is the team feeling? What was the atmosphere like in the room when you won?
I mean, we're so happy. We're in grand final. It was really close games, but we are feeling good.
That is good. I can imagine feeling on top of the world. Now, this matchup, a 2-0 here versus G2, when, you know, they took you to 3 maps in the group stage. What was different this time about the matchup? What was the difference maker that made you close it out 2-0?
I mean, we were a bit ready for everything. We worked good. I mean, I don't know how to say it. I am full stress right now. I don't know what to say, but
I don't blame you. Now, I'm going to ask about the coaches. We keep seeing the reactions from them. They seem to be your biggest hype men. When you get them on the line, what is it that the coaches are saying to keep you guys so energized?
Can you repeat the question?
So the coaches seem so excited in all of the clutch moments. When you call a timeout, when they're able to sort of get on the mic to you, what are they saying? Are they bringing the energy
calm
up?
down. Everyone calm down.
They say calm down.
Yeah.
That's funny coming from them. They seem like the most excited of us. Now, my last question for you here. What is the plan for the day off? I heard that you're not here to holiday. You're here to win. You're here to work. So what does tomorrow look like?
We will just rest well. After that, we will work for the grand final. We will watch tomorrow games, and we will see you.
We will. Anyway, I'm going to let you go celebrate. And with the rest of your team, we already saw Wenz in the background there. But I'll let you go and celebrate, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Thank you.
Huge congratulations and good luck
Thank you so
in the grand
much.
final.
Goodbye.
You can just feel the infectious energy there. The irony there of the coaches saying calm down, though, has not evaded us.
I mean, like, coaches can say that. They're usually in a different
forget
room.
that you're an ex-coach.
The players can't hear them. Yeah, like, as a coach, your job is to get rid of your energy so the players don't feed off of it or fall into it, because sometimes that energy can be negative, as we've seen from some other coaches around. And keeping that hidden from the players is actually really important, keeping the players stable. I love that that's the way they're going. And also the fact that they have that much energy, the passion, it is electric.
It really, really is. But unfortunately, that is the end of this series. However, it's not the end of the matches for today. If you're in for a little bit more Valorant and Game Changers action, the lower bracket is on its way. And we're going to have to say goodbye to either SK or Giant X, neither of whom we want to. But we're going to head to a short little bit of a break, and we'll be back very soon with the next match.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Is it that hard to call me back? After you say you call me back, passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your.
Hello and welcome back, you wonderful people. I've got two wonderful new casters with me here, and you know what? I'll let you introduce yourselves. I mean, you don't need no introduction, but Ryan, do you want to kick us off?
Hi, my name's Ryan. No, no. I'm happy being here. Obviously, with summer, it's going to be fun. Like, we've got some really good games. This second game today, we're on tomorrow as well. So, look, we're really excited to be here.
Yeah, and I'm excited to have you here. Yeah, your turn.
Alright, my name's Summer. I'm happy to be here, and yeah, I'm excited. Like Ryan, I think Ryan said it perfectly. We haven't actually done any of the playoff games, and we weren't there for the end of groups, so it's sort of we've had the little bit of a break, and we're having withdrawal symptoms right now of like we need more GC in our lives, which we've got today and tomorrow. So it's definitely a fun little schedule for us over the next couple of days.
I was going to say the perfect remedy coming your way here. Let's take a look at the bracket quickly, because of course we've got a little bit of an uncomfortable situation going on here, because the winner of this, they are still so far removed from that grand final, because they got to play G2 Gozen up next. So this matchup, it's far from the end for both of those teams.
Yeah, I think for the most part, right, like me and Summer were discussing stage 1 before coming here, and it's like, this is lining up to be exactly how it was last stage, right? Like, you've obviously now got G2 in that third place game. It was GX that joined them, Gentlemates in the finals guaranteed. So, look, it's really exciting, to be honest, and maybe today we get to see different to what we saw this time last stage.
Yeah, now, looking at the SK roster, we're going to take a look at them first. And I think there's a lot of praise that we can sing and have been singing of this lineup. Previous results have been looking really good from them as well, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I think for this, we were talking about it before, of it being coming in towards this year. SK haven't lost to GX yet, so you talk about the track record that they have of the winning streak that they've gone on, obviously maybe not necessarily including playoffs, but when we're looking at the group stage, it was a relatively decent one for that. And heading into this matchup as well, they have the one up over Giant X of being the team that has, in 2026, with the two new iterations of both of these rosters, consistently coming out on top.
And Ryan, have you maybe been a little bit surprised by SK? Because it feels like they came out a little bit of left field after relegation in stage 1.
Yeah, I think, as you say, there's like a bit of heroism in the story, right? That they're obviously a team that we're facing the fact that we might not have even seen them in stage 2, right? And I think a team that definitely have proved their weight in this stage as the tournament's gone on, right? And it's exciting to see what they've got now that they're here in the playoffs when the stakes are at their highest. You know, how do they perform under that pressure? Because they did relatively well in the group stage. You know, we wouldn't be sitting here today talking about them if they'd performed bad. So we know that they're a team that have got hands. They can definitely throw some knockout punches, second in groups during stage 2. So I think it would be a bit of a disservice to them, in fact, if they are to lose today, right? So I don't know. I'm a bit torn on what to think about SK, because in one part I really do like the idea of SK making it through and, as you say, sort of completing this run from being nowhere in stage 1. But on the flip side, it's not exactly like the playoffs has gone all according to plan for them as of yet.
Now, I was very lucky to get to speak to Fluxy, who's been at the helm of this SK journey a little bit earlier. So let's go ahead and play that interview. I am here with the absolutely fabulous Fluxy. Now, I'm going to ask, your goal coming into stage 2 individually was to be back in the top 10 rated players. And I believe you're currently sat 11th overall for ACS. How have you felt about your personal performance, and how has that been balancing it with leading the team at the same time?
Well, I think I've been doing a decent job. I can always do better. There's always room for improvement, but I'm just quite happy to have like a strong team around me that I can rely on regardless of if I'm performing or not. And honestly, calling with this team just feels really natural, and just easy.
That's
to be
really
honest.
nice to hear. And it's been looking really natural as well. Now, talking of that, we've heard a lot about the boot camp being this really pivotal part of the bounce back and building up that synergy, everyone getting on the same page, getting to know each other a lot better. Was all of that team bonding in the Valorant servers, or did you get a chance to have some fun activities outside of the game that really helped you connect?
A bit of both, to be honest. When we got to bootcamp the last time during like our contenders run, obviously we were having a lot of fun in the server and just being around each other and everything, but we did get to do some really fun things. Like there's a few photos posted of when we went to EVA, the VR game together. That was really fun, and I think that was a big reason why we all kind of got a bit closer together.
That's amazing to hear, and the photos looked incredible as well. Now, my last question for you. I've heard a lot about the mid-round calling being a team effort, that everyone's pitching in. How did this system come about, and how do you feel that it's been working out for the team and for you as an IGL as well?
Well, it kind of started this way, to be honest. Like, I came into this team with the idea of like not being like the super hard like micro IGL to begin with. I kind of wanted everybody to have their own voice to begin with. So a lot of the time I will give like a pre-round call, and then everybody will pitch in, and then in the mid-round is when kind of like anybody has the ability to call for something and make the round work.
It has been looking great, and it frees you up a little bit as well to shine, and you really have been shining. Yesterday's match was a prime example of that, but I am going to let you go prepare for the game, because it's going to be an absolutely spicy one, and we'll see you in the server. Always amazing to get to speak to Fluxy there, and some really great insight about how they've been gelling as a team as a whole, but their opponents are far from slackers. Giant X, an underdog team desperately trying to prove that they are not a force to be messed with here. Is there anything that's really been sticking out to you, maybe, Ryan, about GX's performance?
I think, you know, as the stages go, obviously the points are worth more the further you go on, but this is a team that I feel like we're seeing a lot of promising stuff, but it's just not lining up for them, right? Like, you know, here we're talking about the potential of being eliminated in the lower semis. Last stage, you know, didn't get to fight in the grand finals. This is a team that, as you say, have definitely got potential, can definitely do well. It's just a case now of putting those pieces together, seeing them through the server into the final, and make headways when it comes to that race for champs at the end of the year.
And Summer, you got any quick thoughts on anybody on GX that's really stood out to you, or anything else that you'd like to add a little bit about the GX lineup?
I think Ryan kind of said it perfectly. They've just been chugging along in regards to they're getting good results, but maybe not necessarily the top 2, top 1 finishes. But there's nothing really necessarily wrong with that. It's just more of wanting to see a little bit, maybe more of the flair of them pushing into obviously the lower finals, then up into the grand finals as well, just to have a little bit more of that progression throughout the year, which currently they're in a great position when you're talking about stage 3, but wanting to see a little bit more maybe.
Now, I got the chance to speak to Coach Asker a little bit earlier to give us some insights, especially towards the veto. I know that's been something that we've been theorizing about, so let's go ahead and play that interview with Asker. I am here with Asker, one of the masterminds behind the team. Now, I want to pick your brain a little bit about picking Split yesterday. It came as a bit of a surprise to some of us here on the talent side. Can you talk to me a little bit about the decision to pick Split and generally the way that you approach the veto as a team?
Yeah, I think overall we thought it would be like unexpected like map for them. Like they would not expect us to pick Split. Like overall, I think we showed like kind of like a wide map pool overall. So it was probably like the most unexpected map for them, and we also felt a bit like more confident since we changed the comp. Like I feel like Trace give us like more balance between attack and defense, and allows us to be a bit more unpredictable on the map with more like fast-paced plays, but still keeping the slow tempo if we want. So we felt like it could be like a really good map. I feel like we didn't execute it so well on defense, and we didn't start really with good momentum on attack. Probably if we had a better start on attack, the map would be a bit different. But in the end, it is what it is. We didn't close it, and it's on us. But we felt like it was like nice pick in general.
I love it, and I love that we see you pick so often to try punish weaknesses. It's one of the really big strengths of the team. Now, looking back to the group stage a bit, this split, it was a lot better, a lot stronger than we saw earlier in the year. What were some of the key focus areas in the off-season that gave you such a great start into stage 2?
I think mainly the problem we had in the first stage is that we didn't have like a lot of time to prepare. Like I feel like we start practice 1 week before like main stage or something like that. So we were really like behind the rest of the teams in terms of like map pool and like strat books, etc. Like we didn't really have the reps in most of maps. So we mainly focused this off season into like adjusting the roles better in game and try to understand what each player needs to perform, you know, like what kind of positions they like, what kind of roles in game, and how we can manage to get the best from everyone. And also, of course, like improve our map pool. I think we did that in like pretty well. Of course, like not every map looks super strong, but I think every map looks playable against any team, except if it's a third map against Gentlemates, then then not. But against every other team, I think we have like the potential of competing in any map, which is what we focus the most.
Well, I am going to let you go focus up and get ready for the game at hand. Thank you so much for joining me, Aska, and we'll see you in the timeouts in the server.
Thank you for having me.
Always nice to get a little bit of the coach insight, but we're heading into the map veto here. And as we see it come up, Pearl Haven Breeze, any unexpected curveballs, or is this pretty much what you predicted?
I mean, look, we talked about, well, obviously from the VT in the interview, the whole point is you know, they want to lean into the vetoes. They want to be ahead of the curve when it comes to these other teams that they have to play against. I think for either side, like you look at the maps that we've got in front of us, and some of we were saying, you know, this is something that neither team can really easily be differentiated on. Both teams play all three maps. Both teams have had a lot of success on these maps, and they're quite indifferent when it comes to win percentages and when it comes down to the finer numbers. So I don't know. I think today it's as even as you like for two very, very strong teams in Game Changers.
Yeah, I think the only thing that really separates them in regards to the three maps that we've seen is the recent reps. But even then, you're only going back 2 extra months and they have similar numbers there. Like you said, similar win rates. For me, it's mainly talking about how recent those matches were, especially given the changes in agent changes that we've had, especially with the Yorus. So that's had to be something that both teams have had to change across, and it's whether or not they've had the recent reps to be able to actually implement that in an official or not.
Now I'm gonna leave this match in you two's capable and wonderful hands. We'll see you on the other side. Enjoy the match.
Thank you very much, Affinity. If you're only just joining us, it's our second game today here on the EMEA stream. Your lower bracket semi-final, Giant X taking on SK. You just missed the veto, so hit the rewind button a few times and you'll be able to see what we've got in front of us. For the here and now, though, Summer, we're starting on Pearl. SK on the defense. Of course, that's Giant X on the attack. Look, a banger series in front of us, no questions asked. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see what SK are actually going to be locking in, because this is the one that I was mentioning of the fact that the last time SK played this, sure, they had a great win rate on it, but they were playing it with the Yoru. Not many teams are playing the Yoru anymore, guys. Yeah. Riot decided it's not necessarily one of the strongest things to play in towards team play at the moment. That's why you're seeing the flex of Rescue going on towards that Phoenix, which honestly, for the side of SK, it makes so much sense. You're keeping the flashes, you're keeping the double duelist identity that they love going for. And I mean, Rescue plays Phoenix on a couple of other maps as well, so it's not exactly out of her comfort zone.
Yeah, definitely. For Giant X, of course, you were talking about the Phoenix for Rescue. It's Adora that's running the Neon here. We've still got that the KO Sova combination, that double initiator that SK have lent less into. Of course, where you forfeit in the initiator, you gain in that second duelist, right? So it'll be interesting, that sort of difference between these two sides. Giant X leaning more maybe into the info gather, SK leaning more into being able to shoot people in the face. And to be fair, with their results in the group stage, Summer, you can't argue that SK, if they want to play this run and gun style, they've definitely had the results to show that they can do that and hang with EMEA's best.
My thing for SK is they have such a great ability to have a double duelist composition, be able to play the hyper fast rounds, and at the same time wait until there's 10 seconds left on the clock before they're going for these executes, which again is where maybe the double duelist comes into play again, where you can go for those fast executes, whether it's early in the round or towards that late round on the re-hits, which definitely going to be something to keep an eye out when they do eventually switch over on towards that attack. But from the defense, expect early gunfights, especially with the double duelists sitting up together over towards the art position. It's not exactly SK's ideology to shy away from these gunfights.
So this is it. your lower semi-final EMEA Game Changers. It is Giant X's pick here of Pearl. We kick things off with the pistol. Rescue up close towards Art. A few bodies behind her as well. She's ready to turn the corner with the assistance of the flashbang. Bandit goes out, but it's a bit of a trade in util and nothing more. Jelena draws first blood. Anita hits the deck. 5 on 4. SK happy to retreat with the advantage.
No, that's a perfect little hit and run off the contact. You pop the flash. Sure, it doesn't necessarily net the kill, but then it's the follow-up again. Get the kill. No trade possible, and you back away. Early advantage for SK is going to be important, especially when it's taking off Anita. The KO off the board, that's a lot of initiation ability. From the side of GX, the flashes are gone. The null point as well, so they're still going to have to deal with a lot of fighter utility over towards the B side. Which Jade is having a little bit of
we've all been
trouble
there.
dealing with.
We've all been there. The turrets always feel like they have more health than they should, especially when you're on pistols. Damage is done, information gathered. Rescue, it's the nice shot. Adora, second body dropped. Jada gets the trade, so it's not all bad here for the GX side, but limited time to make a move. Recon dart destroyed by Twilight. She sits in the smoke, or at least behind it. Anva coming through, connector assistance from Jadar. Shots need to be hit, and well, one might just be enough. The cavalry has arrived. Liza's able to trade. Jade still needs to prioritize that spike. A tap on, but Fluxy does not budge. A second try, easy swinging. Jade dropped. SK 1-0.
We have plenty of time, Mo.
Lovely little pistol. You can see even being able to just throw people at the problem of the players being out on towards that B site. Comes back to the initial early advantage that they were able to get. The trade game goes in your favor when you're starting with a 5v4. Obviously, Fluxy getting the final remaining kill. This was another thing for GX. In a couple of their previous games, struggling to start off on the right foot. A couple of rounds go by. They start to lose momentum. That's one of the things that they've struggled this split to get back under control. SK hoping to use that to their advantage.
Awkward as the smoke goes up. GX bodies pile in behind it, and so encapsulated here in Pearl. The middle of the map is the only control that they have, but a quick move towards A, and they are going to try and rock the boat a little bit. Util to be dropped. Fluxy hearing so many players walk by, but she does not pull the pin just yet. Shot dart gets the first, second, should be slim pickings. Fluxy, laboured spray, but the cavalry is there. SK 2 from 2, and only losing the 1. Pretty decent result.
That was nice. That's great damage coming in from that shock dart. Just sitting ducks, and obviously with a little investment. Yeah, look at that. Big chunk onto Adora, and Amber hits the deck. But otherwise, it's just a simple cleanup for SK. No investment from GX, so not necessarily put under too much pressure to close that one out. But this is now the one for me that I'm looking towards right next to be able to win this relatively confidently, given the investment of SK. It's not the best investment, but you still have a couple of Phantoms, some of those improved weapons like the Guardian and the Bulldog. It's not necessarily the easiest bonus for GX to walk away with, but for SK, they can get the ball rolling, get that sort of snowball effect that we were talking about in regards to the momentum. And especially on GX's map pick.
Silence is deafening here in round 3. Very slow round out of GX, just poking towards the left-hand side of the map. Attention centralized once more. On the other side of it, Fluxy playing from Art, just taking the jiggle, information and nothing more. The inkling that there's some main pressure forces her off the angle, and when she tries to re-clear, there are plenty of bodies in the way. Jelena needs to hit shots at a rapid rate, but Adora does one better. Slides into the A site, quick dismissal for the duelist counterpart. A 3-on-5 that SK need to recover from.
And they've already vacated site, not offering up any easy early kills. Working towards the utility that they're going to have to push them off the weapon, which currently is only the start. Ooh, it's not even needed. Anita through the wall.
Goodbye. Quick escape given for a couple of players now. Twy gets one back. He's got to hit so many with the Guardian. That is ridiculous from Twy. Has to start sticking. Jump spotted. Jade will swing the corner at the right time. The stars aligned for Twy. And it nearly was. Yes, it was. It nearly was. Honestly, clip of the tournament. It was there in the making. Nearly there, in fact. Hard work done as all the bodies drop towards Art. Look at this. What a beautiful display of accuracy from Twy. But not enough to draw GX away from their first. So it is 2-1. We are back to normality. But that is one that sucks the air out of both teams.
I mean, China's just counting their lucky stars after that one.
My ultimate
So
ready.
4v1 instantly turned 1v1. Definitely had them rethinking the end of that round, but saved by the IGL. Live to tell another tale, but walking into this one now, SK, due to the bonus, now they can actually invest. Jolena up on towards their operator, Fluxy with the Odin. See both on the two extremities. Jolena up posted towards long. But I'm more worried about this Odin posted on A main. Get the smoke, you get the pull, and Flexi should be able to just mow them down as they come in.
They now know about the weapon. The question is, how much output can it give? Jebois fires off the ultimate. Hunter's Fury used.
It's a dud.
Swing and a miss. Twy gets Jada in the meantime. Rescue uses the ult to clear out Art. So now they know that this is a very one-dimensional push that GX are putting in front of this site. All the bodies in one place. It's going to be very hard to break down the steel wall. Anita hits one. It's not all bad. Spike going down. Liza's just hit two through the wall. The spike gets planted, but all of the resources are sapped away from sight. And Anita not long lived for this world. 3 survive for SK. 3 next to their name as well.
Of course, it's Lisa going in with the wallbang kills and not Fluxy with the Odin, because that makes perfect sense, Ryan. But no, lovely couple of kills from Lisa there on towards the site itself with the assist of the Odin and Fluxy. But
laughing as you use all my gear.
that's again leaving it a little bit too late. SK,
Alarm bot out.
like you said, dealt relatively easily with the lurk or attempted lurk from Jada, and then it became extremely one-dimensional from GX. Had to push their way through A main. 20 seconds left on the clock. The lurk through connectors dead. There's not really much option. They made their best attempt though to fight through. Anita hit a couple of lovely shots, but not enough.
And you've got to say, for SK, they just sort of delivered the right news at the right time, you know, putting that Phoenix ult in that pocket of space towards Art. They knew that main was the only choice that GX had to make. Their hand was forced, and financially, you bear a lot of bad news because of it. It's an eco, a Bucky on a Dora, but everyone else sort of pistols, some of which no investment made. It's just utility, and while the Neon slides by, numbers are here. Rescue blind, looking at so many without vision. Lisa's able to slip through the net and find one, but this is a pear-shaped round for SK. Not maybe long-lived, though. Jolina's hit one back up close and personal with Anita, but Fluxy's Odin plows through the remaining players at GX. 4 on the board for SK. But yet again, it's GX that look lethal in a round where such a little amount is invested.
The most kills were with the classic that round, Ryan. It was mayhem on towards that B site, and you can even see some of the pings going out now, trying to dissect what actually happened. Flash through. Yeah, it's a couple of kills there. Started to make things dangerous. But it's the stabilization from SK towards the end. Puts them up onto 4. Jade, though, has a little bit more of an investment this round. The Odin doesn't seem to be liking Fluxy's the only one with it in her hands. Picks up the mantle herself, but it's not even the Odin that gets the first blood. It's Jelena, Operator, peek through mid, and down for the count.
They're going to try and hit the A site quickly. Rescue within the smoke. Has to dodge and weave between all of this utility. Anita trying to use the ultimate as cover. A safe space for the spike to go down. Divide, deploy, but it does give Fluxy a pocket of space to work with to spam through this wall. She's got to be careful though, because the return fire is just as strong. Lockdown, deploy, this Killjoy ult now offering space. Another wall put up on this map. Bricks put in place to try and build bridges for SK to find their fifth, but GX are going to try and waltz their way back through. The spike is tapped, and there has been no warranted reaction. Now that util starts going in, there's a flood of kills in the feed. SK 4 for 2, blink and you miss it. 6 deaths, 4 of which GX's, and SK will find a fifth off the back of it. A crazy end to round number 6.
It's for the side of GX, it's great though. They're playing offside, playing for the utility. It's just by the time the utility's utilized, they're down for the count in numbers. Sure, they got the shock dart kill, but that was about it. They have to push through the wall, and by that point, SK have already set up crossfires, and as soon as they go through, it's just an absolute meat grinder of kills, all going in favor of SK, and another third defuse for 3 rounds in a row. The post plants are they're getting to there for GX, but they just can't close them out towards the end, towards the tail end. And it makes sense for a tactical break now coming through, because already up 5-1, GX on their map pick now. Need to start fighting their way back sooner rather than later, Ryan.
I mean, I love the fact that I'm hearing some very calming music in my ears, and you just know that this is not a very calming time for GX. They are a team with their backs against the wall, financially and scoreline speaking. You know, this is your pick of the bunch, Summer. You ban 2, you have 5 to pick from. This was their choice. And if the first 6 is a showcase of what this entire map is going to be like, you can only help but think of the worst and worry for the worst case scenarios. So the timeout used appropriately to try and regather the thoughts of this GX attack, and how do you make amends from the beginning, because right now not a lot is going right for them. They've got the potential though. There have been a lot of close rounds, there have been a lot of opportunities, but now it's about putting pen to paper and making sure that you're bouncing from strength to strength rather than on the back foot.
That's the important one, but talking about strength to strength, Jelena's looking strong at this map already and now pushing the issue. One of the few rounds we've actually seen her explore deeper towards B, so that could catch GX off guard, but it also allows them to rotate heavier over towards A. Drone going out. Catches a couple of people on the camera.
You say that, but that is GX's entire mid-round fumbled. You know, like, there is no disguised mid-play now. This is just straight up, we know where you are. You're in the middle of the map. Okay, there might be a lurker on either side, but there's not really much now that GX can pull out of their back pocket.
And even then, they were expecting players to go through mid. Look at where the alarm bot is. Look at where the turret is. They were ready for this play. Almost space given up to GX, inviting them in, luring them into this 3-man stack over towards A.
Yet again, A is the destination, as you say, Summer. Adora using the ult, just trying to clear the space in sight, and that is given up. Not for long. Twy yet again. Headshot through the smoke, and this puts problems in favor of the GX side to try and get the spike down. Anita will try and stick it. Jada, a fantastic job in holding on. A 3-on-4 is now SK that bear a disadvantage in numbers. Now they're the team that's tested, but not for long. As Jelena, some snappy reactions to clear out the Astra from main. And now, shooting fish in a barrel maybe, because all of the players are lingering in sight. Fluxy's double, Rescue another. The ultimate is burned, but it's just security for SK. 6 out of 7 on the board. A fantastic start from them, and GX, their timeout amounts to naught.
Oh, it just gets so awkward with Jelena getting that kill in main. Players on site just get isolated. You have to fight forward from Art. And just here, just being forced to plant in a position open towards that spawn because of Fluxy with the Odin. They can't plant towards the default spots. They have to make it a little bit more awkward, but even then, you're open to wall bangs from other areas and sprays through the smokes. And again, it's yet another post plant that GX are able to get themselves into. So we're not doubting that there's something there, because
yeah,
it is. We four rounds in a row, 4 post plants, but it's 4 losses as well.
The track record, as you say, not too strong. Now we're starting to see
so much damage.
GX rethinking their game plan. Instead of heading towards mid, it's a B heavy lean to start. And as you say, Adora taking a shot through the wall. Down to 5. Plus the shield back, I guess. So 30 in total, but point still stands, Summer. You're staring death in the face. And rescue.
Yeah.
The Grim Reaper towards mid. 2 stolen, in fact. A third denied. And that's going to be that for the Eco. Pistols don't get much.
Yeah, you could see, make a conversation of, yeah, we get Adora sliding in with the judge. Instantly gets down to 30 HP if you want to be pedantic, Ryan. But it's more of, that was sort of their win condition for the round. Instantly shut down, obviously with the assist from Lisa sending that shocked out, so wasn't necessarily spotted by the drone at the beginning. And yeah, it's just easy pickings.
Spike down mid.
Send rescue towards mid.
Enemy remaining.
Another triple kill, actually. I think quad. I take it back. Quad. Yeah. Lisa's been one of the players that's relatively silently picking up a lot of these kills. I think in a couple of the series before, consistently getting 2-3 Ks. A quad for herself in that round. A little bit more of an unsung hero. It's not as flashy as the double duelists, getting some kills. Or maybe Fluxy with like a quad spray down with the Odin.
Honest work.
Don't count it out. Yeah.
And here we go again. A, the destination. Adora slides into action. Liza gone as well. It's messy. It needs to be good from Rescue, finding 2. Anva gets one back, 3 on 2 now. Before the spike even goes down, they offer up the ultimate, clear some space. Some real estate offered to this attack. Dwyer has to back out, and the op's too far away. Neon accelerated move speed, but that's just to regain the presence back. Adora up close, jump around the corner. Jelena has to find the kill, and the shorty drawn for it. 2 on 2.
This makes it a lot more doable. But with Jane Noir towards main, 2 shock darts still in hand, 2 nano swarms still for Anva. This should be the much alluded post-plant conversion for GX.
Shoulder spotted, can't find it though. Jelena low HP. And SK might have to bow out of this one for financial benefit rather than anything else. The operator, too sacred of a gun to lose. And while SK have deep pockets, there's no point giving your opponents more ammunition. So GX, they'll claim a second, but it's a handshake agreement made by the SK side. Not all bad. But GX, you kind of feel like running out of chances. This one round here, this spat of success needs to monopolise. It can't just be a one and done. Nice entries from Adora, to be honest. That's what really set them apart. And even then, Rescue was a couple of shots away from turning this one back on its head. So for GX, it's not all smooth sailing. Some choppy waters here on Pearl.
Placing swarm grenade.
I mean, it's a lot to fight through as well in regards just to getting out onto site, and it's just a full send from Adora just to deal with Fluxy towards the backside, which might not even get that far. It's an early fight, early pressure on towards A main. They want to get the orb for Rescue.
I mean, that is the ult now already for the SK side. Huge advantage, I guess, given up in that sense. But yet again, GX, just same thing, rinse and repeat. Rescue sends them to the cleaners. Lisa does the same. Fluxy on the flank, able to find one more. Jade able to catch Rescue in ult. But she is the only warrior left for GX. And SK stand tall and strong yet again. And Jade caught, back turn, knife out. Thank you very much, says Rescue. 8-2 the score.
It's just instantly the fight towards main sends them packing, but it's not much of a second game plan. It was always going to be A, just took a detour through R.
Spike down A.
And again, at least just another double kill. Doing so much work for the SK side, single-handedly holding down Art while the teammates fight forward. And yeah, it's a tough situation, right? You're 2-8 down on your own map pick. This is your second tactical break. Second timeout, and it's not even end of the first half.
I think you've got to look at it. The first one is sort of recollection, and the second is desperation, right? Like, things haven't got much better since the break. The first one that you took, that tactical timeout, I think, what, round 6, 7? Oh, I said it, sorry, I didn't mean to. Sort of around the midway point, let's say, of the first half, to avoid
we'll
people
call
start
it
throwing up
the
their
midway
hands.
point.
But the midway point of the first half was the first, right? And we said, you know, it's a good way to get back in. Ult's starting to come online. It's your way to sort of build your own path back in. However, we're now round 11. The scoreline, at least the sort of the movement of it, hasn't changed. It's still GX second best. It's still SK mopping the floor every round with this GX side. You're running out of chances. You know, the best you can do now is 8-4. You're then relying on a pistol. This second half, at least your way back in on Pearl in general, is very conditional now.
And it just makes it's the added pressure of it being their map pick. That's the second caveat of this, of it being, sure, we were talking in the veto, in the map veto, most of these maps are relatively in a similar position for both of these teams, but this should have been the one up GX had, because SK haven't played it since the Yoru nerf, so this would have been a little bit more of an unknown territory for SK, but it doesn't seem that unknown to them, just based on the scoreline.
Flash. Oh. Was she blind?
I don't know.
I don't know either, because I didn't remember
There's
seeing.
no move.
Yeah, there was no movement, but there was no icon.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It looks like a DC possibly.
We'll go with it.
Spike down A.
Because Fluxy has found a double. Jade moving in towards the site. Rescue quick to read in. Jade up. Last
30
standing.
seconds left.
Classic in hand. And yet again, SK's magic sprinkled on another round. It's 11 that goes their way. Have only conceded 2. Nice from Jada. It's an operator put in the wrong hands as well, Summer. I think this is now where things get scary. However, you hear the announcement. Jada, bad news given over the intercom. There is just no time to get into the site. She'll leap into action to try and find some damage, but it is 9 on the board for SK.
I mean, at least Jalena's mishap in towards mid isn't too much of an issue for the side of SK. It was against the lower buy of GX, so it quickly cleaned up. We do have a technical pause just so we can sort out all of those issues and make sure it is 5 full players for SK playing. But at the moment, they don't seem to be having too much issue.
Yeah, look, I think you've got to look at it at face value, right? We are now at 9-2. There's a technical issue. No one's really allowed to talk at this moment in time. You know, is what it is. We've got to think about the future, though. And for GX, I think the pavement, there's all sorts growing on top of it right now. You know, like the weeds have just gotten out of control. The trees have grown, fallen over. GX have got a lot of landscaping to do, is my point here, if they want to get back into this game. For SK, I don't think there's anything that you can say that's faulty about the way that they're playing this. I think they've had a really good idea as to what GX were doing towards mid, right? You know, putting up the alarm bot so deep. Even the turret was put deep to make sure that if they had that space, we still knew what the end goal was. I feel like that this is just a perfect game that we're seeing from the SK side. I don't think GX quite expected SK to have all of these aces up their sleeves.
I think that's another benefit of them not actually playing it so far this split, is they haven't had to show anything. And for the side of GX, they've been playing this a couple of times this split already. Admittedly, they've been winning it, so maybe not necessarily the worst thing to have come out with, but in this matchup in particular, they're going in with a blank slate, wanting to play their own game because they haven't really got much tape to go off because of the composition changes obviously coming through, given some of the agent nerfs and buffs that we've seen over the last couple of months. But like you said, for the side of SK, they're changing up the game plan of how they want to react in regards to the Killjoy setups that we're seeing, whether they're fighting for mid or inviting GX in and letting them walk into a site full of 3 people, Killjoy utility, an Astra with an Odin, and all of this stuff. It's definitely part of the game plan for SK, and at the moment, Giants are kind of playing right into their hand. But, there is the caveat, that is just the first half, okay? And I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket of saying it might be a different switching over, but for the side of SK, we were talking about this earlier of, in their match against G2, they struggled incredibly hard on the attack. And sure, they're starting off on the defense, which is great here, but my question is whether they can replicate that on the attack, because in the game yesterday, it was not the greatest showing or best performance, because they got 2 rounds across 2 maps, I believe it was, on the attack, which is definitely not what you want to be seeing, especially when the maps were going to 13-7s on both of them. Out of all those rounds, it was really only the defense that they were able to walk away on top with.
Yeah, I think, as you say, for GX's sake, your hands are kind of tied, right? Like, you're effectively hoping that SK continue this run of form with, you know, I think the stat was 2 rounds in 2 maps against G2 on the attack, right? Like, that's what we were saying. It's not pretty. Let's not beat around the bush here. It really isn't pretty. It's not looking good in that game against G2, but it's something that's fixable. Right now, the scoreline can't be mended for this GX side. You've just got to play with what you're given, right? And right now, we are looking at a very one-sided half where you're kind of expected to win a pistol, the follow-up, the bonus. You know, like, there's a whole string of ifs and maybes in there, very conditional, as I say, to even have a sniff at map 1. And for GX's sake, you know, you're hoping that all of these things go right, but as quickly as, you know, you can piece together 5-6 rounds together, losing 1 basically costs you your selection in this best of 3. So it's an eye-opener, definitely, for GX need to sort of buck up their ideas quickly, because if not, you know, you're going to be seeing a break screen in just a few moments, and we're talking about a second map.
Yeah, you talk about all the if, buts, and maybes, but here on broadcast, we only deal with the absolutes. And so far, the absolutes is that SK have been on top. They've got multiple round wins. Obviously, just the scoreline in general is staggering, but it's the way that they were able to get that score across the board. It wasn't necessarily the cleanest fight every round of, oh yeah, we just killed all 5 before any of us died. It wasn't flawless by any means, but it was the sort of little micro plays that you're seeing from individuals who are stepping up in hero moment, on top of the macro play of how they're adjusting the defensive setup, how they're looking towards going for the retakes, even when the side of GX have a relatively strong post-ban position. You have the Sovas, the Killjoys, you even have the Astra utility to deny the spy defusal, and yet every time it's getting nitpicked by the SK side on the retake, and relatively successful. I think there was only 1 retake that they've lost, and that was in the most recent couple of rounds.
Yeah, I think, as you say, the most impressive thing about all of this is the macro, right? Like the adjustments I was talking about towards mid, but it's not just that. It's sort of how they position themselves on the A site when the hit does come in. It's how on B, where we're giving some space, we're taking some other bits, and we're making things very difficult. We're causing a bit of a headache for GX, right, is this SK side. And unfortunately for GX, when a team is playing this well, when you've kind of been read like a book through this entire first half, you kind of feel like your days are numbered in this first map, right? And of course, we're not there yet, but in the back of your mind, I mean, everyone's been there, and it's like you're no longer thinking about the first map. You're starting to think, we're going to have to beat SK on their own pick and then go to a decider and win that if we want to stay in this tournament. And, you know, I threw the point out there on the desk saying that this is a team that have performed consistently good enough to make these playoff runs and have been running deep, you know, top 3s, top 4s. I think this stage they came 3rd. Last stage, excuse me, they came 3rd. But 3rd isn't going to be good enough over the course of 3 stages when there's only 2 champ spots via points on the line, right? You need to start earning points. You need to book your ticket quicker and sooner rather than later. Bowing out here is definitely going to throw a spanner in the works for this side. They need to buck up their ideas, as I say, because time is running out and this map is slipping away from what felt like you know, what could have been a very safe selection.
I mean, you talk about the points. Realistically, for Giant Eggs, even worst case scenario for them, they go out, whether it's 0-2, 1-2 today, they're still going to be higher points than SK because of that split one performance that they had. SK didn't make playoffs, you need to remember, Ryan, because even though we see the form that they've been on in the last couple of weeks, whether it's a group stage or the start of playoffs as well, ignoring the G2 game, but now they seem on this sort of road to success or road to top 3 that you can't really ignore. And they've come out in the very first map of this series on their opponent's map pick, and just look at the stark difference in the numbers at the top of the screen.
Yeah, look, I know there's someone that's sick of us blabbing, so don't worry, we're not going to keep much more of your time seeing our faces. It's back to the action for GX. I think they were hoping by some miracle that they get to start all over, but as you see, 9-2 on the scoreboard. Our last of the half. GX opting less towards A, and now it's just a straight play towards B. You can see the KO ult deployed. Hunter's Fury now torched as well. Lisa was using it. Adora finds the first. On the other side, another Adora just runs rampant through the SK side, and maybe it was just ill preparedness because of an extended timeout. Maybe it was just something that was always going to work all along. GX find a method, but it is in the last round of regulation.
Although last round of regulation means that Flex and Julina are going to be going for this, so a tough ask. 5 players ahead of them, and yet another amazing flash coming in from the KO player Manita. And sure, Adora gets the triple kill, but it's the flashes that do so much work.
First, on the other side.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Here.
12 rounds played, a technical timeout, 2 tacticals, and a whole host of SK rounds. Leaves us 9-3 at the halftime break. GX with a miracle required in this second half of Pearl. Their selection in the best of 3, their chance to make the unthinkable reality. For SK, you kind of feel like, well, win a pistol, and you kind of kick your feet back on the deck chair, metaphorically, and have a sip of your drink, because GX, the go big or go home round, is now.
But that's something that they can't afford to do. Keep it as clean as possible. Get Haven started up earlier. And not give GX an opportunity, because give a way back in. You leave the back door open, someone might just wander.
Here we go. Straight in. Rescue. Got caught by the knife. Ooh. Caught by the Sheriff. Jedwar firing from the hip like it's the Wild West, catching one through the smoke. And now SK, well, they wanted to start to turn the screw towards A, but now disadvantaged in numbers. You're kind of waiting for a reaction out of this GX side, and one that I was going to say has some success, but also some downfalls. Information gathered that the spike was tapped right behind enemy lines, and now the free real estate to just run it towards B, a foot race that SK will win.
But it's two Neons against each other. Dora is not too far behind this SK side. They do have the numbers though. That's the main advantage that they have. But Dora wants to chip down and instead gives an opportunity for Liza to push the issue. A double peek out. Jade just cannot connect, and it's a double peek. Jelena instead, and it's double digits for SK. Opponent's map pick, and they've come out with an absolute tear.
10-3, a 7-round deficit for GX, and after losing the pistol, that number, you feel like can only go up. That deficit growing bigger and bigger. SK, I mean, they just rely on Twy to pull the pin on the flank, gets one, they play dodge, they run. B-site is theirs, and now, Pearl, they've got one hand holding in. Oh, up close and personal. Jelena running out of ammunition. Jada gets 2 with the classic. SK respond in tandem, so it is a 3-on-2, now 3-on-1. Twy gets one more, so some normality brought into this round. But even in rounds like these, GX showing a little bit of flair, a little bit of pushback. Problem is, the forces aren't strong enough to knock the SK side off of their feet. Anva switching up pistols, classic 4. Bandit upgrade in weaponry. Whoa, okay! That gets way too close for comfort, doesn't it? Anva with a double. Nearly again do we see heroics on that A site in a retake. It was the Guardian earlier on, the Bandit now. Yet again, your muscles tense up. You're like, wow, that gets close. But SK just about hold on.
Alarm bot out. Obviously not taking sides at all at this because we've had 2, 1 from each team. You almost wish they walk away with it because the first couple of kills you're like, okay, great. Good bit of damage, but it's this double one. You just want to see the third connected and it would be perfect. But no. SK managed to weather the storm. Adora, though, is stuck.
Wedged into that left-hand side, has to drop some utility to back away, and even then, GX, they're not giving a moment's rest. It's still a bombardment towards B. Anva finding Jelena. Twy hits the deck as Jadar finds a kill. 3, 4, in fact,
Spike down
for GX. And Fluxy, that is just a classic. That's a recon dart that's fell out the map as well, so maybe this position goes undetected. Never mind. Anva's there. She's got her wits about her. 11-4. GX do collect another. But for SK, you know, unorthodox, sure, but treated as a bonus. They still have plenty of rifles to put forward into this round.
One enemy remaining.
Yes. Nice, clean rounds for GX. Just a couple more is going to be required before you start believing, has to be, because the deficit's so large right now and weapons out for SK. It's one of the first real tests for GX. Full buy from the attacking side. And he's just been relatively on point so far. I know maybe not necessarily seeing most use of the utility, but the flashes, the null points have been useful to the rounds that GX have been able to get across the board. Looking extra proactive in the last couple of rounds.
Nice set play from GX. Information and some damage done. Lisa one from the Vandal, but it's only a body shot. Trying to move forward. Adora's got to be careful. Oh. Stuck in no man's land, but the tables turn. Rescue faltered. Anva in the smoke gets the information that SK are trying to push the buttons towards this side. In the smoke, Anva! That is ridiculous! Sees nobody. Drags down 2. And speaking of 2, that's the numbers that SK have left. It's Twy and Fluxy against all 5 left from GX. Yet again, the spray and pray, fire from the hip, hope that you get something has worked wonders. Fluxy 1 on 5. I mean, this would be out of this world. 10 seconds left, gotta get it all. Falls at the second hurdle. It's GX that move forward to 5. SK, weapons don't work out this time around. It's still only 2 away from victory. Let's bear that in mind, Summer. You know, it doesn't matter how far GX get into this game. You know, the loss of 1 round now puts your back against the wall and you're fighting for survival. In the smoke! That's me! That's you! Look at us! We're just amazed! We're so amazed! Couldn't believe it happened. 11-5. To be honest, I didn't expect to see my face there. I'm a bit flustered. Apologies to everyone at home that has to feast upon that for just a short second. But there we are.
Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled broadcasting of round 17. Nothing much is happening. GX have weapons, SK don't, and Lisa's already down to 10 HP. Maybe you can make a conversation, they can overrun the weaker defended side towards A, setting up for an arc split, but there's reinforcements quite quick on their tails, and Nisa and Amber not too far away.
Yeah, they know this is a bit of a dud round here, SK. They know that chances are limited. What is that? Jelena drawn by with a bandit. It does not mean to work like that, but somehow they walk away with a 5-on-4. The numbers, scales tip
Another
level.
one?
Fluxy's found one through the smoke. This game is bananas. And it might just be the GX slip on one of them. Adora hits back with a bang, nearly, but not quite. Lisa's found another. Lockdown deployed, wall put up as well. Rescue to use the ult. They've got to be careful. The detain has happened, but Rescue still running through. Now removed. Spike half gone. This round is still very much for the taking. A tap. 5 rounds left in the gun. Jada hits it. Breathe, people, breathe. Someone needs to pinch me because this round is crazy. I can't believe it. 11-6 GX. Just about skin of their teeth stuff. I mean, the first shot is just... What is that? What is that?
The first one's nasty, but for the side of SK, sure, you better own a couple of ults into this, but getting the Killjoy lockdown out from Amber on an eco, honestly, take that as a win, because that's such a massive ultimate to get them back out onto site. It's the same thing when you're looking towards Spike plant denial, when you're looking towards Jademar building up towards the Hunter's Fury or Anita as well. Those are some of the main ultimates you look for, either the initial site hit or for the retake itself. Having those not being online when the weapons come back out for SK after a tactical break that they're taking now, this is one of those swing rounds where we could genuinely see Ginex start this streak of rounds back into it, being able to build their way back in, and for SK, started slowing it down. Pedals not necessarily on the gas anymore, on the brakes.
Tactical break. Offered a moment to breathe, Summer. Offered a bit of time to reconvene and post up some new ideas. I mean, you know, you don't want to be the person to say it, so I'll do it, and that is the stat line that we gave with the whole G2 situation. You know, 2 rounds on attack between the 2 maps. You already feel like this is haunting. It's not just a one-time mishap. This is potentially repeatable. GX have earned their space in this second half. Information fed via Jademar. Stun goes around the corner. Easy as you like. GX read in, pick apart, find the 5-on-4. Now it's just about bringing this round closure. Adora using the ult to try and burn away this SK side. An electric way to hold the fort. And for the most part, SK hear the voice line, don't move.
Yeah, and you were hoping for the pressure that Thwai got over towards Art with how many players got there. It's like the rest of the team would be able to make their way out, but you can't because of the delay utility from Jada and then Adora coming in with the ultimate. Benefit is it was plenty of time on the clock that they've been able to sit around and have a second look at this.
Moving in. This is not over. SK still have earned some space. The opportunities may be 2, 3. In fact, it's all come from Adora. all on Lisa 1-on-5. Hunter's Fury's there, and you kind of think, well, that can do some of the job in forcing these defenders off the spike, but at this moment in time, it is not worth investing one of the more expensive ultimates as well into a round like this, where you feel like the numbers are so tight. They even hold off on the defuse to make sure that that weapon and that life is not spared. Almost disrespectful out of GX, but they know that it's all part of the game plan. Make this half feel as suffocating as possible for SK, and so far, can't argue against it. They've done a pretty good job at doing so.
Yeah, you just look at a couple of those kills. None of them have really been anywhere near a 50-50 fight of Ginex stunning up their opponents, taking a double peek, catching players off guard. It's exactly what you don't want to be taking those 50-50 gunfights. You want to have as much of the odds in your favor, which that round was down to the T. Everything being towards the GX side, but now you talk about the economy situation, of the fact that they weren't able to even save that one gun. Look where it's done to their money. Sheriffs across the board, harsh shields. It's a little bit more of a fill around here.
Jelena, aggressive in the space-taking ability. However, this one,
Spike down B.
it's just all a backstab. Spike doesn't even get to go down. Only half cooked, and now
One enemy remaining.
GX just get to feast upon those stranded in the B site. Quick dismissal, easy as you like. 8-11 the scoreline. GX, I mean, it's definitely an eyebrow raiser, Summer, that's for sure. Whether you believe yet or not, that's personal opinion. You can't argue that this game probably should have been over a little while ago, and somehow GX have fought tooth and nail for every inch of the current scoreline.
Weapons back out though, Ryan. So sure, the last one was a little bit of a fill-up. Got a kill. But not even with weapons back out, GX aren't shying away. Immediate Hunter's Fury invested off the contact from Adora, who's further pushing the issue. That's rescued down for the count. Flashes off the board, and with them struggling to initiate any of these initial gunfights on the attack, taking the Phoenix off the board makes it that much more difficult.
Becomes 10 times harder, as you say. You got stuns, but that's about it. Nothing to remove vision from this GX side. All very cautious right now, sort of tiptoeing their way through. You can see
right there
through middle, but avoiding art. Straight down B as well. Anita hits one. Lisa needs to start collecting bodies. She finds one and a second. Not all over yet. Anva goes 1 for 1. So Twy and Lisa now need to tag team their way to 12. Spike down.
J-Mar's running for it.
Spike planted.
Deployed. Lockdown still there. It will be destroyed. So GX buying themselves a bit of time for this retake, but it's also equally bought SK a post plant.
And especially though, you're looking towards Jada, the Cosmic Divide online. SK, they can't necessarily play completely off-site, even though they have some of the best post-plant utility. Hang on. I don't think they know where the was.
Oh dear. Lisa's let them both buy top of the spike. Do you pull the trigger? Do you bite? No is the answer. Now that you know nobody's on it, it's a huge win from Lisa. The most winnable round of them all. Twy falls in the 1-on-2, and then Lisa can't deliver from the back lines.
It was a bad wall, Ryan. The Cosmic Divide gave SK the perfect opportunity to just hold the line. Obviously, not expecting the spike plan to be in its exact position, maybe more towards the tuck corner, but look here. That was the GX divide. Oh
yeah.
No, yeah, I think that's how everybody should be reacting to that, because man, that was rough to watch. And for it being 11-3 or 11 Yeah, 11-3, Ryan. It was 11-3, and now we're at a point, it's 11-9. We were talking about how quickly GX had to use the tactical breaks, and they didn't really get much off the back of it. This is the last one now for SK as well, and we're at a point where, bar the pistol and the conversion, they have yet to win an attacking round.
It's a bit of a head scratcher, isn't it, for SK? I mean, how do you win a round at this point? Struggled to buy their way into success. Timeout gone, so the minute that you get offered with a sixth opinion is now silenced.
Checking the situation.
What a
Out
map
there.
one.
Well, they do always say it's not over till it's over, and seems to be set for both teams now. Win condition, looking towards Jelena. Up close and personal with a judge, which might find a couple of targets.
Oh, it's perfect. It can't be more than one, though, for Adora. Fluxy nails the shot, so it is a trade. Twy getting information towards middle as well. So SK, sort of this lingering towards middle, gaining some ground informationally. Jade collecting some backswing towards doors. Anita, I was going to say, you've either got to win the fight or live. You can't afford to die there. Anita getting flashed through. It's just charging into the action, into the chaos. Do you really want to fight that at this moment in time? SK just say thank you very much. 4 kills in the matter of seconds. And GX, it's heartbreak. They now have to win 3 in a row, otherwise you go bust on a map that looks so promising.
They just turned that round into realistically a defensive round of mid. They just defended mid. They walked into it. They're like, okay, this is our space now. GX
Swarm grenade.
seemingly didn't want to give it over. On the lower buy as well, just let players walk out of double door, walk out of R, and just collect those kills. And that's the round that gets them up on towards 12.
Standing ahead.
For Giant X as well, because some of the rounds have started getting close.
Yeah.
Sure, they can fully reinvest into this, but it doesn't even matter anymore. SK are up onto towards 12. 2 ultimates in the pocket. Rescue's not far away from her running back either. A lot to contend with.
It's a knife to the heart, gap in the wall, moving through, and oh my god! They're just looking at each other. Hello! She says twice! What is this? Fluxy gets the trade. I mean, how do you even talk over a round like this? It's a 4-on-3. There is a moment of pause, a moment of peace, but SK want a double dip. They've got the wall up. They've got a chance back in here. Spike gets tapped. Adora to try and swing round. Can't spot Fluxy. Tucked safely in the corner of this B site, and now GX offered into this round. You've got to win this 3-on-4 if you want to stay in the game. Swarm grenade deployed. Damage done, clipping at the heels of GX, but Twy now has to watch on in the 3-on-3. Spike, tap, not stuck. The pull is used, Adora now drawing out the ultimate. This Neon is going to have to run rings around this SK side. Still, the spike is not being worked on. Lisa's found one, Adora needs both. Fluxy, the in-game leader, the queen of SK, needs to deliver good news. It's not stuck, and Fluxy will deliver. 39, SK, take map 1.
And I was almost by the skin of their teeth though, Ryan. We're looking at the scorelines. Great for SK that they're actually able to walk away with a victory. But it got so messy as soon as they switched on towards that attacking side, which again, is such a big concern. But at the same time, you're looking towards the tenacity from GX just to fight their way back up to it. You were mentioning that, worrying about the mentality of it being up, already thinking about the next map, but they fought tooth and nail to the very end. Even though it wasn't necessarily successful for them, they definitely showed that there was a lot more fight left in the tank, which hopefully they'll be able to use that going over onto the second match, which again is not going to be their map pick.
Look, I mean, if the game ended sort of very quickly in the second half, I feel like we're sat here talking about the MVP, talking about the way that this series is structured, and we're like, man, this is, you know, this is SK's game to win all the way. And instead now, there's an argument to be made that no matter how the first map has gone, GX have proven that they are just as worthy of a seat at the table as the SK side. You can see here, of course, SK to take the map. Lisa on the Sova, 21 and 17. Jada on the Astra for GX, the MVP respectively for both sides. You just kind of look even sort of lower down on the scoreboard and you can see that there are just these slight differences where SK have found a couple more kills and you could argue that could be all the difference. Look, at the end of the day, you know, me and you were going to need a break, as is everyone else after that, because this was a crazy, crazy map one.
Yeah, and I know we've got the highlight package coming up, but I genuinely don't even know of who the main highlight is going to be, because both teams have had such hero moments from the rounds. We had the Bandit almost quad kill, we had the Guardian almost clutch, and it's all of these almost moments that almost was teasing us and the viewers as well of what could have been in some of these rounds.
I mean, oh yeah, look. I mean, look, our reactions say it all. You can't even see us all the time. You should see it. I mean, we're moving like it's a circus act, honestly. It's incredible. GX and SK have provided us a banger in map 1. And as you say, like map 2, you don't even know what to say at this point. You just kind of want to embrace whatever comes in front of us, because let's just say that there is no telling what's going to happen in that second map after we just watched there.
Yeah, I think everyone was teeing this up of saying we've got a great banger of a series to cast, and it's like, yeah, sure, SKGX, that'd be great, but I genuinely think it's gone above and beyond what we could have expected. We're already on map 1, right?
Yeah.
And this map pool, or just the map beta that we've had, is something that all these teams are, both these teams are comfortable on. So when we're going over on towards Haven, which is going to be our next map, after this short break, there's just going to be more action to be had. So don't go anywhere, or if you do, go get a cup of tea, come back, because there's so much more Valorant to watch.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
My personal goal is, it will probably be the same for everyone, but be the best, but not only in the GC, but in general. I want to be and prove that I'm one of the best, or the best IGL on the server, and I want to learn and like give it all, not only for me, but also for my team. And yeah, that is just my main goal. I want to play the big stage.
I think my goal in Valorant is to be the best. It's always been to be the best, play on the best teams, really show myself.
For sure, I would love to play the championship. That is my driving force. Like, that's all I think about. I want to play on like a big stage in front of a lot of people.
I would say my personal goal in Valorant is, first of all, I really want to be a good teammate. You know, I want to be that teammate that all the teammates trust and like they put respect in. And one of my personal goals is that I want to win champs. It's a long way, but I got close to it once and I know I can do it again.
My main goal is to win the Game Changers, of course, and qualify to champions.
So I want to be the best team that in Europe, in general, like I want to be the best female team player.
Just to keep playing like as long as I can with like getting more and more trophies if it's possible. I love to play at champs, like it's my dream of every year. We like working hard for that. There's only one champs that I've missed, so I would like to like keep going every year and just play against the best teams.
My competitive goal is going champs and winning, but in future it's gonna be around VCT, like around Karma, and one day I would like to play in a Karma team. Like it's for every Game Changers player. Like there's gonna be one day and it's gonna be the same for everyone. It's not gonna be like VCT or Game Changer. I believe that.
First goal right now is just obviously at least being top 3 in EMEA to make it to champs. And obviously I want to raise the trophy at champs one more time. I would love to do it before I hit 30, please.
Welcome back in, ladies and gents. Quick break, but hopefully enough time to mentally reset and check back in with what was a ludicrous map one. So much to sort of unfold the Pandora's box of the GX SK matchup here, the lower semis. Summer, look, we had a moment to recoup and regain our thoughts, and it definitely was a story of two sides, right? Like, you have this SK team who did unbelievably well in the first half, struggled to piece together the attacking portion, and then obviously for the GX side, it was a very lackluster first half, but really started to put the screws to this SK side during the second half. So heading into map 2, I'm just kind of here to enjoy the cinema in front of us, because it feels like we've got to bang a second map in front of us here.
Yeah, honestly, if the first map was anything to go by, we're heading into Haven. It should hopefully follow suit of it just being carnage in the best possible way. And this is where I was mentioning how ResQ plays the Phoenix on a couple of other maps. Haven is one of them. So definitely a standout player of that double duelist interaction that we saw on the previous map, hopefully to replicate the same thing here. But again, it's Lisa that I want to pull attention to for the side of SK. It's just sort of like a war horse of just going through the motions, the dependable part of this team, just constantly chugging away, doing a job, and finally seeing that again in the MVP of the previous map. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. But for the side of Giant X, I have to say I love this composition. I do love the double controller on Haven. It's a guilty pleasure of mine compared to the double initiator or the double duelist that you tend to see teams running in the more recent patches. So for that, definitely looking towards Nita on those lurks, being able to deal with depth-wise, utility on the Cypher, just being a pest, really, is Anita's job right now on that attacking half for Giant X.
Yeah, look, we are all locked in with the Agent Summer. It is SK up a map to none if you're only just joining us, and it is their selection of the series. An uphill battle the GX have to fight, but if Map 1's taught us anything, it's to never count your chickens before they hatch, because it felt like GX were going to be bowing out at a rapid pace in the first map, but they show that they've got grit. SK need more of the same if they wish to avoid a third map and even more uncertainty during stage 2. Massive opportunity for both, and now for GX, I think it's going to settle in quite soon that this is it. You know, the do or die is now. We are in the lower bracket. We are a map away from elimination. This needs to be the best GX side we've seen yet.
I mean, we were talking about Pearl in the sense of SK haven't played that recently, so there's no tape to go on for Giant X to go off of. This is a map that both teams love playing. Both teams have a pretty good win rate on it. Both teams love picking into it. So again, in regards to the, it's SK's map pick, this is going to be interesting to see if Giant X can fight the way back. This is not a map that Giant X shy away from either. They've got good reps on it recently. They were able to take the win over Gentlemates and Carmine Corp on this map, which is relatively, we saw Carmine Corp all of 2023 and beginning of 2026 incredibly strong on this map. Same goes for Gentlemates. They're in the grand final, so if you can take them, this is the map that they took off them. There's something in the back pocket, but it's the same sort of conversation when we're looking at Giant X. Another win over Gentlemates, win over G2 goes in as well. So both of these teams love Haven, and I'm just more excited to see this is a little bit more of an equal footing headed in rather than that of Pearl, and we saw what Pearl gave us. If we're looking towards Haven, it definitely should be a little bit more of that step above and further, possibly for Giant X to even close that gap, keep it close from the very beginning rather than having to fight their way back in.
Yes, as you say, Haven, a map religiously played by both. Some very, very good results for both teams as well. This is where all your chips are pushed to the middle of the felt, though. There is no backing down from this map. For SK, they are a map away from making top 3 and breaking that Giant X streak from stage 1 of getting to that stage. For Giant X themselves, it's a must-win for those ladies. If they are bowing out here, they are out of the tournament in its entirety. You know, we're talking about how huge this matchup is between these two teams with the implication of the point system, right? Like, you don't make a deep run here, you are solely reliant on stage 3. You don't really get to take a bit of a break. You don't get to chill. You know, you'd argue that for both of these teams, even SK more so, with the fact that they didn't make playoffs last time, that, you know, you have to win it all. Otherwise, you're looking at stage 3, and if you don't win it all there, your chances are slim. So now's your best time to get your foot in the game.
It's also a little bit of an ego thing for the org themselves, Giant X. I don't think they've made it out of top 3 or dropped below top 3, sorry, in a GC split since gosh knows when. Definitely not 2025 or 2024. So for, again, multiple iterations of teams, different players, whatever, because it's the org name that we see at the top, right? And for that, it's a little bit of a legacy for some of the players having to fight their way in towards that and to be able to keep up the same expectations when you're joining one of these bigger teams, especially with some of the newer additions switching over or having to leave teammates on previous teams, getting the call up to Giant X and being able to continue that streak for the org themselves. But for the side of SK, again, not a name that we don't really know in GC. They've been around a couple of years now, playing, started off in the Dark Leagues and then coming up into Game Changers, been more of a mainstay here as well. So it's a lot to prove, not only for the players themselves, but under the name of the orgs as well. So that's definitely something to think about in regards to the pressure some of these teams are feeling, and what a momentous occasion it would be for SK if they are able to push their way into top 3 and, well, push Giant X out.
There is a reason we are taking a little bit of time. There was a delay, but we are still steering this ship on course. A tongue twister before we head into the action. SK taking on Giant X. If you've only just joined us, by the way, hit the rewind button a little bit because you've missed an absolute banger of a first map. But Haven is our second. Here we go, ladies and gents. Our second of 3. There you have it in the bottom middle. Some of you were talking about, you know, how this map is played so much by you both. Jelena, Jade Moi, Anva, all asked, what's your favourite map? It's this one. And to be honest, kind of a base take. I must admit, I'm quite the fan.
Honestly, I'm just glad to see Ascent back in the pool. I need some of the bread and butter maps back, right?
Someone has to ruin the party.
Breezes. No, I'm just happy Haven and Ascent are back in the map pool together. No longer having to choose between the two, but GX, no choices for them about where to go. It's answered quite soon of 8. 4 players down in towards short. There's going to be early warning signs for SK with a trip. But
it's gone.
Lysa's on a bit of an island here.
Stuck, as you say, rock in a hard place. Jade Moi finding one with the Sheriff. 5 on 4. Good start for the GX side. Got to keep putting the screws to this SK side, though. We know what they're like with momentum. We saw that in map 1. Flying through. Jelena hits one from the grave, apparently. Anva, Jada, both with kills. It's looking red for the most part in the kill feed, and it will remain that way. 1-0. GX take the pistol.
An important pistol as well. I don't think they were able to get a single one, right? Over on Poil. Still able to make it competitive, but starting off on the right foot. Hyper important for GX to push this forward. And especially since we saw how horrible the snowball was for SK.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't get a taste of their own medicine towards the tail end of the map, but damage was already done.
As you say, I think GX kind of know that SK are not to be toyed with when they're the team with all of that momentum. So good to cut it out early. Avoid bleeding out, I guess, in a map too soon. With a pistol win, they are going to head towards A. Very silent run, quiet stuff from both teams. And it's got one wandering up middle for the most part. The team is on long. Rescue spotted out by the recon. Dart, Anva catching these up. And in the meantime, Anita has found a nice pocket of space out towards B. Nobody really overlooking. You'll see the body start walking back around. A freebie for Anita. Twy executed towards A. A second could follow here. Fluxy walks around the corner. Movement is good enough. Jelena falls to the Jada Vandal, so it's not all bad here. Rescue. Start moving through the smoke, try and reapproach this B site. Assistance from Fluxy would help, but neither player on good weaponry.
Enemy remaining.
This round's over.
Yeah, GX can only really afford to lose one more here, right? You're looking at the investment that they came into this with, the triple rifle. Obviously, Anita had the bandit. Jade Moi on the Sheriff. Makes sense. Just to try and go out towards the spike, send Jade Moi hunting.
Target down.
Gets the wall point either way. But relatively clinical round from GX coming into that, right, Ryan?
Yeah.
You see the lurk coming in from Anita. Sure, you send the player with no weapon or no real weapon to speak of. Going for a wander, gets kill, cuts off the rotates. So in the replay here. Buying time, helping the spike get down. And sending the only other player without a weapon to go for a little bit of a hunting, right? You get the all point either way. Don't really need to save that Sheriff because they're going to invest up into it now, which makes this, for Giant X, a full buy round. With the added caveat of they're going to be able to invest into the next either way. So luxury SK aren't going to be afforded if they aren't able to convert this one. Which is why you see Jelena going a bit extra aggressive.
Good start. Adora yet again in the kill feed. This time for the opener. Twy removed. That's a lot of sort of site holding utility, right? Twy's able to lock down a third of the map all by herself. Now relying on the other pieces of the SK puzzle to make amends. Good start, needs the follow-up, flank is good. They all walked up short, under the nose of SK. 3-on-2, Spike to go down.
Planted.
Jada takes the TP to short. I think Fluxy knows about it. Can't do much though. Anva walks into the crosshair to give the numbers game back. 2-on-2. Smoke on top of site as well. This creates the world where the TP is very feasible.
Last player
You
standing.
can hear Fluxy tries to bait that out. Drops down from the heavens, hits the shot. One more for Fluxy. And she has the idea that Jada's towards short. But eyesight blurred by the smoke. And a good swing at the right time leaves Jada with an easy kill. And GX 3 from 3 at the start of our second.
Yeah, I have to give the style points to Fluxy for this jump out of the window, but it's the instant peek after the tap from Jada.
Yes, this should do.
Doesn't give Fluxy an opportunity to get half, to try and fake it out. Instantly shuts down any opportunity in that round. But what really was it for GX is they finding so much space over towards short that SK just seemingly forgetting about. Getting locked in on towards this position on long, which they like exploring. And short, it's just against a half buy, not really many shields to speak of, which is why you see Adora with the Outlaw. Be interested to see what sort of shift in the setup that they go for when you're looking towards that A position. Whether you see players fighting for short more, or you see maybe Twy will go over and be the hard anchor towards A and they fight for C long. We're in this one. A little bit of an exploration from ResQ. This might be the perfect opportunity for Twy to get a little bit of damage up close and personal.
Could be lethal. Finds one. Cage drops. More information. A second as well.
Down, C.
Takes a decent chunk out of this GX side. Spike planted. ResQ, if you swing at the right time, it could be pivotal. Missed shot.
Going up.
Wall to be dropped, and that's to close the gap out on long. In the meantime, baited by Jelena in towards Garage. Still bodies dropping, but they're all blue. SK reduced down to just ResQ. 1-on-3. Nice first shot. 2 more to go though. Picks up an Outlaw. Now this gets a bit dangerous because one player's low enough, the other could walk into the Sheriff. It's hopeful thinking, however. GX makes sure that the curtain is drawn on another in their favor. 4 from 4 on this attack. SK, you know, their defensive structure in map 1 was fantastic. This game, not without its drawbacks.
Does seem GX have found the winning solution. The conversions that they've had off the back of getting that spike down, being able to defend it in the post plant. Now with money back out for SK, investments flowing, especially looking at Jelena's pockets emptied out for this operator.
I'm out of here.
And you see the change up for the short defenses, they've just put that trip there similar to the pistol. And maybe a little bit more wary of the possibility. Have ResQ jiggling it. Instead their focus is hoping someone walks in, tries to destroy the trip on mid, that Sheena will get an opportunity for a kill. Aldrin comes out though, so forced off the angle.
Yeah, a couple of bodies move into this site.
Spike
In the smoke is the Omen, the wall.
So
it's
awkward.
Yeah, very, very frustrating. Jada drops another smoke on her position. This is just under the radar even more. Adora gets ResQ. GX advantage again, moves through, slides into a second, looking for 3, can't quite collect. Feel like the damage is done, however. Fluxy moves through Garage and gets the kill. Information spilled out to this defense. Twy knows that there's someone up close. Can't collect. Anita's ult just causing more and more frustrations for SK. Jada will go hunting. Head removed. But this is dominance and a definitive display from the GX side. 5 from 5 here on the attack of Haven.
Yeah, and you have to feel for Delina in this situation. Posted up with the operator. Gets removed off the angle by the owl drone, then the TP's in. The neon fast lane, and then there's a Viper's pit in front of you. It's a massive investment in regards to forcing up that operator and not being able to put it to any use realistically, just based on the circumstances. Like you said, it is a frustrating situation, and not only on the individuals, but as a team, right? You come off the highs of winning the first map, your opponent's pick, of having an incredibly dominant first half. You look towards your own map pick, maybe with a little bit of confidence, and instantly a door slammed in your face. For a tactical break, timeout used by SK, hoping to start to pick the lock, because currently they're locked out of the house and Dynamics have no intention of letting them back in.
First of 2 timeouts used. Of course, we saw GX kind of do the same when it was their backs against the wall out on Pearl. So see if they can sort of turn this minute of silence into success. Always important to get, you know, external opinions on the microphone, you know, have a discussion. What can we do better? What is going wrong in SK's case, of course. Just wanting some damage. That's a good start from ResQ. It's not all hopeful though, because there are still bodies for both sides. Bucky drawn for Adora, leaping through. Clip Lisa, but not for a lot. That's why information not there though. 1 on 2. Just got to find the damage. Jade Boy in the meantime slips into sight. Spike goes down.
Spike planted.
And the Owl drone, no info gathered. Jade sitting underneath the smoke. It's messy from both players. Damage not really drawn from either side. The blood. There, Lisa with 1. And low HP for Jada. Let's not forget, both players low. Drive-by from Lisa. 9 points of health. Thought when there was an extended fight between herself and Jada, it was going to be a difficult one to get back into instead. Lisa cracks open our first count of the Red Bull clutch here. Our second map. And finally, we get to see individual heroics in the 1vx. Fantastic stuff from the Sova.
1 enemy remaining.
What can't she do? We see it, the first map MVP. And see the happiness on LAN. Massive clutch, and it still feels, for SK, it's heroes bailing them out of situations, getting their first on the board. But that might just be enough to break the streak, break the momentum, give SK a little bit of respite. It was a half buy, so it does mean players like Delina able to force up on towards that operator again, this time posted up over towards C. More of a focus of player numbers on the east side.
Deploying drone.
It seems like they're hunting Delina almost with this operator. Again, spotting her out. Put pressure in towards Garage, but it's the short play that gets the first initial kill.
Let's keep buried. Lisa hungry for more.
Revealing.
And while it's information, it's nothing more than it. 4 on 5, SK have to work with the cards that they're dealt. Fluxy, she's here holding out towards the long position, knowing that A is still under threat, and she is correct. Moving forward, blinded, but dead. Adora with the double. She is hitting SK like a truck at this point, just blasts into the A side. Nails down a double. And yeah, sure, there was seconds within the round, but they always had the space and the opportunity, and for SK, left to nurse their wounds yet again. Safe towards C this time. It's going to be a very, very long wait for them to see if they get to keep these rifles, and not to mention, after what we saw in the last round, you were kind of hoping that SK we're going to have a stint of rounds, Summer, not just the one and done. And unfortunately, it's back to the chalkboard for this defense. 6-1 will be the score. GX barreling their way through Haven.
Yeah, you've got a feel for SK. Obviously, it's difficult being down 0-5, get around, you start believing again, but instantly shut out the very next round. Wasn't necessarily even coming down to a clutch. It forces a save out of 2 players because of how dire the situation is for the defenders right now. Sure, they're still able to keep the operator alive. You've got a couple of ults to work with, but it's nothing that you're exactly writing home about or starting to boost the morale even. So it's definitely going to be a slog back into this for the SK side.
Yeah.
And for GX, it's cruise control.
Dora takes a bit of damage. Not to worry, it's information fed through the pipeline as to what SK's investment looks like. They ran into the Guardian and the Sheriff, so all in all, they kind of know the pace of this round that SK are trying to put out. Plant to go down towards B, lots of noise made towards Garage. I mean, SK, you kind of feel like defenseless at this point in time. Adora, to be honest, you'd argue quite lucky that she draws the movement out there and is able to slip away. The lockdown is still used here. Foxy's found one through the wall. 5-on-4 and existing health issues. Twy getting caught in this Killjoy ult. Not to mention, though, that while everyone's trying to hunt down these players, the fights are still happening on site. Anita, Jada, both with kills. SK still with numbers on the site. A 4-on-2 now presents itself. Fluxy continuing to stick. Time is low. The Recon finds one. I think they needed it halfway. We'll see. Yes, they did. 0.71. Just under a second, but GX, that is enough for them to find their 7th out of 8.
Yeah, even with everybody falling, the round's still collected, and again, it's just another tough loss for SK. They finally start being able to force players out of cubby positions, have the reflanks going, but time not in their favor, and the shock dart from Jade Mark placed exactly at the right time.
That goes there. Here. Camera to cage trigger.
Spam.
A couple of pot shots going down long.
I was going to say, you kind of feel like that could have done a hell of a lot more to the GX side. Unfortunate, to be honest. So many targets to hit, but now they're all spread across the site. 2 for 2, Twy. Looking for damage, draws blood. In fact, Res Q. Lisa hits one with the ult. Blink and you miss it, stuff towards C. SK are able to find their 2nd. Now backpedaling on this lead a little bit. GX, time to review financially. Their bank accounts are starting to dry up a bit here, Summer, and you know, it's an SK side that could definitely make the best out of a bad situation.
Oh, this is a nice
Arguably, need the rest though.
This goes here.
Yeah, it's definitely not a conversation of, yeah, 2's enough for this half. Definitely wanting to be pushing that further and have a good opportunity to do so now. Early damage being done as well to the lurk on the cross. Even though it's not necessarily confirmed. This is one of the players that have been a good linchpin for GX to rotate around. The lurks they need to have been able to find.
Take flight.
Jelena fighting forwards, and instead of putting a team in a good position, a player up, it's the opposite.
Rescue at least has a response as Anita walks through short. 4-on-4, pace picks up and it's towards the C site instead. Twy going to be tested once more on this Cypher. Ideally, this is where you want to see some sort of engagement. The recon dart was appointed that job. TV drawn in. That's the spike. Doesn't know about the player underneath her. Jada still waiting in the wings. And she will penalise. SK down to 2. Lisa and Fluxy. One from long, one from Spawn.
Spike planted.
In fact, that's over heading towards Garage. Fluxy needs to activate quite quickly here. Pinch this GX side in sight. Allow them no move. Recon dart. No one's holding long. Jada will have to trade, and she does so nicely. Lisa, another 1-on-2. This would be her second of this map. Needs to hit the shots, collect the first. Anva, out on the right-hand side of sight, head spotted, can't connect. A hat trick from her. And GX up to 8, spamming the body, a bit of disrespect, some flair thrown into the pot.
I mean, I think they've earned it. A rebound in the last few rounds.
30 seconds.
Yeah, you're looking towards this in the post plant. Fluxy not necessarily expecting someone on the close left, and that's the head glitch angle for Anva. Played perfectly from the killjoy, but I almost felt Lisa had another clutch in her. Unfortunately not. A little bit of a lackluster performance from SK so far on this map, given what we were expecting. But Fluxy, I have something else to say about that.
Very nicely taken care of, as you say. I feel like for a team that has sort of bled advantages time and time again, it's nice to see that one finally goes their way. We'll see what they can do with it, though, in round number 11. So I get the information that Garage is under some scrutiny. The reaction, perfectly timed. So I think the bot went down. Now Twy, put under the microscope, see what she can do. Crumbles under the pressure. Fluxy to move forward. Cage there to try and introduce her into a gunfight. 2 on the Guardian, and it's bought time for the cavalry to arrive. Jelena stunned. The Omen should be dead to rights. It will be, but from Lisa's hands. Jademar with a hat trick. Anita with the last. And the spam of the bodies. GX.
Last round in the half.
Shaking the cage. It's 9-2. 1 to go in this first half. SK. This time they were given the advantage, but still couldn't draw the path to close.
Yeah, you can even see in the replay some of these engagements are just so awkward for the individuals. And with the numbers, GX just able to double peek virtually anything that they're going for. And it's the last round of the half, Ryan. But you look at the money from SK, this looks like a save round almost. Three sheriffs, 1 vandal.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, look,
you
just
one, but
yeah, you've got to work with what's in front of you, right? But as you say, this is desperation at its finest. Jelena thought it was going to be for 3, but Anva just quick enough. 2 on 3, flank inbound. They basically know that this A site is the only place GX can find themselves.
And especially with all the trips still up for Twy, they can put 2 players on A. But the issue is they don't know how far that they've gotten up. You can see how apprehensive Twy is in towards A link. That's the alarm bot down, though. That's could be great timing for Fluxy to switch through. Just makes it.
Oh, but spotted anyway. Anva caught in the middle of nowhere. Damage is huge. Neural theft deployed. I mean, why not? It is the last round. 30 seconds left. They've got to try and secure the plant. Force this to a post. Flash goes out.
They can just
Anva
leave.
forced off. I mean, this is just buying time. But as you say, GX given an escape route.
15 seconds. Not necessarily the greatest time to make it to C. So B is where they'll post up the defense. Trip is still on front B, so they know that doesn't have to worry about Garden.
Jada, 1 on 3. She's laid the trap planted for her, but she's sat in C-Link right now. Check of the spike, but nobody home. Fluxy from Garage is the biggest surprise. SK move to a third at the end of the first set of 12. If this was any other game, I think we'd be writing SK's a victory. But after what we saw in map 1, anything goes clearly in this series. Let's see if GX have what it takes to close, or if SK have got aces up their sleeves. We'll be back right after this. Here we are, ladies and gents. A short break, but a needed one if you're an SK fan. 3-9 down on your selection. GX were given this exact same treatment out on Pearl, yet that was only a map that ended with a difference of 4. So anything to play for here as we head into the second half, Summer. And look, looking at the score cards, you know, you can see at the bottom middle of your screen there. You'd argue, you know, SK, okay, slightly neutered compared to that of GX's numbers, but it's not exactly like a 9-3 scoreline would be portrayed in terms of the kills and the deaths and things like that. It does feel very close in terms of the scoreboards and the head-to-head matchups. It just is that GX close in the clinical moments. That needs to change for SK.
It does come down to like the 1v1s, 2v1s. But GX wants to stabilize most of the time, and a little bit of chunk of damage done onto Jelena.
This is a deep lying Neon now. Twice able to find one, right click, backstab, Jade hits the deck. Jade are able to find a trade. It's a 4-on-3 as GX hear the spike go down and can't really do much about it. It's how they set themselves up for this retake that matters the most. Lees are able to spot the arm of Anva. A double swing coming through the smoke, only one found, and the kill is in blue. This round's still on. Great damage done by the shock dart. Fluxy gets the assist, reload. Jada with her third, needs 2 more. Lisa will put that one to rest before things get any more hairy on the A site. 9-4, excuse me, separated by 6 at the start. Now starting to reduce.
Yeah, it's a nice little crunch onto the players stuck in towards short. You have one player, a Cypher, just keeping them locked in and just flooding out of long to basically out long you to deal with the 2 players stuck in short, and you can then turn your attention towards the players trying to come out of spawn. There's a pistol nonetheless for SK. And Jelena might be given a little bit of a lineup should they decide to peek.
Or a jump scare.
Do you reckon that would... yeah, I mean, it's only a Marshall, so... yeah.
Go around the corner, go C!
Get all of them.
Go C, don't go A. I've just ran into a million people.
Everyone... The issue is, look how quick the rotates are, though.
I was going to say, the gap between A and C for the defenders is shorter than that of the attackers, so there's going to be another fight made on the site itself here. Twy, Rescue, both with kills. Jademon finds one back with the classic. Fluxy nailing one to the wall with the Guardians, so it's looking pretty good now for the SK side, but the damage is deep for this SK side. Fluxy finds a hat-trick, and look, it will be all fist bumps and all smiles for SK, but that is a cause for concern. You lose so much money effectively with those rifles being dropped, or at least the weapons and so on that SK invest, And you do give a lot in terms of ult points as well to this GX side, who invested barely anything into this round.
Player standing.
I will say the benefit of it is they really only lost a Marshall and a couple of secondary weapons in the sense of the sidearms, because they were at least able to keep the Vandal and the Guardian alive. But yeah, it's not necessarily the most convincing round against a zero investment from GX. And as soon as the money's out, weapons out, Amber walks away with the first blood.
I mean, that is crazy that it's the Killjoy that takes the first engagement, right? Like, it's an integral piece of this GX defense. Wings clipped. Down to 20 points of health, headshot through the wall. Jelena, we've all been there. It's a bit messy, but it does get the job done. But B is under threat. The microscope placed over the middle of the map. Jada needs to work a miracle, and she's good for one. Jadwa in connector shall fall. Adora left, waiting in the wings towards A. She'll find another 2 on 3 for Lisa and Twy. 20 points of health on that Killjoy, 70 on Jada. I mean, it's definitely an approachable round for this SK side. It's just how they navigate these deep waters.
And you can see Amber's backing off.
Left.
Obviously, you're not going to solo defend the C-Site on 20 HP, but for Twy, there may be an opportunity to recover a weapon. You see, these are going to explore towards long to make sure there's no one stuck in a cubby. Twy,
Oh,
wow.
Headshot, overkill realistically on towards Amber. Back to site, picks up the weapon, and with the trip still up on long, at least a warning signal should Adora try to cross.
Look, I respect the idea.
One enemy remaining.
Try your best, and in fact, now it's Twy in the 1 on 2, and it's a fumble of the kill towards long. I mean, even in the 2v2, this round looked really approachable. Even in the 1 on 2, to be honest,
I've tried
you
explosions.
think that Twy stood a chance. GX instead have other ideas. Double digits for this defense. And this is turning into quite the pear-shaped selection for SK.
My eye.
One enemy
Yeah, you can see, like I said, in the 1v2 opportunities, lovely isolation of the, at least of the first, but can't necessarily connect the shots, get the kill. But still, pressure on towards Giant Knights to close this out, because we all know, given both of the teams' track record on the first map, momentum can swing relatively quickly, and there he goes, that's one. But Anita, oh, they don't check her. Oh, but it doesn't even matter. Jada gets all 3.
I was going to say, when does she pull the trigger? It didn't even matter. It's on for the ace. Jada's found 4. Feel like we've undersold that moment from Jada. It's fantastic on the Vandal. And Twy put in another 1v2. Same situation, she was selected to partake in the last. Jada will claim all 5. It's a fantastic 5, in fact, from Jada. And speaking of 5, that's all the rounds that SK have. Jada takes GX to 11. Single-handedly. I mean, look at this. We thought that Anita was going to find all the kills. Instead, Jada's just there. I was waiting until she pressed mouse 1 and started gunning them down. Instead, it's the second player behind the box rather than in front of it.
I mean, that was also just 4 players ready to fight in towards lobby. You can't blame SK for not expecting not only the 3rd, but also the 4th.
You can see here on the right-hand side, ACS-wise, that head-to-head. Adora, Jelena, both on the Neons, wielded for both sides respectively. Stage 2 stats, I believe. And, I mean, even in this game, you kind of look at the scorecards and you kind of look at how this map is going, and the shoe fits, right? Like, it is Adora currently outclassing Jelena when it comes to that head-to-head. It's not all over yet. Let's not forget, you know, if SK are to lose this second map, we do have a decider of Breeze, but, I mean, rightly pointed out, this is a game where Adora has been able to take over, and it's been Jelena that's kind of sat in the shadow of her counterpart.
Yeah, and not only do you have Adora to deal with, I think Jada's one of the highest rated players so far this split. So also having to deal with Jada on the team. It's a tall ask for SK.
Goes up, Jelena just gonna slide through. There's so many bodies, but somehow it's GX that find two. Anva walks away with murder. Twy gets some information that there are plenty of bodies towards the north side of the map. A 2-on-4 though? I mean, this just feels unreachable. Aldro round the corner. Has it spotted Jelena? If not, certainly the rifles have. Judge round the corner! Damage is done. Lisa 1-on-2. She's expecting movement from Garage, but both players from Spawn shoulder spotted. GX map point.
Got on it, up on towards map point a lot earlier than SK did in the previous. No opportunity for a long comeback or any mistakes realistically from SK going forward now.
It's
just this double kill here. Yeah.
It's really cool though that this double, as you say, like really set the tone for the round. If it went the other way, you know, it's Jade Moire's body probably being the one spammed, never mind doing the spamming. But it all boils down to this. Categorically, match point, or map point, excuse me, for GX, but there's no saying never to the idea of a comeback. And after what we saw in the first, even at 12-5, I don't think you can safely hedge your bet on SK to lose. Jelena's double. Adora moving in. The Battle of the Neons. It goes the Phoenix's way. It's mayhem towards middle. But a 3-on-1 for SK. And while we did throw the caveat, you know, it is map point GX. SK still with a leg to stand on financially. And they are looking to bring home number 6 here on Haven.
Halfway, at least.
Yeah, it's a nice way of putting it.
But no. Yeah, I mean, for the side of SK, right, you just have to be thinking of it round by round.
Of course.
But they do have a fair bit to work with on this attack, right? You saw the Neon v Neon fight that you got initially on towards mid, but without even thinking of Jelena in regards to the duelist role, but you also have Rescue on towards this Phoenix, the flashes, and then the follow-up as well, which gives it a little bit more of an oomph to their attack, right? Having that double duelist rather than when we saw Giant Axe on their attack with the double controller, which even then, no notes realistically, getting that 9-3 half. It's not as if you can be like, oh, well, they don't have the double duelist, they're not going to do so well.
I mean, look at this, just everyone's blind.
Yeah. How well they're working in tandem as well. Rescue just completely blinding Jelena. It's fine. Collects the kill herself.
To be honest, I was going to say, if it wasn't for the flash, you know, that's a round that could have gone out of hand for either side, right? That Neon really could have just gone down to Adora, could have pieced together GX's 13th.
Revealing it.
Nicely done by Jelena. Anita removed from the window room of Garage. Nice to see the pep in the step of that Neon on this attack now. Early advantage handed over for GX with no immediate reaction towards the site. They kind of want to gather the evidence themselves as to what SK are up to. Look at Adora's position out towards C long. They've left A completely. This is a very heavy gamble on the left-hand side of the map.
I do like that they actually re-droned the A lobby area. Obviously haven't in the last couple of rounds, giving GX an opportunity to play some sneaky little angles. Of course, not in this one. SK starting teeing up. Looking for that B finish, but it's the pixel angle from Anva. It's perfect, straight onto the dome of Rescue. That equalizes numbers, takes the flashes off the board as well. And SK left scratching their heads. They don't necessarily want to go into B.
Yeah, I think the only flash they have left now, Summer, is Fluxy, right, on the Omen. He's able to find one, speak of her name. Jade Moir removed from Garage, and now responsibility put between 3 GX players. Time is low, though. Let's not forget, that is a condition to this round. Liza are able to find Anva. 4 on 2. His defense. You thought maybe they were going to try and push the knife through the heart before the spike went down. A retake required, and I don't think they quite have the tools to smash this one out. Jada, information gathered where Lisa is. Nice tap. 2 on 3, but the time is already drifting away from them, and for GX, they're not exactly inching closer towards the site.
Last player standing.
It should just be posting up for exits, and even then, the Omen removed from the equation, all on Adora, judge in hand. This round is over. SK will look to scoop 7.
You can understand the wanting to save the weapons, right? They haven't necessarily got the most money. You can see here, this kill, again, it's Lisa getting some of the more impactful kills towards the mid-round. Sure, on paper it's just 1, but the time being so low, anything but a clean kill there would have been the round over, possibly. And Breeze would have been teed up. Saved weapon does allow for a weapon to be in the hands of Adora coming into this round, but the rest of the players, Sheriffs, Bandits, which means Selena with the Outlaw is still relatively scary. GX were hoping they'd go for a similar mid-play we saw a couple of rounds ago. Instead, it's 4 players up long and 4 players on site.
Moving in, Rescue finds one, Jelena a second. Flash actually bad for the SK side. It's now a 3 on 3. Adora's earned space for this GX side to hold on to. Lingering at the back of C, TP's drawn, Twy hits 1. Jada needs to connect. Her information forfeited. A leaping shorty to end the round. Fluxy catching Jade Moir in the meantime. 12-8. The gap reduced to 4. Summer, you know, you don't want to say the words, but you can kind of pick up what I'm putting down here. It's not over till it's over, is the sentiment I'm trying to convey here.
Last player standing.
Benefit for GX's weapons out, operator out now for Adora. Still got a couple more opportunities for those fall-by rounds before we even start talking about overtime. Ultima's even invested from Anissa instantly. Viper's Pit cascaded down short. Double that up with Anva. A site theoretically should be on lock.
Alarm bot down. Bomb grenade out.
Early pressure, at least to deal with a little bit of the utility. Alarm bot down, forces out the nano swarm. All while SK have scaled up A, starting to make their presence known. Adora has a good line down on towards C, which means Jade Moir's rotated in. Jada's got to be careful.
Spike down A.
Oh!
Joke's over! You're dead!
Amber's not cleared though.
30 seconds left. Good.
Going up.
12 seconds left.
10 seconds left.
Spike goes down. Flank from the Killjoy to level the numbers, even the scales. Bot removed. Lockdown now deployed. 3 on 3. And GX want to force the hand of SK, moving in. Twy tries to gain space, instead eats the operator.
Still a molly and 2 shock darts available, so they have util to defend, but Rescue's on the front line here.
How do they fare, as you say? The incendiary burning at the feet of GX, all on Lisa. 1 on 3, not meant to be. Amber, a hat trick of her own. GX will make sure that SK have no bargaining chip on Haven. We will require Breeze. GX take map 2, 13-8.
Doesn't let the mini comeback from SK matter too much. Lovely play towards the end round here, just double peeking everything, knowing that they have the numbers and they have to fight forward just based on the utility that they had to work with. And you can see how it went absolutely flawlessly to the end.
Yeah, look, GX respond in kind, right? It was SK that we were having this conversation about, but instead now we're talking about a decider. We can have a quick look how map 2 went in terms of the numbers, Summer, and I think it's fair to say that you know, for GX, I'd argue, even with the scoreboard the way it is, you know, Jada above the rest, she had a great game, but I don't think you can deduct anything from Adora's entry and capabilities. You can deduct anything from the utility that we saw out of the Omen Viper combination. It's pretty standard stuff for GX, right? We know that they enjoy this map. We know that they're strong on it. For SK's sake now, you turn to Breeze knowing that you're a map up to none. And equally, as much as we were given the condition to GX, it's now SK sort of put on the same lifeline. Winning you're through, losing you're out.
Yeah, both teams getting a 9-3 half on your opponent's map pick. It's just how it goes, I guess, in GC. And now we're looking towards the final one being, again, looking towards Breeze of it being a relatively equal map for both of these teams. But given the caveat of what we've seen on the first 2, it's definitely a little bit more of the unknown of which version of each team we're going to see. We're going to see the 9-3 version of both teams or the 3-9. So it's where we're going to see that both teams meeting in the middle, hopefully, for the third and final map.
As you say, like, I feel like this is very much up in the air. We saw very much so 2 different teams in 2 different maps. We saw a GX side that suffered in map 1 but performed excellently in map 2, and then the same for the opposition, right? I think, you know, for GX, unlucky map 1, for SK, unlucky map 2. It all boils down to the third, right? That's what we're going to be teeing up here. This is it, the decider between these 2 teams. If you don't know where we're at the minute, this is the lower semi. If you lose, you're out in 4th place. If you win, you have a chance to fight for 3rd. If you win that game, you're through to the grand final, playing that Generate side that we saw earlier today. So it's all to play for here, Summer. A quick break when we return, that 3rd and final map, do or die for both in the lower semis.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Yeah, I'm a prodigy. Ain't no milk for this ticket, ain't no lottery, no robbing me. My joy comes in the morning, they can't bother me. I'm proud of me. Thought I had to be like y'all, but I ain't gotta be. Took off, had to redefine my worth. Now my mind at ease. Works out of me, comes out of me. We don't see no transitions. Stuck in the same frame of no clip with no ammunition. I am vicious. They can't handle me. I'm too ambitious. Ain't nobody invited you and your friends. This is fan business. Probably shouldn't be worried about your haters. Let that fade off. Whichever teacher told me I wasn't gonna make it. Should've got laid off. I know a lot of y'all thinking when the edge catch don't pay off. And I know your work. Add tax and take off. Take off. Yeah, I gotta win. I can tell they ain't wanna surround. They ain't gotta say it. Been doing this a long time. I put that on my mama head. Game recognized, game we good. We ain't gotta play it.
I've been in the jump all week. Leveled up though. Ooh wee. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me. I'm a big dog. No leash. You all bark. No teeth. That's a whole lot of wins on me. That's a whole lot of wins on me.
Come through like I'm Dolomite. Hold up, this a holy site. You think you a legend, what they say, I say for sure you right. All I ever know is being OG, I'm a prototype. Cooler than the polo sweater, brighter than the police light. Beast mode, this a deep grind. Speak gold up at each line. No cheat code, I'm a beast, bro. You a bistro and it's E-time. Got big goals and a big dream on the beach shore, taking me time. My whole team lit too tough, we too up like peace signs. I'm real. Raised up in the field. Grinding while the sun is on me, I ain't got no chill. Get it out the dirt and work like I ain't got a deal. I'm trying to blow 100 bands and tell you lames how I feel. We ain't throwing up a brick, dog. The game tipped off. I'm out the kennel, catch me running with the big dogs. Don't hear the critics, they can kick rocks like kickball. They not important, boy, I'm Jordan to the pitfalls. Too many L's over there, I'm trying to big ball. I'm trying to level up a bit, I'm talking Rich Paul. I hit the floor and get it jumping like I'm crisscross. Throw me and Cannon in the booth and that's a hit.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. It is a third and final map between SK and GX to see who will move forward and who will be eliminated. It's a high-stakes game, Summer, and it's only fitting that we get to see 3 maps between these two sides. Desperation calls for both, it's safe to say. You know, we kind of left on the sentiment that it was, we saw 2 different teams in 2 different maps, right? It was an SK team that was strong in map 1 and it was a GX team that was strong in map 2 and vice versa, you know, the inverse for those teams. So look, all to play for in the 3rd map, and to be honest, I still don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I think that's part of the course in regards to this matchup, in the sense of we came into it on paper, it's going to be a banger, but having not the 100% of both teams showing up on their own map pick, which obviously a little bit lackluster for both of them, and in regards to their unexpected performance, and you can see it here so far. Of what we've got is 13-9, 13-8, both trading their map picks and both having 3-9 halves to begin their map pick with, so it's not smooth sailing for either team, which is why I'm glad that we get to see Breeze to some extent, that we can find that equal ground, the middle ground for both of these teams, where they're both on their A game and we can really compare what we really have to work with between the 2 sides of Giant X and SK.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreline's very similar in terms of the way defeat was administered. We now look to a 3rd map where, as I say, we don't really know what to expect. We don't know what to discuss when it comes to this side. I mean, all we can say about Breeze is it's a map that has been rehearsed by both. It's something that we've definitely know that both teams can play. It has been in the locker during stage 2, not just this year. It's just who can put pen to paper the best, I guess, in this decider. I mean, it's just cinema. I think it's safe to say. What a lower game that we have here. You know, both teams facing elimination, just staring it in the eyes, and it seems like both teams with some versatility and overcoming, you know, struggles in that sense to take us here.
I mean, I do think we have sort of glazed over the fact that this is an elimination game. You lose here, you're not realistically playing until split 3 towards the end of summer, because neither of these teams play in the Cash Cups or play in any of the promo relegations or the tier 2 leagues, because, well, they are the top echelons of GC. So it is sort of a little bit of a bittersweet ideology of we aren't actually going to be seeing one of these teams over the next couple of days for then another couple of months. So for the players themselves, this is their opportunity to extend their season, for one, but also put themselves in a better position to extend it further when you're talking down the line of champs qualification, because the points gathered in split 1 and 2 means so much when you think about what happened in 2025. We had sort of a last minute race in split 3 of who was actually going to be the 3rd team representing EMEA on the world stage. So I know it's early doors, we're like 6 months away from any sort of conversation about champs, but for SK and Giant X, it is still all to play for. a position 3rd to 4th could mean everything when it comes down to the final wire after split 3.
Yeah, as you say, like, okay, we're still, you know, half a year away from having that discussion and seeing that in action, Summer, but it's your decisions and your placements, and each map matters. You know, we're in the middle of May. It can be defining for your year, and I don't think the pressure's lost on any of these players. See what we've got as we head into Breeze, though. It does feel very samey from previous comp, Summer. I mean, obviously there's the Harbor out for Jada on the Giant X side of things, but you know, for the most part, I feel like we've been very consistent between the maps and even down to the structure of how these teams tee off.
Yeah, it's mainly the difference in regards to age and composition we've seen from both of the teams is the ideology that SK are always going towards this double duelist, which again, going for here with ResQ and Jelena, which again, you look at the names on paper of why wouldn't you want a double duelist sort of composition built around ResQ and Jelena, some of the best duelists we have in Game Changers EMEA, and then you look towards Giant X, and again, it's a lot going towards the double controller. Again, we're seeing Anita on towards the Viper and Jada on the Harbor. The difference is for this one is SK also have that double controller. They're using Twilight as that pseudo sentinel on the Viper, and realistically without that hard sentinel, it's going to be a little bit more interesting how both of these teams approach each other on the flanks, because there is no sentinel in the server right now, Ryan.
Look, at this point, I don't know who to believe, what to believe in, Summer. It's just both of these teams just, you know, have proven very much their weight in gold during this tournament. You can see the hype. Everyone's trying to get excited. I'm pretty sure that hoodie was back to front. Just a PSA there. But look, we're here. Lower semis, ladies and gents. Map 3 of Breeze. It is all to play for between SK and GX. Winner moves to top 3. Loser is out. I'm just kidding. You're going to have to put up with our faces for a little bit longer before we head into the action. We thought, don't worry, we were teased just as much as you. But, you know, even playing field, we're gonna make sure everyone's ready before we start the game.
Yeah, we get all the tech issues, Ryan. What have we done to deserve this? No, hopefully we can get it sorted because, yeah, like you said, the players deserve to be all on an even playing field, which I do hope. I was mentioning it before. I hope this is everybody's A game that we can see in the 3rd and final map, just so we can have a proper banger to close this out and possibly bid farewell to one of the teams. Oh, well, no, not possibly. We'll be bidding farewell to one of the teams and looking towards what team will be facing G2 in that lower finals tomorrow, because they won't have a chance to rest. There's no sort of day off for either of these teams should they make it through. It'll be straight into a best of 5 against G2 tomorrow. And after that, possibly a further one against Gentle Mates, who are sitting comfy in that grand final spot already. That's quite far down the line. First, it's the opponents in front of them.
That's why under scrutiny here towards B. It's a fast-paced start for GX. Out towards this left-hand side of the map. Could start for Twy. It's fantastic. 2 off the back of the pistol. 2 on 5 now because Jelena's found one elsewhere. The flank is good. Jada able to find Fluxy, but you kind of feel like the damage is already done. They begin to circle in on this B site. Lisa are able to find another. Anita, 1 on 4. Drops the snake bite on the spy. Gotta hit the frag though. Jelena moves through and makes sure that SK do not falter. 1-0, good retake. And a good start for SK here on this decider.
Yeah, it's a good start from Twy as well. Just the initial double kill here.
One enemy remaining.
Look at the minimap when that was happening. No help in sight. Completely isolated. Walks away with 2 and 2 life. And being able to hold on towards that backside positioning meant it was so much easier for the rest of the teammates to flood in for that retake. Sure, a couple of them drop on the way. But a successful retake nonetheless. And a successful pistol.
Them down.
And towards the buy round here. Similarly, GX not really forcing too much up off the back of it, except Amber with the Marshall. A little bit of a light investment there. Instead, it's on orb collection duty. Jada picks up one in B main.
This eco's got some legs to it, I was going to say, because Anva's got the Marshal.
There.
But it is past tense, not present, removed by the Outlaw in mid. 4 players stack outside of A. Fluxy going to be put under the microscope. At least that's how it looks as they gather up, getting ready. Wall goes down. Fluxy just pulls into cover, tries to create some space. Adora maybe saw an arm, I don't know, but it's a nice kill to get the ball rolling.
Spike planted.
4 on 4, Bulldog picked up. It's huge damage, but no kills. Jelena, 1 back, 3 on 3. Time for SK to recoup, to get back into this retake.
Fortunately, Jelena's kill on towards Adora drops the Bulldog in an irrecoverable position, so it's back down to just classics for the GX side.
Oh, Recon Dart gives away so much. Lisa's able to pick up another shock dart deployed from Jade while trying to force these players off the spike. Jada 1 on 3. Half cooked now, the spike being diffused, gets the kill. But there is going to be plenty of time to stick the landing. Lisa makes sure that SK get 2 from 2. Scary though, the middle of this round, Summer, you know, you watch this kill come in, Rescue drops the Bulldog, that trade, as you say, forces the weapon out of the hands of this attack, but had that kill not have come to fruition, you know, you're in a retake with a couple of weapons dropped, the holder's got sustenance to it.
Yeah, it definitely got a little bit scary when that Bulldog went into Adora's hands.
Let's go.
And then Jada was able to recover it as well, so there's definitely a lot going on, but SK stabilized towards the end. The issue is now having so many players drop. The bonus isn't nearly as strong as they would have hoped it be, but
nice.
Jelena's there.
Very nice, in fact. Fluxy can't afford to be given more damage. Nearly found by Jelena, who's currently 6-0 here at the start of our decider. Shock dart from Jade to try and force the hand of this Jet, but she's still alive. Finally removed. Anita's got plans to disrupt the flow of play. 3 on 2 in favor of GX. All deployed. Lisa just stuck in no man's land. Rescue. Sheriff drawn. Hits 1, but 1 is enough. J1 will collect her hat trick, and GX get there first.
You can see the results of them sort of feeding the orbs and the spike over towards Jada, getting the ultimate online by round 3. Massive pivotal use of utility towards the end. They're just paranoiaing the player. Well, the only really player with a weapon on that retake. As much as it was a stark investment against the bonus, a round win matters more. Especially with SK ready to bounce back. Weapons invested now. Jelena already making her presence known over towards B. Keeping GX on their toes.
This is just a very obvious B play. Drop the wall, the owl drone, everything invested. It's just a quick B play. Needs to get information that there are bodies up close. Twice good for 1, but only 1. Jade's holding the flank, needs to hit the shot. It's really messy out of Jade. And her HP left low, 3 on 3. This attack is so split up. Fluxy moving the long way around. Noise, distraction, everything being thrown their way. It should be Jade dead to rights here. Fluxy's going to come over the top and ensure that the Sova is not a part of the post plant.
But the Viper's pit still up, so there's still a lot to deal with. Snakebite goes out, so at least there's less utility, but it's still in the smoke.
Buying time, but now a 1 on 3 for Jada, and Fluxy will take her place on the throne. SK take it to 3 with a hat trick from SK's own. I mean, again, this is just a straightforward B play, and you've got to say for GX, it was kind of like the round previous where SK had the numbers. Admittedly, they didn't close the last, but round 3 was a 5 on 3. 5-on-4 found, and a 4-on-3, excuse me, found in round 4. It's a numbers game that GX are always playing chase in. That's something that needs to be addressed. And arguably, it's not going to come from a round like this, where investment is top heavy. Bulldog, Bucky, 3 Sheriffs.
And it's a similar round again, 5 players out towards B main.
Take flight.
Hopefully they can try and isolate a player on site.
Dora's just trying to make life difficult, very difficult, in fact. So much damage. Outlaw down to 25 points of health. Amber comes around the corner, but the flank is all good and well, but it's what's on site that's the problem. Amber's found Rescue. Spike down, 2-on-3. Fluxy and Jelena left to retake. 1 on the flank, 1 from Spawn.
And this is another time they don't have the numbers, but that equalizes at the very minimum. Now Jelena starts to ramp up, coming through main. Smoke fades.
It's flank on flank right now. Fluxy's able to pull the trigger first. Shot from behind. Anva's hat trick. On for 4. Tap of the spike. Jelena's drawn the knives, and equally so has Anva, but time is playing a big factor. Anva's made the noise, leaps over the top. It's tap not stuck, and Jelena just can't find a way to bait and force the hand of Anva. 4 in the round from the Jet. Little investment, maximum profit.
Yeah, it's this couple of engagements towards backside. Doesn't seem SK knew what was coming, right? Sure, you got the initial Adora to deal with, sliding towards backside, but it was the follow-up then. Again, going unnoticed. You can see the pings on site as well. All towards the back line, running up, but that's effect has done SK in realistically on their money.
Toxins going up.
Oh, denied.
Cheeky.
I mean, look, when you're on a pear-shaped investment like this, I mean, you do go for the out-of-pocket moves. Not when it's offering you chances like this, though. Rescue and the Outlaw, damage done by the Sheriff. SK aren't taking their foot off the gas pedal here. Okay, whatever, plant the spike towards B.
Stuck.
Damage is done, and you're right, Anita. There is nowhere to go. Rescue makes sure of it, 2-on-3. I mean, they ignore the gun, they're just going to go for the retake.
Well, Rescue does have ultimate available. Maybe drops that Outlaw to another if they can get a kill. But look how far back GX are playing, knowing that Jademar has the Hunter's Fury.
Baited.
Utilized.
Now they know nobody's on it, but it's another kill found. Now you can just start to
She's so
stick
far
it.
away.
She's so far from the action, SK! Ice cold move towards B.
Thrifty.
Yet again, little investment, maximum reward. This time we'll see the Thrifty appear. SK take 4 off the back of what was a handful of Sheriffs and the Bucky from Twy that started the order of things in round number 6.
Yeah, it's the immediate Thrifty that comes through, and it's off the back of the isolation of a couple of those kills, though. You look at a player stuck in spawn, and Anita, sure, they don't necessarily recover the weapon, but it's still a kill that goes in their favor. It was a triple peek. And then before, on towards mid, where we see Amber go for the, Adora, sorry, go for the engagements. There gets shut down by a Rescue sliding, Jelena following up, Twy as well there. And it's something that we've been seeing in the last couple of rounds as well. Even though necessarily they're not fully pushing it across the line and getting those rounds across the board, they're doing really good in the mid-rounding before they go for the actual retake itself, of getting the numbers into something a little bit more manageable, a little bit more bite-sized for the retake.
Tactical break. Time offered for both teams to sort of reconcile with recent loss. Make rights from wrongs. Put themselves in a better position mentally. I think for GX, they understand that one was a heavy blow financially. you know, SK put up so little and get the absolute maximum. GX argue maybe it's our turn to do the same, and yeah, again, it's this B site that's going to be put under threat. This time, the util usage is looking pretty good. A long range Hunter's Fury used to try and burn away at the GX attack. 1 for 1 so far. Rescue gets another, Amber gets one back, but this ult is still kicking from Rescue. 2 on 3, Spike still not down, and the shock dart leaves Rescue at all but 9 points of health left.
I know exactly where Jademar is, getting pinged out by the arrow at the very last second, but do they know where Jada is? Low HP on Rescue. Could be an easily picked up kill.
Gotta hit the shot. Sees a pixel. Takes a mile round the corner. Fluxy able to find Jada in the meantime. As you said, it was the Harbour that was more or less the linchpin to this round, and instead both players sent packing from the back corner of the B site. I mean, for the most part again, Summer, it's these wacky rounds that have had little to no investment that have found the most structural damage to both teams.
Yeah, especially it's the Adora getting all the way towards backside consistently, whether that's with a shotgun in hand, pistol, or even the ultimate, which is something that SK is struggling to deal with. But in that round, Jelena just absolutely says goodnight.
Well, that makes things awkward.
And they finally decide to not go 5-man B and look towards A, and there's a Viper spit in their face.
Recon dart, I think blocked by the util. Adora still managing to make headway towards the A site. Jelena moves behind the wall, finds another alongside Rescue's initial frag. 4 on 3. A second piece of Harbour utility now burned, not the ult, it's the wall. Again, this is just to try and segregate GX from SK. Spike moving away. Fluxy is in prime position to shut this round down. She's played the patient game, waiting on the corner. There's your first, nearly a second. I'd argue that the damage is going to be good enough though, because Rescue waiting in the wings. And Lisa not far from the action towards A. 6 on the board for SK.
It's a lovely little round. From the initial fights on the A site itself to Fluxy just being in the cheekiest little off-angle down mid. Like you can see, they're expecting a push-up. You can see Jada checking for it, but don't expect it on such a tight angle. Now we're starting to see the SK that we saw in the first map. Disappeared a little bit on Haven, but greeting us again on Breeze.
Gotta go.
Tapping away. These are trying to do some damage to these players, flooding through from the connector of B side. Jelena over the wall. How on earth has she hit that shot? Twice found 2. Teaming up is the SK side. Jademar left 1 on 5. Spamming away. No damage done, and Rescue giving Jademar a taste of her own medicine. 7-2, the gap up to 5. And when we now look into round 10 of this map, Summer, and it feels like, you know, you put the question forward, are we getting the 9-3 or the 3-9 version of these teams? It seems to me, and the scoreline very much shaping up to be, that it's the SK team that are bringing the 9-3 stand, and it's GX that are required a heavy second half stint.
Still opportunities though, Ryan.
Of course.
The half is not over yet for GX, and with money back in their pockets, weapons back in their hands, and a Hunter's Fury almost online. It's quite a bit for GX to work with here.
Go, go, go.
And not an initial commitment of a 5-man A, 5-man B. Taking it a little bit slower. Putting a little bit of pressure to they stave off the rotates for now, but it's the collation of the players. And it's B site yet again that they want to pressure.
Wall goes up, Adora goes in. The formula that's tried and tested. Anvart with a second. Knives to be leaping through. Jelena, that was a nice double. But it's all on Fluxy, 1 on 3. Gotta do it all on the Astra. Has the wall. That divide, the ultimate, it's there. Should it be needed, but I think right now Fluxy is going to try and let the rifle do a lot of the heavy lifting. Time of the essence. Through the wall, spotted, removed. Adora gets there first. 7-3, and now Adora giving it back. This is an infection that both teams are now just taking part in. The body spam, they know how much it means to both. Anything for the mental edge, anything to try and get under the skin of your opposition. No holds barred.
We can see we've got another tactical break. This time, SK's.
That's interesting.
Knowing the difference, like, I mean, I understand it to a certain extent of you had a streak of 4 rounds that looked relatively convincing. Now GX have finally gotten this. You don't necessarily want to give them an opportunity to build the momentum up in towards it, or if there's something that they want to switch up about the setup over towards B, because that's been incredibly hard for SK to hold in regards to the initial site hold itself, with GX a lot of the time just 5-manning out of main. So whether that's the conversation they want to go for more for the retakes, especially now we've got Fluxy's ultimate online, or completely switch up the setup itself. But at the same time, give GX a moment to breathe. They can't fully build off that momentum yet, not stringing it from round 10 to 11 in straight away. Gives SK a little bit of time to break up that momentum to get themselves back in the game, because we were talking about half's not over yet. A 7-5 and a 9-3 are vastly different scorelines.
Yeah, as you said, I think one is a lot more presentable than the other. There's a technical pause here. But yeah, look, I mean, look, as you say, you know, a 9-3 scoreline is much harder to get back into than a 7-5. I think my argument would have been is that I don't think there's a lot that you could say negatively about the SK first half, right? And like off the back of 1 round loss where they invest so much, I think, you know, you look into the Neon, just the running into the backside. It's very repetitive, don't get me wrong, but I don't think a timeout is needed to gather the solution. It feels very much a choreographed move from the GX side. I don't know, we'll see. Round 11, it's not going to be a B play, it's A. It's fast again. Rescue baited into pulling the trigger. Adora still trying to be a nuisance, moving around through connector. Fluxy in the heart of it all, has to leap away from the Hunter's Fury. Rescue with the opener. Fluxy leaps over the ult and then able to get into safety. 4 on 3. And actually, it's a nice position to be in, because
spike planted.
You're kind of under the radar. A sleeper position maybe that GX will lazily clear. Jada in middle, 1 position spotted inside. I mean, this is very, very spread thin, this GX hold. This retake is enticing for this SK side. If Anita gets caught in the corner, it's going to be all she wrote, but Jada with a double. The flank. Worth its weight in gold. Lisa, tap of the spike into the smoke. Only one can come out of it, and it's going to be Jada. It's stuck to halfway. Lisa destroys the recon. Shocked at her feet. Time burning. Needs to hit both. Jada turns it nuclear in round number 11. 7-4 GX have their knight in shining armor.
And again, it's from Jada. I hope we can see it in the replay, but you can see it on the minimap. It's the interaction between Twy and Jada. Whoever realistically comes out of that on top puts the team in a great position to close out the round, and instead Jada just takes 2, sneaks up, great timing on the look, and catches SK completely off guard. We're starved of the 3rd map of a 9-3 half, but
yeah,
a little bit of variety coming through, but not in this round. Again, it's back to B for GX.
I mean, Jada's already up close. Twy goes pushing through. Rinse and repeat, this GX side. There's only two strats in this book. It's go A or go B. And to be honest, it's worked very well for them. SK, they've got a leg to stand on. Now maybe two, and the missed shot. Jade Moore, 1-on-4. Shock dart to go through. A second one, short to follow. But now, concussed out of the window. Hits the first, the spike is being stuck. And there is no chance at getting a fifth. It's the middle ground, Summer. 8-4 at the first set of 12. SK lead from 4 from this GX side. The question is, can they deliver in the second half? An attack that's been wonky. Let's see if they can get out the iron and straighten things out in the pivotal moment. Our third and final map, second half, up next. For the final time, welcome to the second half. Our decider of Breeze boils down to how the next 12 rounds are played. GX down by 4, but now on the defense. SK, a side that have notoriously struggled with taking down rounds on the attack, Summer. So with that culmination, GX fighting from behind, SK's lackluster performances on attack. This is all stirred into a very neat cauldron of what could be a fantastic last half of Valorant between these two teams. Of course, for GX, hoping for back-to-back top 3s. For SK, hoping that they can get themselves on the map and on the leaderboard of EMEA points when it comes to champs. It all comes down to this.
And SK happily going to be walking into A. No one's home. But this is where I talk about the fact that there's no dedicated sentinel on either team. GX taking the initiative early. Pistol round, they send 3 walking down mid.
Fluxy already aware of the flank. Jade Moore trying to find shots from the Sheriff.
Revealing area.
No avail. 5-on-5. Scales tipped in favour of SK. Rescue catching Anita. That is the Viper gone. Albeit the utility used towards middle, it would have been a helpful asset. The numbers game played in favour of SK. Rescue! Fight on the ropes. SK deliver bad news for GX. We were saying that their starts have been tumultuous.
Who are we to disobey?
This one, a lot better. 2 from 2 on the pistols.
I won't do it. I won't count the ducks until they're in a line, because we've seen how quickly things can change for SK when the attacking half comes into question. And not only is it historic in regards to this series, their last match that they played against G2, but also in the statistics on this map in general. It's not the favourite side for them. Sure, the pistol will help. And bolster up possibly with a second, get up to that double digits. But my real question for SK is the real test when we start seeing weapons back out for GX, because GX have been relatively consistent on both sides. It's not as if they completely favour one over the other. There's no real alarm bells ringing for the defense or the attack. Twice just exploring.
Yeah.
Obviously the only player with a pistol. You just send her, try to find someone, get a kill or 2 maybe. And they can reshuffle their attack plan from that. And get a kill over A and you go, hey.
The thing is as well, is like when you see the pistol searching towards A, you kind of expect and draw to the conclusion that B was the destination. We saw 3 bodies leave that side of the map to head towards B. Anva gets one with the pistol just in the middle of the war zone, but somehow walking away with something. Jade has found another. This round's got legs for GX. 3-on-2 in their favor. SK still have the weapons to work with. Jelena moving forward. This is dangerous, but nothing stops her from finding the double. Firing from the hip with a Marshall. On for 3. Jade Moore has the rifle. 1-on-1 that Fluxy is able to bring home. This was an eco for GX. 4 kills worth of damage is a lot, but the top middle of your screen is the most important numbers that you're going to be looking at today, Summer. 10-4 SK.
Right there.
I still don't understand how Anva managed to walk through like 2 players out on site and get a kill on main, but it's the weapon being dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cinema. It was. Because almost, so close was it almost a thrifty for Giant X with 0 investment.
You should thank production for a new emote for your chat, Summer. Summer Cinema. That's what that was there. Unfortunately, leaves a withering towards B. Jada and Anva plucked from the tree that is the A site. Twice found another. Jade Moore, Adora, 2-on-4. And this one, I mean, it's just a punch to the gut. It's just going to blow the wind out of you. This was GX's chance back into this map. Instead, odds stacked against them. The diamonds are made under pressure. It's going to have to be Adora that shines the brightest. Moves into side, finds the first. Twy 1-on-1, tap of the spike, the util blocking vision. Has to move through, but Twy will hold on.
You just don't expect a reflank all the way back in towards main, catching.
Slow down, kid.
They're off guard. Sure, again, why is it some of the lower buys that look the most dangerous?
Yeah. Scary. I mean, again, this one ends with only 1 survivor. Timeout used. It's the GX dot blinking. And, I mean, I'd argue now, might just be a little too late. I think you've got to choreograph your timeout so it's when you can make the most impact with the rifle, Summer. I mean, you look at this buy, it's an eco. You know, do you want to overinvest in a round like this and have 2 mediocre investments? Probably not. Like, I don't know. I think if this comes around sooner, you can choreograph a round. You know, at 10-4, it could go 10-5. It's the SK economy that was on the ropes after losing such a huge chunk of their investment from the thrifty angle that GX took the round prior. I don't know. I think this is too little too late. What can you do from 11-4 with a timeout?
But that's also the thing, though. The Giant X did so much damage on SK's buy round of 14 after winning the pistol that round 15 should have been an easier pickup. They didn't have to deal with 4 rifles on the side of SK. It should have been straightforward. Get that 2-1 start in favor of SK and then go from there with the rifles. And the timeout's made the question of, it's not an eco, it's not a half bite. This is a full investment. Backs against the wall. Giant X need to walk away with a win.
Snakebite used on top of the orb to try and chip away, hack at the legs of SK, but they are still adamant of walking into B. Adora bringing up the wall. There are so many pieces to this puzzle, forever moving. The attack now blocked behind the Harbor util. Jademar's found the opener, 4-on-5. Fluxy seems to have an inkling of information that there's a couple of players barreled round the left-hand side, and rather than taking a fight where the odds are stacked against them, they back up. Fluxy's able to grab the AWP. That's now the divide ready for the Astra. But Jada, basically sonar for GX. Finds one, util drawn out. It's more damage done. Twice double, all on Fluxy. 1v3, we were talking about her utility, but it's going to have to be her craftsmanship with the rifles to bring SK fortune in round number 16. Time of the essence as well. She moves up the doors. There is a player waiting. The recon dart not going to find much. Oh my god, it's so smart. Discipline played. But do you expect Anita on the other side? The answer is no. 11-5. GX make good upon their timeout. And I take those words back. Sorry, GX. I doubted the timeout call, but clearly something worked well.
Yeah, I mean, it was the question whether they let realistically SK get up onto 12 with an eco in that round, or if they force buy and fight for it. Conversation and result was fight, and fight they did. Gives them at least some respite. They're not completely with their backs against the wall just yet, but it's getting close. Heavy aggression out of A main, and even the Hunter's Fury off the back of it, but no kill, just a bit of chip damage. And then they have to walk away.
I guess it's the
That was
information.
actually 2 ults.
Yeah, Jada
Both
as well.
Jade and Jada's ults. Yeah, that's expensive for nothing.
As you say, I guess maybe not in terms of damage, but information being fed through the systems of GX that SK aren't towards A. I mean, look at this. You cut the map in half. All players are on the left-hand side of the map. There is no room for error. It's 3 out of SK. GX, Adora's just found 2 back. Jada's got another. It's all on Fluxy. This round with so many bends and turns. And GX bring this one home, 11-6. I mean, that is huge from the Neon ult. But you can't help but wonder, Summer, that's 3 ultimates invested in that round from that defense to claim a singular round.
Down.
Moments like that where you're looking towards individuals thriving in the chaos of what that site hit was. The implications. Ultimates dropped by both teams. GX walk away with a round and SK walk away with the following round being pistols. A Guardian is the best that they've got here.
Enemy mark.
With both duelist ultimates being used in the previous, you haven't even got that to work with.
Nicely done, GX. Just draw blood on every front. Just rescue left. Sheriff in hand, and to be fair, that bullet looked like it hit everyone. It's just a pistol at the end of the day. 7 on the board for GX. Have SK run out of steam? Next couple of rounds really are difference makers. That's just so quick. 4 kills in a matter of moments. Make sure that SK have no oomph in that round. Round 19, another important one. Operator brought out for Jelena, same for Anva. This is the top investment for both. And it could be that this fight, taken early towards mid, is game defining. Adora, who has been a heavy hitter for GX in the last few rounds, watches from the sidelines.
You're hoping to see maybe the head-to-head, but Jelena will take the shoulder of Adora to start with. Now an opportunity for Anvar, but a missed shot. Has to tuck tail and run. And now for SK, they have the information that there's an operator in play for GX as well. Now they need to shuffle their plan. Information of a rotate has gone through, and that has to be a call to go B.
I mean, that is so dangerous, you know. Jade was just jumping around middle, trying to rotate as quickly as possible to A. Nearly gets clipped by the operator. Jelena's still on this angle, by the way. As soon as they pull the pin towards B, if Jadar moves an inch forward, dead to right. Jelena's found a double. Left. SK have just allowed the operator to do all the talking. Stun goes round. Jadewar trying to find some space in the back of side. A teammate falls in the meantime. Anva on a move of her own will drop Res Q, but it's a 4-on-2. Hunter's Fury, they got the Viper ult as well. There's so much util in the pockets of SK. I don't think there's a way that GX are allowed back into this round.
Even if they can't necessarily win it, make it as expensive as possible, because SK up on 12, they got 5 rounds to go, but I don't think Flux is going to give them an opportunity. Snuck in towards backside. And they're dropping in main now. It's just a matter of when.
1 on 3. Jade Moore calls it quits. As you say, make it expensive. 1 for 1 probably isn't a trade that GX are too interested in taking. It is map and series point SK. They've got 5 stabs at it. And the safety net of OT. Should it be needed, that is. You feel like with the way that this game's been played, 5 should be enough for SK. They've looked pretty good on this attack. Sure, some blips in the road, but by and large, Summer, they have been the front runners this entire map. GX haven't been able to string momentum together quite like SK have. And in a deciding match, this could be everything. 2 ults for the attack, 1 for the defense. 5 on each team, and 5 required from GX.
I'm out of here. Shortcut.
Aldrin spots 2. Over towards A. It does mean the rescue is able to insert itself towards the right corner. And off the back of the last round, you just want to see Jolene get active, get another couple of kills with the operator, but it's Amber's turn with her own over towards Elbow to get the first blood. That starts to entice them into A.
I mean, that's so damaging for the mid-round because they have no smokes! What? They have to walk in dry! And that's going to be a nail in the coffin as Adora goes nuclear! 4, in fact, in the round! Lee's has just ticked off the list. Adora's giving it back. My words. I mean, that is one hell of a way to perform on the big stage, isn't it? That's disgusting.
Initial double kill is nasty. And sure, you get the third not looking at you, and the fourth just a 1v1, but still, it's the double kill, the initial double kill. Honestly, just not okay. Should be illegal from Adora, but you talk about being on the big stages. This is a play that got flown out internationally to be a super sub.
Yeah, I mean, if that isn't the highest compliment, I don't know what tops it, to be honest. In towards A. This round's quick again. Fluxy and opener on the Sheriff. Adora again in the kill feed, but twice will falter to the judge. Is it going to be a tacky investment that puts them over the finish line? Fluxy and Lisa, 2 on 3. A bandit and a Sheriff. A mismatch in weaponry, both wielding pistols. Ultimate drawn from Anva. They'll start to move in. That's disgusting. Foxy! That is ludicrous. What a way to win. SK13. GX bowed out. I mean, that is one hell of a way to close. Ensure lightning does not strike twice. The G2 GX rematch shall not happen from stage 1. It's SK that continue fighting for gold.
I am sorry, but what? Sure, it's a thrifty, that's fine, but it's the 2 shots from Fluxy. What is that? Plucked, it's Clay shooting pigeons out of the sky. And then the follow-up onto Jade Mark, that's fine. I don't even know what to expect anymore after the first shot, and then we get that.
What do you say? What do you say? I mean, in terms of like how you want games to end, you're probably like, you know, 5-player spray down, 1v5, you know, all of that. But then that's not far behind, you know, like hitting a shot like that to close a game, it's ridiculous. And I mean, look, her stats don't speak volumes to how important that round was. Jelena top of the list, 20 and 13. Adora on the counterpart on that Neon, top of the sheets for the GX side. But they are second best on Breeze and will not get any more airtime in stage 2. It's unfortunate because the girls played fantastically. You know, they gave a damn good run for SK's money in the first map. They looked head and shoulders above SK in map 2. It's just in map 3, couldn't quite piece together enough to take down SK. A valiant effort, but of course, their run ends here in stage 2.
Yeah, you have to be looking at SK on this massive upward trajectory, right, in regards to being relegated in stage 1 to kicking Giant X for the first time in a couple of years since 2024 out of the top 3 as an organization. So definitely eyes on SK about where they're going, not only this split, but also when you're looking forward to split 3. I'm already thinking about that.
I mean, that is... I don't know what to say. We'll bring in Infinity and we'll have a little chat about the game. Infinity, I mean, what a game that we've just seen, right? There's no questions asked about it. Feel like I should have given you more time. Yeah, my reaction exactly. I mean, to most rounds, in fact.
I mean, where do we even begin with this series? A roller coaster in every definition of the word. Firstly, how are the two of you holding up in there? That ending. Can we just talk about it for a second? The plucking out of mid-air. SK just, I mean, Ryan, your reactions have said it all. I've been watching them all game. And I'll be honest, I don't know what's been more entertaining, the actual highlights or your reaction to them at this point. But, I mean, is this how we saw it playing out at all?
I mean, Summer, we knew that when we were talking about this game, you know, before the stream booted up for the day, we were saying, look, we know both teams are really confident on all 3 maps. We know both teams are heavy hitters within Game Changers EMEA. We know both teams have what it takes to win this series. And we kind of boiled it down to, like, it's on the day, you know, like, whoever wants it more is going to bring this one home. And I mean, I don't think it's the case that SK wanted it more than GX in any way specifically. It's just how the cards were dealt. I mean, yeah, my reactions, I'm losing my voice. What an insane game.
I can't blame you.
And yeah, I mean, that ending is like peak content.
I mean, I think it goes to show, like, you're talking about whoever shows up on the day, right, Ryan? Of, like, we had that conversation of it. Okay, I'm kind of glad that we had sort of an SK moment on the first map, GX on the second. Third map will be a little bit mix of both, so we can finally see the real sort of head-to-head of both of these two teams' A game, and we end it in a thrifty fashion with a shot like that. It generally encapsulates the whole series of not only our expectations of individuals, but also of the teams themselves as well.
I think something that's really nice to touch on there when you mention individuals is Fluxy spoke to her pre-game, and her really big goal was to return to that form, to be that top 10 player. Are we calling it yet? Are we saying now with that podium finish and with the highlights we've seen from her, are we calling it now top 10?
I think you've got to give it some time. You know, I like Fluxy. She's a great person, and I mean, we've just seen her capabilities on the server. You've got to give it some time, right? Let it cook some more, because you still got a whole year's worth, well, half a year's worth to play, right? We've still got a stage 3 to play. We've still got champs, and I don't think you can put someone in the conversation if they're not making the end goal at the end of this year, right? At least that's just my opinion.
I mean, this season also isn't over yet. We could be seeing them go against the BO5s tomorrow again. Again, it's not an easy matchup. It's fighting for top 2 minimum, and then if they get past G2, you have gentlemates in the grand finals as well. So it's no means counting them out at all for this season. But yeah, there's definitely a few more sort of ladders on the rungs on the ladder that they have to climb before we start making that, I think, conversation of securely in the top 10 or even like that top 5 conversation. More about consistency and continuing to push it higher and higher.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut you off there because I believe we have an SK interview waiting in the wings here. And I'm really looking forward to getting some insight here after that crazy series. Now, first of all, congratulations. One step closer to the grand finals. You must be on top of the world right now.
Yes, I am so happy.
It's wonderful to hear. I heard that there was a lot of celebration in the room when you won. Was it really loud?
Yes, it was really loud because it was like very unexpected last round, you know, when Nineko and Lola Fluxy just did amazing shots. So yes.
I mean, I've still got goosebumps from it. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Now, I saw a lot of body spam going on in the game, and I know there's a lot of banter online between SK and Giant X. Was this win personal?
I think a little bit. Like they really like to do like this kind of tweet, you know, and we like personally, I really like to see them, and I even like them on Twitter. And I think my teammates, like, they are friends. So yeah, I think it's kind of personal.
Now, coming into this stage, you were bouncing back from this relegation. Now you've secured, at the very least, a podium finish. And that's the very next split afterwards. Was this the result that you're expecting coming in, or have you gone above and beyond expectations?
Yeah, I think like when we got relegated, we didn't have a bootcamp yet, and when we played relegation, we were on bootcamp, and I think that helped us a lot. Because, like for example, I didn't know any of my teammates before this team, so that's why like the fact that I could bond with them during the bootcamp helped me a lot. So like the bootcamp changed a lot of things for this group stage.
Now, my final question for you. G2 goes in up next. You struggled a little bit against them yesterday, but you did take them to 3 maps in the group stage. And with a win like that today, how is the confidence feeling going into that matchup?
Today, we really, really wanted to win just to be facing G2 again, because yesterday, I don't think we were in good shape. It was like our first game of playoff, so we were not like totally in. But today, like I think we showed ourselves, and we are so happy. And I'm really, really excited. Like the whole team is really excited to play against G2 again.
Oh, we're really excited to watch you play versus G2, but I'm going to let you go and celebrate with the rest of the team.
Yes.
I've kept you long enough. Thank you so much for joining us. And congratulations. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I mean,
the excitement's electric, isn't it? I'm feeling it for them. And tomorrow's matchup, I believe it's going to be the two of you casting it as well. Does that inspire confidence against, you know, a really adverse enemy?
Look, as I said, I'm a big fan of SK. I think that what we've seen this season from them this stage rather has been fantastic. G2 is a whole different kettle of fish, right? Like, they are a team synonymous with playoffs, synonymous with game changers. They are like, you know, the first name I think you think of when you hear EMEA game changers, right? They are a strong team. SK, I think, have proved that they have some strong points, they have some weak points. If we can iron out the issues that I think me and Summer highlighted on the attacking side, you know, the failure to close rounds and sort of gain momentum when it comes to that attacking side, I think they can be a threat. Seriously, I do think so. But you have to remember, if I'm not mistaken, it's a BO5 tomorrow, right, compared to today's BO3. So that's a whole different climate that you've got to get used to. I mean, beating G2 Gozen over 3 maps, maybe. Beating G2 Gozen over 5 maps, I feel like the chances come down that little bit more.
Yeah, and I think they have a ban advantage possibly coming in from the upper bracket as well. So not only is it going to be a best of 5 territory, it's going to be more of the uncomfortable maps in regards to the crossover of their map pools. But for me, I feel like such a hater going in, especially after listening to that interview. You almost just want to cheer for Tori going forward because such the energy, honestly, of just going through such positive energy, and that's exactly what we need in GC. And honestly, the interviews this playoffs have been so wholesome that I feel like I'm switching what team that I want to win every single interview because of how nice of a feeling it is in like sort of the community side of things.
I mean, I want everyone to win, but that's not how a competition works, unfortunately. But I think we're going to get to take a look at the bracket one more time. We can see how everything's sort of panning out and the final matches that we have remaining, because we are down to our last 3 teams here. Now, I know we're excited for SK, and do we think there's a chance? Because Gentlemates, they're a big opponent, and G2 haven't been able to take a series yet. Maybe SK, could they be the team to get the job done?
I mean, I think Gentlemates are going to be watching eagerly tomorrow afternoon at whoever's going to win, right? And see who they're going to be facing on the 24th. To be honest, I think both teams will have that like bitter taste, that taste of blood in the mouth, as you're saying. You know, like G2 probably want revenge from group stage and sort of not being able to beat Gentlemates there, and knowing that Gentlemates have come off of a win in stage 1. And for SK, it's the exact same thing. I mean, how can you not fall in love with a story from a team facing relegation, going all the way to the grand finals and winning? Like, how do you not back that as a neutral to the game? So, look, I mean, easy to say, I understand, but I actually don't mind who wins tomorrow's game, because I think the final is going to be a banger nonetheless.
That's such a cop-out answer. Oh my gosh. For me, I get what you mean in regards to sort of the rematch, right? I think this is the first one that we're obviously getting in playoffs, being the G2 SK one. And we were talking about before of, for the side of SK, I want to see the attacking halves improve because they haven't necessarily been great, and that's what was one of the main struggles against G2 earlier. So if we can see that improve in a best of 5 scenario and then they get pushed to the finals, it's sort of that Cinderella story that you do want to get behind. But at the same time, you're looking at G2 guys and it's synonymous with Game Changers, like you said, second so far in the points leaderboard, and which is going to be a massive thing with SK not actually placing in getting playoffs. They were relegated last split. Them getting up towards a minimum of 45 getting a minimum of 45 points going forward, an opportunity to push it more is definitely important to look for the future.
I think one other really quickly interesting dynamic is obviously if SK are to beat G2 tomorrow, points-wise, you know, this probably pushes them above the Giant X side, right? And this rivalry that we've just had in today's game, you know, we get to watch it all again next stage, where the stakes are even higher, where the points are even more, and when we are now declaring who moves to champs. Like, what a story that will be.
Yeah, I think you're right, is that so much is in flux at the moment, and with Stage 3 being this even bigger entity, everything could be turned on its head up then, and that's later down the line though. Talking of later down the line, our matchup tomorrow, now we've hinted at it, you've seen the games today, you know what's coming up, but it's going to be right here on this channel. I'm looking forward to it, I'm sure you two as well, because I believe you're going to be taking us through the action, and it'll be amazing to have you back to continue on this story. But any parting words for us to close out the day? Ryan, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be back tomorrow. What a game that we have. And I'll be resting my voice in between.
Summer?
I can never get enough of GC. There's been a couple of moments of reactions that are just absolute cinema, and honestly, all of the moments today have been absolute cinema, from all the clutches, the shots that we've seen, and I'm just happy to be back with GC.
Talking of absolute cinema, we have one final treat for you. We have our Razor end of day highlights. So thank you everyone. Be back tomorrow. Enjoy the Razor highlights.